Hello, everybody, and welcome. Really exciting to be here. Game Changers, Contenders, Stage 1, and we have a broadcast. I know some of the games you were able to see them without any voices guiding you through the chaos, but today you have myself and you have Affinity. How are you doing this evening?
I am doing wonderful, thank you. What about yourself? It's been a while since we've been up here.
Absolutely. I'm so excited to be here. You know, I did say a little while back, I'm never going to leave Game Changers alone. I will always be hovering around, and here I am, very, very excited to see, you know, who are going to be the teams that get to join our really illustrious teams in the main event. And we have some incredibly strong talents, some really good teams that are looking to make their way through over the course of, well, today. And they've been fighting it out for the last few days already. Some teams, maybe some of your favorites that have already been knocked out, but we do have some teams still remaining. So I think we can perhaps go ahead and throw up that bracket, and then we can see, you know, which teams are still in this one. We're in our top 8. So still a lot of action to play through, Affinity. And we have, as I mentioned, very strong teams.
We do indeed. The game that we've got right here, right now, is the DVM Miss versus Alternate Attacks. Now, DVM Miss, a team maybe you haven't heard the name of much, but you will certainly have heard of the players coming from all areas and all corners of the region to come together to form this team to play in Contenders. And then on the other side of things, we have got Twisted Minds versus Black Hound. Up in the other top bracket, both of these teams are playing for joint first place and qualification into Stage 2 automatically. As you can see, the lower bracket as well, you said some teams, some pretty well-known and I wouldn't even say underdog teams that we were expecting to see do really well, already eliminated. Of course, we will have 2 matches on today. We have this match right here, right now, and then there'll be a lower bracket match that you'll get to watch with us later as well.
Yeah, so very much looking forward to that one. And for those of you that maybe haven't checked Twitter recently, Blackhand, some roster changes. So since we're not going to be covering that game, I really do want to touch on that because so they've brought on Proxima. Chef's kiss, such a good pickup, but they've dropped hated the most. And the big thing about that is it looks like so Leitio is going to be swapping into the IGL role, and it's going to be basically Turkish roster. And of course that eliminates a lot of the issues of potential language barrier. There's a lot more comfort involved in that. But, you know, having these changes so close to Game Changers Day and you know, your qualification setting, I think there's going to be a lot of eyes on what those results are going to look like. But as you mentioned, for us, it's going to be alternate attacks versus DVM Miss. And this is a really exciting one. Obviously, DVM formed for kickoff. And they played through kickoff, unfortunately, weren't able to get the results that they wanted. They did not qualify for stage 1. So here they are in Contenders. And this is a rematch because they actually did play against alternate attacks. And it was alternate attacks that were the ones that knocked them out of kickoff. It was a 2-1 match. It was so close, Affinity. How are we feeling for today's rematch?
I'm super excited. It went the whole distance. DVM Miss, they took the first map. So Alternate Attacks, a reverse sweep to come back into this, including a 13-1 over on Lotus. So this is definitely going to be, maybe for DVM Miss a little bit more, a bit of a grudge match, a bit of a chance to prove themselves once again. And as you said, very close. Last map, 11-13. 1 from overtime, and I'm hoping maybe this time we get to see the cinematic ending. We get to see that overtime and see them battle out once again, because these teams, for the most part, very evenly keeled him.
Yeah, and what's really interesting is that, you know, we do have the veto already. And looking at the maps that we've chosen, we can actually just throw that up as well. Because I think that, you know, when you see that there is a previous matchup, you always kind of ask yourself, well, are the maps going to look similar, or are they going to go for something a little bit more interesting, a little bit more exciting? So for our bands to come through here, Lotus and Fracture, I think that makes a lot of sense given what they played previously. Now, for a little bit of context, when they played in kickoff, it was Pearl, Lotus, and Split. Now, the Lotus ban from DVM, fair enough. It's one of the ones that they lost against alternate attacks the previous time. So get that off the board. Don't have to worry about it. But it's the picks that really bring in the spice.
Exactly. DVM Miss, they're going with their tried, their tested Pearl. They've had amazing success on it. In just if you isolate Contenders alone, has been incredible. Then we see the Haven pick coming on out. A little bit different coming out here from Alternate Attacks, a map that they are tried, they are tested on, and they are looking really good on. But of course, the one deviation from their previous veto and Split to end it once again. You could not write it better. 11-13 just being eked out by alternate attacks here. So I'm excited. I'm hoping we get to see that because I want to see it go the distance again. I'm hoping maybe we don't see history repeat itself. We get that overtime. And I think both of these teams, they have a chance to really fight this one out. And with that one map that was so tilted in one direction, taken out of the way here, and even being a map that DVM Miss, they've also shown a little bit of an aptitude for. This gives us the chance to have yet another 3-map, all maps firing on full cylinders here. So I'm excited, and Pearl to kick it off once again.
Yeah, really looking forward to jumping into this one. We are just waiting for all of the players to get ready, folks, so please do just bear with us a little bit longer and we will get started as soon as we can. Now, that Lotus one, you mentioned it, right? It was a little tilted in one direction. What was the scoreline on that one, Affinity? Remind us.
13-1.
That's a rough one, right? Like that's a potential mental breaker in that series. But the fact that they went all the way to 13-11 on Split tells me this is, you know, DVM a tenacious team and they weren't able to snag that win, but they brought it very, very close. Now we head over onto Haven, and it's a map that they're certainly a bit more comfortable on. So I think that maybe they're not feeling as nervous. Now, that being said, okay, they've only had one play on it in officials, but it was very recently, and it was a 13-3 in their favor. So you've got to think that they're coming into this feeling pretty darn prepared.
Yeah, you'd hope so. That was against Alcatazar Corals, I think it was.
Yeah.
And as you said, we've only really seen one official, but from what we saw, they looked really hot on it. You know, playing a little bit of an interesting composition there as well, which, you know, won't spoil it for when we get into that, because Agent Select, I think that's going to be something we see a lot of variation between these two teams on, not only from what we saw previously in their match against each other, but what we've seen over the past couple of weeks as well. I think it's also quite interesting to note here is that Alternate Attacks, they've made one roster change since last year, and a little bit of a big one. They've brought in Little Bob. Now it's been less than a month with this change, so hopefully we're going to start to see it settle in. There's been a month since it's been announced. We don't know how, you know, how it was going beforehand, how long they've had to prepare, but still, one of those that you've got a team that is essentially newly formed, as you said, for this and for kickoff, and then you've got a team that's made a little bit of a roster change. Whether DVM Miss is going to be able to keep up the momentum that we've seen from them, I think they've only dropped one map in Contenders at this stage so far, which is really exciting to see. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed here. I think it's a little bit of an interesting one. Both teams have got that little element of, as you said, communication. You've seen teams dropping to make sure there's no language barriers and stuff coming in. Alternate Attacks, we're seeing sort of that German lineup with a little bit of difference, but I'm hoping that everything started to fall into place here, and that we're getting to that point where we're not going to see any of these small little slip-ups coming through with communications and potentially in the mid-round strats especially being called.
I will say that, so I was talking about how, you know, you had DVM possibly feeling comfortable on Haven, and I just went to check, you know, how have Alternate Attacks been doing on it? They've played it 10 times in the last 3 months, and I always go with a 3-month sample size. They've won it 4 times. So, you know, a much bigger sample size. I think the biggest sample size map they have is Lotus, but obviously that map was banned out, so unlucky. But then their second most played map comes through with Haven. Haven't had the best results on it. So while it might be their more practiced map in what was remaining, they have had a bit of struggle on that previously. So I feel like if we see this first map go in favor of DVM, there's a world in which we actually see them take the series. Now, obviously, we have to get through that first map first. And I'm really looking forward to, as you said, Agent Select, because we're in a really interesting period at the moment in Valorant where it feels like a lot of different agents are getting a lot more playtime. You know, we're not in that same scenario we were like a year or two ago where you had the same comp on whatever map every single time, mirror matchup after mirror matchup. I will say, though, I, for one, welcome the Tejo nerfs, and I'm wondering if you are in agreement.
I believe I am in complete agreement here as well. I think that he's such a cool character, like as a design. And when he was announced, I was like, oh, this is awesome. And then when all of his abilities sort of got leaked and then announced, I was a bit like, this has some major implications, especially for agents that were maybe even waning in pick rate as it was. And it sort of fundamentally shook up a lot of the cores of some agents and how they're played. So, you know, Killjoy ults being able to be broken, that sort of screws a lot, because you'd seen the ult charge bumped up massively, and now you've seen the ult charge bumped up massively, not brought back down, but now it doesn't really matter. It was quite nice to see teams have to try sort of adapt, improvise, and overcome around him. But I definitely think needed some changes just to bring some semblance of balance back to the 4th. And I can make that joke because it is May the 4th. I had to do it. I'm so sorry. I think I quite like it. Yeah.
I have a confession.
Okay, confess away.
Not a Star Wars fan at all.
I won't judge. That's fair enough.
That, you know, that's very kind of you, because I know that, like, everyone else on the planet will. So thank you.
Just close Twitch chat for a second. I just
yes, don't look at what everyone's saying about that one. I will say, though, so back onto the topic of Tejo, I think he's somewhat dead. I think there will still be some teams that are trying to force him, but in my personal opinion, the salvo change is just way too big. But production has just whispered in my ear that Agent Select is finally upon us, so we can go ahead and have a look. And will that Tejo still be played? Right? Are you preparing for when it's not available any longer, or are you just taking the plunge and continuing to do, you know, what feels comfortable, confident, and working? And it looks like, well, Marty is going to be picking into that Tejo. Interesting for me is the Sentinel change up, and this is one of the few maps where you do see that quite often, that chamber coming out because of Long, and I, for one, am here for it.
I really like to see it as well. It was another agent that changes sort of eliminated them from being seen very much. So I'm glad that he's back. As you said, playing out on Long, you can get that tour de force up pretty consistently. You can have that section of map on lockdown. So I'm excited to see that. I'm really happy that we're getting to see some more Vice plays as well. I think when she came out, I was super excited. It's taken everyone a little bit of time to warm up into it, but I think on a map like Pearl, there are some areas that she can really, really shine as well. But yeah, Faye coming out, personal favorite of mine. So many areas that you can get really sneaky sort of info plays. With those tight corners, being able to sort of peek round them with the help of your ghost is beyond valuable. So I like this. I think we've got a lot of variety between these two teams, which is going to make this extra spicy as a matchup. But I really do think we're going to have to see alternate attacks coming out with a really strong start here. She said if it's a map that DVM Miss take first map, it could potentially be a little bit one-sided from there. But I think the stars are sort of starting to align for them a little bit. Is there anything about for you that sticks out? Anything beyond just the Sentinels here?
I mean, so you said beyond the Sentinels, and I suppose in a way it kind of is, because Rescue is on Killjoy. So it's beyond the Sentinels, but it's also the Sentinel. That's crazy to me. I mean, we know how incredible she can be on a duelist. We've seen it time and again. We saw what she did on G2. Like, she really can perform. So to see her on a Sentinel here is quite a big change, it feels like. And what's interesting to me as well is leaning into a single duelist. You know, we've seen a lot of like double duelists coming out and becoming a lot more popular in recent times. But you know what? It is the Yoru, so I think that it can still get some great value. But let's dive on in, everyone. We are finally here towards the end of our Contenders season. Alternate Attacks and DVM fighting out for their instant qualification here on Pearl. Like we're going to go for a bit of a mid positioning here. Nice. Playing off of the turret perfectly. Gets in the first kill onto Jade with the duelist offline so early on. What? Blossy, there's no way, bro. The double tap through the smoke and it gets 2 headshots. Get out. That's it. I'm done.
There's the amount of compensation that you have to do off the back of this is unreal. And we talked about that duelist now playing Killjoy, being taken out the round pretty early here, and now Marty having to peek off the back. There's one, but you're just having to see Blossy fall off here now. And time, actually, they've started to whittle it down a lot. They are going to meet up here.
Okay, 1 player left alive. All of Blossy's hard work more or less to naught, unfortunately, but there is a world. It's a pistol round, so it is possible to get something done here. Ginger full HP, but making a little bit of noise, and unfortunately cannot get past Luxie, who will put her 3rd on the board. And that will be DVM taking the pistol round here in a very fashion, exactly how you wanted it to start. The Blossy shots certainly threw them off of their stride a little bit, but they recover nicely.
Yeah, that was an insane opener, and that really sort of puts a stun in any plan that you have, because you have to then suddenly bring everyone over. The game plan has changed fundamentally. But yeah, they actually managed to piece together a little bit off the back of it. It wasn't amazing, and as you can see, it's just going to be the Sheriff on Jade here because of that. But DVM Miss buying into this one, already seeing the outlook coming out, and it looks like they're heading straight towards Long, and it's just little B here.
A little bit of early information. Oh, a nice little bait there, but able to teleport away. Relative safety. Burning a lot of that Astra util, however, could work out for them going forward. Annie with a nice little opener here. Some great information garnered. And look at this. I mean, you can barely even call this a push and a pull. DVM chilling hard and allowing alternate attacks to push into them. On the B side, almost free and clear. Only 2 players holding here. Blossy will spot out the one, throw up yet one more, or rather recall that smoke. Does have that star back, but it allows her to slip away into the night. And they're rotating. They don't think that this is a commitment. Annie will get yet another one, and this B side is entirely theirs.
He can lock them out here. Spike's gonna go down, and Blossie's got nothing to work with. Her own smoke covering the way, and now that's the sit and wait. And Marty's got this angle on lockdown. Both of them pushing in. It's gonna need to be an impeccable double swing, but the crossfire here.
Last player standing. Flawless.
And I mean, that's just cleanup at that point. A beautiful round for DVM to close out on. All 5 players keep their lives and keep their guns. So no crazy reinvestments here. But of course, we know round 3, that's where things start to get a little bit spicy as alternate attacks can buy into rifles now. You know, half armor for most of them. Quite a bit of that util available. See if they can put that to good use, because these last 2 rounds have been pretty devastating. Not quite getting the results that they want. You actually see Blossie, the only one at the moment that's managed to find a kill. So these rifles, the moment where they need to turn things around.
Yeah, this mid play is going to need to be held off, and it's just Harmony to do it. You can find one and back away. That's all you can really ask for, but actually calling it early, moving off. They've got 2 of them on the angle here, but I think DVM Miss decided maybe head elsewhere. They've had a little bit of contact, and they've funneled towards Jade, who's just sat here waiting, but DVM Miss, like snakes in the grass, they are just waiting here. They know that alternate attacks, they've been eager to rotate, eager for this information, and DVM Miss, they cut all of that. Allows them to sneak around the map elusively.
And it's more patient play from DVM, which is obviously a fantastic way to play that one. How Jade escapes with her life there. Absolutely outrageous off the back of a great flash that puts her in an uncomfortable spot. But now that's given them a free rotation to start pincering in towards the B site. Marty follows it up with a second kill. Oh man, the first to come through with a stinger, a free rifle, and to follow it up with a second. Still, again, 5 players left standing here. Alternate attacks need to do a little bit of damage in this post-plant position. They don't have a lot of information here. They've burned quite a bit of their own utility, so very little to try and play off of. Ginger pushes through the smoke, can't confirm the first. That allows Rescue to swing out, and now it's all down to Blossie, and she'll make the right call. She's going to hold the weapon.
Yeah, it's a very difficult one for them here, is that they pushed so far up long, and they've taken so much space beyond the site, that they had all of the information that they were only really going to be able to come from spawn. So they just bolster their defenses. They tuck in so no one can be seen. And yeah, it makes it very devastating, as we can see Blossie's found one, may be able to find Toki, but not even that. Pixel angle, the headshot. It's a 3rd round, and it's been nigh on impeccable.
I mean, they've got 3 deaths between all of them in the last 3 rounds. Like, it's kind of outrageous how they are just surviving round after round here. And, you know, we were talking a little bit earlier on about the caliber of player that so many of the teams in this bracket have. And I feel like we really didn't give DVM enough justice, because they've got players that come from incredible teams within the Game Changers ecosystem, and they've come together here, and it seems like they've formed a little bit of a super team if these first few rounds have been anything to go by. As we come into an anti-eco here, it definitely feels like they're posturing for a 4th round, and maybe a little bit of a snowball as alternate attacks really struggling to get much of anything done.
I was really worried when you said, you know, the Marty on the Sentinel. Sorry, brain lost it for a second.
Rescue, maybe.
Rescue, sorry, on the Sentinel. Yeah. But that's the issue, is when you have a duelist that's so used to playing like that, but you have them on a Sentinel that requires staying alive. Losing them early to taking these duels can be risky, but we've not actually seen that being too much of a detriment for them just yet. Still leading the charge, however. Risky rescue.
It's certainly one of those things that's difficult to, you know, play out of, I suppose. Well, play into the waiting arms of Rescue, who gets another opening frag. But she'll be backed up, and that'll be another spike getting planted here. And it's interesting, you know, I was listening to some of the interviews in VCT China, and you know, particularly for Billy, one of the things that I think it was Chichi that was saying, you know, we're not too worried about specific role silos, because when everyone can play different roles, you can understand those roles really well. So when you get back to your own role, you have, you know how to predict what enemy players are going to do. This is getting a little bit close for comfort, however. Managed to get 2 picks here, make it a 3rd, but time is not on their side. The salvos will come out, and that's going to deny that defuse entirely. So a much closer affair this time around. But finally, alternate attacks at least do a bit of damage.
Yeah, there's definitely been an issue with them losing these sites very early on. They haven't really been able to keep hold of it, so they've been bunkering down on the sites instead of taking those initial fights. It means that they lose the site and they've lost 2 players, which means every single round so far they've been having to retake at a huge numbers disadvantage, which is something that we're going to have to need to see changed. I'd love to see a little bit more sort of up close and personal aggression, because if you're just going to let them play patiently and you're going to sit there and wait for that, but you keep falling for every time, we're just going to see the same thing happen. Oh, there's the Nightfall coming out and ready, and there's a stacked site here waiting for them if they choose to use it. A little bit of information gathering to go forth first and clear the way a bit for them. See spamming through the smoke. They're not going to give her anything here. They back away, and the space they've taken in mid gives them that opportunity just to toy with the map control however they'd like.
Seeing a smoke player with a Vandal it always hurts my soul a little bit. But you know what? If she can replicate what she did with the pistols in that first round, fair enough. Unfortunately, the smoke spam not quite working out this time around. He's taken such an aggressive angle, but you know she spotted that elbow. She must have. Oh, and this reposition is so perfect. Unfortunately, can't get the shots to connect, but that's information garnered. That now she knows there are 2 players here. It could be a push in. A little bit of aggression from DVM does get punished, but they're able to trade it back. Now that Nightfall that you spoke of comes out, and they'll make sure that the site is free and clear. But do they know that Jade is waiting just around the corner? No idea. Lands the shot beautifully, and it's all on her to buy time while the rest of her team rotates in. They do have the advantage here, but Toki will swiftly take that away from them. 3 versus 3. Spike to get planted just in the nick of time. And HP somewhat favored for alternate attacks. Do they opt to invest that cosmic divide, or will they attempt to push in here without that little bit of utility at the very least? The smoke here to give them a bit of cover. Ginger and Blossy playing off each other, but they walk straight into rescue. The previous duel is now caught in a 1 versus 1 against Blossy, and it's her that will connect the shots and secure this round for DVM.
Oh, it's so close, and it hurts because at so many moments I was praising what alternate attacks were doing. The fact that they managed to keep them in that mid connector for so long, which means those long players, they've pushed up, they've taken that space, but they don't have that second sort of blade to the pincer here. So they can't go onto site. They're held up, and I'm like, yes, they found a pick. They're on equal numbers. They've held off this offensive. They've got the time here. The plant is sneaky. It's low HP. I saw the shock dart being lined up, and if it had been let loose, maybe we see a different situation. Maybe we see that spike doesn't quite get planted. But yeah, difficult. And I love at the end they're deciding to push into the smoke. You've been spammed, you've been tagged, they know where you are, but you hear the drop down and you decide if you can catch them off guard. They're not expecting you now on low HP to go for that. It's difficult because alternate attacks, I love the game plan, but in those high intensity moments where everything's just a little bit chaotic, the ability to piece together a clutch like that, you know, well won from DVM Miss.
Mm-hmm. We're starting to see why they're not feeling nervous about putting rescue on an agent like Killjoy, because as much as her playstyle is still, you know, we're still trying to work that out and get it into a more Sentinel-centric area. Perhaps, I don't actually know. Maybe that's how they want her to play, because she continues to be a force to be reckoned with. So, you know, maybe that was the plan all along. 5 rounds now for DVM, looking to make that one a 6th. And alternate attacks, they still only have that 1 ultimate online here, but I believe they're relatively close to a couple of others. Could be a big changer, a big momentum shifter. And what's interesting is that DVM now, as a stack, are moving towards... Oh man, the stack is dissipated. Do they know? Are they aware? They're starting to pull the reinforcements back towards this A site. But now that information will be gone. DVM very much aware of what's happening here. Lockdown to come through. And that will force them to kind of, you know, fight or flight. Do you push this or do you back away? And it looks like back away is the play here. As now DVM make their way in towards this site, and it should be a free plant. They've given over a lot of time though, but alternate attacks have respected it. They haven't pushed in unnecessarily and put themselves in a dangerous spot. With it being a pistol round, however, you have to wonder how much can they get done?
Difficult one. I love this hanging around as well. They're not leaving too many on site to be bombarded here. Little B needs to step up there. Found one, but as the chaos starts to fall, the team's starting to crumble.
Already 2 kills to come through here, and finally that Cosmic Divide will come through, but the salvos shut down Ginger. Toki, a kill as a player is pushing through smokes, and unfortunately a dry push is not gonna work. Now Annihilation to come through as well, forces Blossy into what should have been an uncomfortable position, but wasn't at all. And with the sound cover from the Cosmic Divide, that defuse cannot be denied.
No, lovely use of the wall there, but the fact that they had to throw so much off and it was still a little bit risky is worrying, but they've got themselves a round on the board there. Little B stepping up and finding that kill and just sort of silently hanging around is really the little bit of distraction they needed to keep those players just trapped, their attention held elsewhere, whilst you can get onto this defuse and have that bodyguard waiting, knowing that the sound queue hasn't given it away, but maybe assuming that your enemies have expected this exact play. But no, they hold it off. They put a round on the board, but we really need to see this converted into something more. This cannot just be one and done for them here. But once again, the stack moves out towards A, goes and collects the Altor, but then backs off once more. And unfortunately, they've conceded so much map control. Little B lucky to be alive there.
You got 3 players firing in at you all at the same time. Can be very, very scary, but still has quite a bit of HP left. Do they know about Blossy? Now they do. Now she's been forced off of her angle, so they're going to have a free rotation. However, Jade has managed to catch out Luxie, but it will get traded. And that's an almost free and clear path over towards the site. Ginger now playing a little bit more safe, but misses the dimensional drift. What? The flash doesn't connect meaningfully. She's able to get one, but she'll get traded. And unfortunately, with her going down there, that means that this site is completely open. Spike will get planted, and it's back to a 3 versus 3 retake. Alternate attacks don't have a ton of information. They know that the players are here. And with this Cosmic Divide coming through and Jade not being able to hit those shots, finally, she'll get one, but she'll get traded. And all of that work is for naught. They pushed so close up to the Divide, and the final 2 pins will fall. And another much-needed defuse to come through for ATN.
Lovely stuff there. A couple of moments I got a little bit concerned with sort of how much respect they were giving DVM Miss with this map control. But alas, as you said, the pins already lined up and waiting to fall. The problem that they have encountered, unfortunately, DVM Miss, they've built up a lot of money in the back pocket, so they've not really been given the room to breathe with any sort of slightly messy half buys here. But that could change a little bit if they manage to secure a nice little round here. But Jade, finally we're seeing the operator come on out. I'm curious, because they've posted that over towards B. We talked a lot about the chamber out on long, but of course not always full to force online.
Might not be looking to take this long-range battle, knowing that Jade could very well be buying into an op of her own. We like to up the op battles, but realistically, that's not what it's all about. You're not trying to find the other op. You're trying to deny, shut down, and suppress the rifles as far as possible. But it looks like they're not going to pop into it just yet, and I don't think that's necessarily a bad call here. Oh my earth, Annie! A great shot as that smoke blooms. And unfortunately, Jade loses her life and loses that very heavy investment of an operator. A distraction, a bit of a bait and switch, because the stack is moving towards A. Marty takes down Lil B. That's that chamber danger completely negated. The op's been recovered though, but now they have to retake 3 versus 5. And this is going to be very, very difficult. Oh my god, they just line up for her, bro. They don't even flash through it effectively while Rescue can get the shot up with the shorty and bring it to a 2 versus 2. That could be the round's back broken. With less than 30 seconds left, they have to commit. They've managed to pull out that ultimate, however. And no, instead of committing to A, it looks like they may just rotate across. And as you rightly point out, time could be the problem.
The rotate's already on the way. Surely not.
10 seconds left.
I think they might make it. It's going to be so close down to the wire. But yes, they will be able to get that plant down. But now, with the last 2 players moving together as a unit, they'll be able to play off of each other. But Toki's just better. She gets the first. The headshot straight onto Ginger. Does Ginger know about the reposition? Shock dots come through, but don't get the kill, which is a little outrageous. Harmony tries to swing, tries to get those final kills, but somehow that last-minute decision to rotate pays off.
I didn't think they had enough time, and the fact that they knew that they had just, milliseconds on it speaks volumes to the game sense here, but I got a bit worried when you have that one player that's desperately trying to sort of fake, draw the attention away, and keep those final 2 sort of B defenders whilst you push A. That works fine if you don't lose all 3 of your offense on that in one foul swoop. And they'd already rotated. They'd already caught the fake. So lovely read there from alternate attacks, but just in the last couple of seconds coming down to a matter of bullets, really.
Also seeing the wisdom in buying the up in the previous round, because now in this round, after having lost that round, they still have that tour de force. Oh my goodness, that would have been a nasty quick scope. Rescue definitely felt that. The sad part is I'm not sure that she saw it, which is the the rough part to that one. But now they know where that tour de force is. So now we circumvent. And the question becomes, well, how dynamic is this tour de force being? Now it's forced to be dynamic. That Prowler forcing LB to snap away and giving over a bit of space here for a rotation. This is certainly pivotable. The stack is now moving towards this B site, and with a little bit of cover given over and another Nightfall already out so early on. Salvos to flush out that back area, and Luxie will take full advantage. Now Jade left all on her own, and Luxie will make it a double. The spike will get planted. 3 versus 5. We've seen this scenario before. Can they actually make it happen here? Don't have the full information, the full picture, the full clarity on what this post plant is going to be looking like. And bearing in mind, they'll be still got that tour de force, which can make retakes very, very difficult. They're going to have to play off of each other very well here. Don't get isolated, and it's exactly what happens as Luxie posts up a 3rd, but will not be allowed to make it a 4th as Lil B clocks onto her position and manages to connect that shot with a few shots thrown into the smoke here. That gives away where Blossy is. Annie, up close and personal, shuts that down, and now Lil B trying to get a little bit of damage done, but unfortunately it will be Annie to close out the round.
Yeah, every moment of that DVM miss, they had contingencies upon contingencies. The fact that they know that Jade is either playing an elbow or is out, just stood in long trying to take that fight, means that they go in with the game plan. They've cleared out elbow, which means they triple swing out long, means nobody dies in that fight. It means they go once again into that 2-player advantage in the post plant. So DVM Miss, they're reading it well. They're catching the patterns pretty early. I think alternate attacks Ruby, they're struggling a little bit with the fact that they lose the battle in mid, or they lose the opening contact. Maybe not even having a player down, just they fall back, which means so much space is gathered, which means once again, DVM Miss, they can be really fluid with where they're going on the map. They can rotate, and there's no information. By the time that you have any information on which side they're on, it's because that spike's gone down. It's because they've already killed everybody defending. So yeah, losing a lot of upfront map control has just meant the DVM Miss can just play with their food with this.
I mean, even in rounds where they, they fall victim to the opening kill, their ability to stabilize and to get back into a position where they can fight back is really commendable. There's been a few rounds where that has happened, so now a little bit more room to work with here for DVM. But what's tough for alternate attacks is, 3 rounds left in this half. They're gonna kind of need them. Don't really have much of a buffer to play with.
Everything they can get now, they need. Not heard anything mid, which is a little unusual. Ginger's being spotted, but backs off. Calls over the information and actually be crawling through mid this time, but it's not a particularly slow progression towards site. So Ginger going down, wide open, and the retake's got a long way to run now.
Oh man, that's devastating. They weak side B so often, and so often it is in fact the weak side. It's kind of in the name. They've cracked it open here once again. He's used that drift to garner a bit of information. Hasn't managed to find much, but does get caught out. That one-way smoke to her detriment. Now that it's cleared, Marty has a chance. She's going to hold on to this. They know that that's a clone. No one's going to be shooting that one like crazy people. Waiting for that smoke to clear. Perfectly timed, but Marty will still connect. And this is a very dangerous pistol, and it's down to Rescue again to somehow be the person, be that clutch for her team. Lil B has so little HP. It's not going to be Turret MVP this time around. Fakes the tap, trying to draw Rescue out, but time is not on her side. She gets the kill, but unfortunately that defuse could not possibly come through. She'll lose her life in the end. And you've got to ask yourself, does the damage even matter at this point?
Yeah, I think when you're sort of sitting on 8-4 at the moment, if you can recover the last 2 rounds, there's a case to be made, potentially. But it's a difficult one. They did okay, given the buy they went into it with, is the silver lining in all of that. But it seems like it's sort of been the same narrative the whole time. DVM Miss, he said, going for the weaker side, which they've toyed with a little bit. It's mostly been fake. So when they have sort of started to overwhelm, they've sort of maybe dismissed it as maybe not as important of an offensive over that way than they thought. Drone coming out. Marty's not going to spot anything, and they know that B was weak once. If aim broke, don't fix it. They're heading again, but this time I think the rotate's looking to head over a little bit sooner. They're not having to fight their way back into this. Although the lockdown coming out is going to spell some problems.
And we've seen how potent that lockdown can be. And oh man, the Yoru clone baiting out the wall is just... It's such a BM mechanic. And now they know that they don't have to worry about that as they start making their way in towards the site. The lockdown did what it needed to do. It cleared things out. And they will be able to plant the spike pretty much uncontested. And look at this flank as well. Toki in such a good spot. The encirclement, the entrapment is unreal. Cosmic Divide will come through as well. And that's going to cause so much havoc for the ATN ladies as they try to make their way back towards the site. A great flash forces a reposition, but that's all it will do. Jade can kill her counterpart, but she can't do much more. And this surely will have to be a save. If she's allowed, she is not.
The shorty to get it done with, but yeah, once again, they get themselves onto the site. They are so good at locking out these retakes. They're not facing any sort of challenge getting there, so they can focus all of their efforts. They've cleared a clear path. The fact that they're playing as sort of as a pack as well means that they are only having 1 point of entry, which means they don't have that second angle where they've maybe not got worry about anyone following them, any flanks from that direction. They are sort of one-directional attacking at this site. But it does mean that they have all of their units available to keep this off. The flashes have been really good for alternate attacks, but you're going to need more than that.
A lot of spam here coming through it once again. A lot of noise being made. Part of me had wondered perhaps it's meant as a fake, and it seems somewhat to be the case as now Spike is making its way away. ATN haven't really bit into it though. Instead of sending full reinforcements over, they're still going to maintain a bit of presence towards this B site. Could be a perfect opportunity to create a flank of their own, ATN, but could be. Yeah, Lil B seems to potentially be going for that, and that could be an absolute devastation. Jade allowed to get into their back line, but surely they know. Surely they have an idea. No, caught in the astral realm. Toki gets taken away. That's all of their smokes off the board, but not to worry. Another Nightfall will come out, and that will, you know, force them to rotate away. Lil B did actually go for that flank, but
look at this
caught
position
unawares. And this is the thing where I look at Rescue. I mean, the flanks on flanks. She's waiting for these rotations to come through, but they're cognizant of it. They know that there's the possibility. One walks into her crosshairs, but Harmony will trade it out. 3 versus 3, certainly doable, but now they're paranoid. Now they're unsure. Now with that sound coming
10
through,
seconds left.
they know that the spike is going to be posturing towards A. Hunter's Fury does not manage to stop that from happening. Marty with a cheeky angle shuts down Jade. Reinforcements no longer coming. The last two ATN players so split from one another. How do they approach this? And in fact, they are going to push Ginger. We've seen her in this position
remaining.
before. Flashed out once again, and it's Luxie to put her in the grave. Harmony now, it's the last round and a half. She's going to have to 1v3 clutch this. She spotted out Marty. She'll get 1 kill for free, but time is of the essence, and that spike continues to tick down. The last two players have set up a nasty cross here, and all they'll have to do is swing on one another. Not even needed. Annie will shut it down. A 10-2 half in favor of DVM.
Yeah, really difficult one. Again, another post plant. They have the advantage. The fact that you catch, Marty out in mid, I wasn't 100% sure looking at it whether he was holding for somebody pushing mid or whether he was just waiting for that post plant lineup. But you catch them out. Even if you go down there, even if you lose the pick, you know where at least one of the two remaining are. And when you're the last person, that means your crossfire, you just reposition where you're looking. There's no way to really get back into that and defuse, especially as you said, with the time so low. So DVM Miss, their ability to take space beyond the site and the post plants has served them so well. And yeah, Ultimate Attacks Ruby, they're facing a very difficult position here.
Do you want to hear something really scary?
Okay.
So the last time these teams played against each other on Pearl, DVM only managed to get 5 rounds in the first half on their attack. On their defense, they only conceded 1 round. They just had an attack of 10 rounds, and they're on defense. Does not bode well for our attacking squad, but with that trade-off, perhaps they have the space that they need to work with. Spike will get planted. DVM very much huddled together. Some crucial information garnered from Marty here, but she swings alone. No one to back her up, and it gives a free kill over to Jade. Now Luxie and Toki will keep things in a more contestable position. Oh, it's a great wraparound. It's a great pincer. And there'll be 1 versus 2 straight into the smoke and straight into the grave.
Yep, that is a rough one there. It's when you get down to that last position, you're so far away, you hear the sound of the defuse being tapped. You do just kind of have to get a move on. You can't really risk even it being halved at that point. But you got to give credit. They got the spike down. It's a little bit of cash flow potentially. As you can see, they are able to force into this a little bit, desperately trying to hold off that map point, but it's not exactly the best buy to work with here. Jade blast cannon with the outlaw, but they managed to get themselves onto site, and they're really gonna have to push this aggression here. But I don't think DVM is. They're gonna be willing to concede this initial mid battle. They took so much space. They abused it on their own attack side, and I have a feeling we may see a bit of a similar scenario.
Oh man, that it connects on the second shot and then rescue so cheekily in the smoke there. Takes a ton of damage, but the suppressive fire delays so much, so Annie is able to reposition. She gets a double with the outlaw. Luxie to clean it up, and DVM now on map point.
Match point.
We said DVM take the first map, and with how the Veto laid out, this is setting themselves up really nicely. And this is looking, every map we see from them seems to get stronger and stronger. So I am beyond excited to see where they can go with this. It's going to be a bonus round for them, but given what they're up against, even Stevens in the armory here. And DVM going to go for an aggressive look again, or are they going to try switch up the pace, keep them on their toes? It's been working for them, but you can catch them off guard. All you need is one more.
Rifles in hand, that could be a little bit spicy. Oh no! Oh, it's all falling apart at the seams! Only 2 players left, stuck in mid now. The spike can at least rotate. So that's at least something that they've got going for them, but look at the positioning here towards the A site. The potential for a pincer is too good. The Prowlers will spot out our Sova player, and that's going to force yet another back out. They've got so little room to work with. They're now going to re-hit here. Despite that information being given over, the smoke will clear. The Lear comes out, doesn't manage to get any information, however. A chance here. There's a world. They're going to have to play this perfectly. Shots don't connect. Spotted out. Those shots don't connect either. And it's the Stinger that comes out on top of that battle. But here's where things get spicy because, as mentioned, Astra bringing up main to complement Marty right there in art. And with the last player left alive, the Salvo will clean it up. A 13-2 in favor of DVM. They may not have gotten their revenge in terms of a full-on series, but in terms of a scoreline, yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, we've got to take a look at the stats. Everybody on DVM stepping up, and it's so evenly distributed between them. We talked about Rescue. It's interesting going from the Duelist to the Killjoy, and when you're playing on a Sentinel as well, that requires you to be alive to have value to your team, especially in the later parts of the round, playing in that way, and then still coming out top fragging MVP of the map. Is immaculate. You go 4 opening picks, and a lot of the time they weren't even really looking for these opening picks. They were sort of just walking into them, having that little bit of a distraction fake, just toying and tugging with the map control, and walking into it. Those first kills often led to 2 kills, 3 kills, an empty site, and they were unstoppable from that, as you can see from the post-plant stat.
Yeah, I think what really scares me is I was talking about how alternate attacks had quite a few opening kills and DVM were just able to, restabilize so often. 6 opening kills and only being able to convert 2 of those rounds is a very rough statistic to kind of swallow, unfortunately. This has been a rough start to this series. You know, for a team that's come into this feeling like they should have the upper hand, knowing that they've beaten them before, knowing that they, there's a certain amount of confidence in that. And unfortunately, it's fallen to the wayside. And the big concern here was that as we head into Haven, which is our second map, we had our Veto obviously a little bit earlier on, and we knew that obviously with this being DVM's map pick and they won it previously, you kind of start to think, well, there's a good chance they'll win it again. But previously it was a 13-8. And as we head into Haven, we're talking about how DVM were looking comfortable on it, but they've only played it that one time. They did win it, whereas ATN, they've played it a few times and their record isn't quite as squeaky clean. So there's a lot of question marks about what that next map is going to look like.
It is. And I think when we talk so much about a lot of the really big success being found from abusing that map control, going on to a 3-site map where you have even more opportunity to do that is certainly going to be a chance for them to full brakes are off, full send it, which can definitely be a worry. But we look at, previously it was a reverse sweep. DVM had a really good showing on Pearl and then lost the series. They had a 13-1 against them, which ultimately led in a 1-2 loss in the series. So they're not down and out yet. We saw a lot of really great utility usage coming out from alternate attacks. Those flashes, they were successful. Unfortunately, a lot of the time not able to quite find the kills off the back of them. And the blind covering fire, you've got to commend it at some point as well. Being able to hold those angles even fully blind. But I think maybe that's us said and done for map number 1. We go into Haven very shortly, but any parting words for us, Nairi?
Yeah, I mean, we can sit and speculate as much as we like on what that next map is going to look like, but the only ones who know are these 2 teams, and they're going to show it to us on the other side of this break. And welcome back. A very short break to complement a very short map, but perhaps the next map will offer a little bit more excitement. If you are just joining us, so this is, of course, Game Changers Contenders Series 1, and we are determining which of our teams will be going through to Stage 2 of the main event. It is currently a banger rematch between Alternate Attacks and DVM Miss, and DVM Miss just took their map pick 13-2 in a fairly one-sided fashion. Now we're heading on over to Haven, and we're really looking forward to seeing that one because, well, Lotus, the map that they got 13-1 on, they decided to ban. And it all comes down to what on earth are we going to see in the server? And we can kick off that discussion with our Agent Select affinity.
We can indeed. And we talked about how in a meta at the moment where there's a lot more variation of what you can play feasibly, we're not seeing mirror picks where, you know, if there is a single agent deviation, we're pointing at the screen going, what is going on here? We're getting to see that. And we saw that a lot last map. in the differences between, we had a Vice, we had Chamber coming out, we had Fade. We got to see a lot of variation between these two teams. I'm hoping Haven is one of those maps we haven't seen as much of a shift towards that, but definitely still a lot more room for these teams to play into some different options. But I think we've got the agent select ready, and ooh.
There it is. Oh,
Okay.
no. Oh, okay. I'm down for the neon, but y'all can keep the deadlock.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm a big fan of the Neon picks, always have been. I think that she's in a really good place, much to some people's dismay. But yeah, Deadlock is an interesting choice. I think DVM Miss, when we saw them play Haven, they did also pick into this agent. I'm curious to see, how effective it's going to be necessarily. Well, I don't know. I'm quite excited. Got the Breach coming out. I love Breach. I think he's a great agent, great pick. Not leaning into the Tejo. Marty's still rocking with it, though.
Yeah, honestly, I think that a Breach brings so much to the table. Particularly if you play it well. There's a reasonable ceiling on the Breach, but if you can actually hit that ceiling, you could do some devastating things. Aside from that, like you said, right, I quite like the Neon as well. I think that being able to reposition incredibly quickly on a map that's fairly large is certainly a boon for you, and for ATN as well, starting on this attacking side, they can really use that to their advantage. Looking forward to seeing how that does play out. Interesting to note that Lil B obviously swapped from that Chamber towards a Breach, so quite a big difference in the role silos. But let's dive straight into our first pistol round and dive in. Jade Will takes down her duelist counterpart in Annie, and it looks like this A site is free for the taking. That was the only line of defense. The spike will get planted, and this is going to have to be a 4-person retake. Funneling in up through window and through that connector. No flank in sight. Nothing to set up any sort of a crossfire. But who needs a crossfire when you've got salvos? Unfortunately, Harmony's gun shoots harder than the salvo. But teammates falling around her. Harmony now has to be the hero. 2 more, but she can't get that final one. And once again, it's Rescue that brings through that clutch victory.
10 HP to get it done with, and it looked so over, but 2 back-to-back headshots. Oh, you gotta commend it there as well. That's both of our pistol rounds. Double ghost headshots. Really swinging the momentum there. And that is going to mean the DVM Miss. It's a bit messy. Actually, feels a bit like a reverse history. Map number 1, we saw the whole time them dismantling very quickly, very rapidly. Now, this time, alternate attacks, they seem to be setting the pace a little bit differently, and this is very much something that we're going to need to see continued. Alternate attacks, they've got single ghost, single sheriff, and it's not going to be a whole lot to contend with. It looks like they're heading over towards garage mid. Actually, so much space.
I mean, this is one of those rounds where you tend to see a lot of those heavy B hits, but the question is, how are we doing it? And in fact, we're not doing it. We're faking it. We're tapping and TPing away and then heading on over to the C site instead. Now, there is a bit of a prediction here for that, as now DVM trying to deny but can't stop the plant from coming through. However, they will be able to get a little bit of damage here. Can they follow it up? Yes, Toki to get one more. They're keeping this devastatingly close, and they've done it. They've absolutely done it. Around that was a little bit too close for comfort. It felt like they've managed to snag it through, and yes, it will be a bit expensive into the next round, but they get themselves up to 2.
Difficult. Maybe towards the end could have been a little bit more damage, but Harmony caught, hand in the cookie jar, reaching for that weapon instead. So taken down pretty clearly, but alternate attacks, it's nice to see them putting up definitely more of a fight in these post-plant situations already. They're not going to be able to afford into this one as well. The forcing is going to continue, so this time it's going to be a bit messy and...
Over there.
Sorry, not messy. It's still bonus round. What am I on about?
Yeah.
They haven't died.
I mean, it is bonus, but it's reinvested bonus.
Yeah.
Which does make things a little bit more wibbly-wobbly, because obviously they're coming up against the rifles here. Very early Hunter's Fury to potentially clear out a little bit of space here, and actually manages to get a frag. A little bit outrageous here, but we'll see that mesh come out to deny you know, any possibility that they were going to try and take advantage off the back of that kill. Really where their minds were angling, it seems. Waiting to see if anybody pushed out, if anybody tried to take some space out towards mid. Start posturing their way back towards A, waiting for this mesh. Not even waiting, in fact, they'll shoot it instead. Draws out the net, and Jade says, what net? Runs straight past it, connects onto Luxian with a 2-player advantage and a free and clear A site. This should be a pretty easy plant. Now DVM in a whole heck of trouble with only 3 players left alive, and we mentioned this was a reinvestment. They didn't have all of those guns available, so this is going to have to be pretty darn flawless. They've got some good utility. Could still potentially work with you. A flash through, nothing to follow up. The shots aren't connecting, and Toki, there's no way for her to clutch this one out. I'm going to call it, guys. There's no way. She'll get one, and that's all she wrote.
Yeah, smoke after smoke being thrown in towards that angle. You just lock it out of sight. I love the jump down there from Annie. Just the jump down, desperate spamming, trying to find one of the hell players. Found one would have been amazing. Found two would have needed to be the most perfect positioning you would ever seen. But I like the play. I like the firepower. Alternate Attack's getting round on the board a lot earlier this time. Now we're finally going to get to see them come into this with a little bit more of an even arsenal. So this is where we're going to finally get to see maybe a little bit of the test of this map with even weaponry. Looks like they're going heavily aggressive over towards A once again. Annie's just missed the first couple of players. Can hear all of the chaos going on, but actually Marty trying to find a bit of space out. Damage is good.
Oh, Annie, how do you get 2 there before finally being traded out? You'll take that trade every day of the week now, as your defensive line has that numbers advantage. But care the Cypher on... Nope, never mind. Don't care the Cypher. The Cypher's gone. Not even a concern to be dealt with, to be even thought about. And now ATN only have 2 players left. And you got a question, is pushing this the right call? Caught off by the barrier mesh, so not going to be able to slip away. Harmony, we've seen her in a position like this before, caught with the spike alone. A little bit of time here, so a rotation can come to fruition, perhaps a spike plant, but there's going to be too much more that you'll be able to accomplish in this one.
No, DVM Miss, they're still holding on to this. They haven't even had a look at the idea of a rotate yet, but even if he managed to sneak onto a site, I think plant actually may well be able to get the plant. The trip being broken is going to be the indicator, but if you're quick, that money's all yours. Planting, I'm assuming, going to head outside towards Garage, trying to clear herself a path first, but Rescue not going to let that happen, and they are immediately dogpiling.
Honestly, yeah, I was here for it. I was ready for it. But unfortunately, yeah, I mean, that goes pretty much as to be expected. And after alternate attacks get 1 round, it's very quickly stolen away from them in a rather an unceremonious fashion. But they'll still be able to eke out a buy here, and that's a really important factor, you know? Thankfully, the economy isn't super punishing, even when you do lose a round. So for them to be able to buy back in, they could be feeling very comfortable. Well, maybe not comfortable, but they'll be feeling a whole hell of a lot better than they would have been.
They could be feeling more uncomfortable.
Exactly, right? Like, it could always be worse.
Like, good life motto there, but alternate attacks. There we go. There's the net in early. They've been burnt more than a couple of times now by the early peaks, but this time switch up with the game plan and over towards long. A little bit of face being shown, and this is where they're really going to have some trouble, but they've got a lot of presence stacked up here.
And again, going for a... It's not even really a default. It's just a little bit of push and pull. Wondering some of that early information. Shots fired down long, trying to get a sneaky shot. But nothing will connect for Ginger. They've managed to install Harmony in a very kind of advanced position here. Ooh, all right, Toki. Very smart decision there to readjust after being caught out by that drone. Does kind of give that feeling that maybe it's going to be angling that way. However, DVM, not to be fooled here. Instead, they turn their attention over towards this A site. They're trying to contact up here, ATN, and now Jade pulls the trigger straight through onto the side. Those shots aren't connecting from Annie, and somehow,
30 seconds left.
I don't know how, caught in the ultimate. Oh man, I had a moment of confusion there, and that may have just saved them on this round. It gave them so much space to work with, and Harmony, once again, in a 1v4, just cannot make that miracle happen. That ultimate was crazy.
Well, it just so perfectly timed as well. It screws up everything. And you can see a timeout being called. They're probably just as confused as we are sat watching that. But there's a couple of things. I think the rotate from DVM Miss over to bolster A so quickly is a huge factor in this. Because they have that little bit of a tussle in Garage. You talk about the reposition being so perfect from Toki after being spotted out. But then they hear nothing more Garage. You've got that Cypher posted up long. You have seen nothing. So all you have is one person spamming through you. You've got that Sova spamming through you in Garage. No other information. So they turn around and go, okay, let's car losses. Let's head A early and try get ahead of this. And they do. And having that sort of gutsy ability just to throw yourself at a defense, go, we may not have all of the information. We've got a solid idea. And we play as a team. And that's really what helped them a lot as DVM Miss playing as this pack on the first map. Their ability to trade each other as well is incredible. And so by keeping in this group, calling it early, it meant that they gave themselves the best chance whether they went A or elsewhere.
While we do have just a slight moment of some downtime here, a quick update on some of our other games. Luna won their first map 13-6 against the Babyloni Luli Lolly. And I'm a little bit sad about that because big Anya fan here, but you know, it is what it is. Then Al-Qadsia 13-6 against Nasser Ignite. Blackhand take their first map 13-10 against Twisted Minds. We'll keep you updated as and when we can, but for now, it looks like Jade looking to get a little bit aggressive here on this very wonky half-buy round. She's pulled out the electric dance, and it's just not going to be able to connect because those kills get stolen. Finally, she'll be able to find one, but she's instantly traded out by Rescue, who's caught in an unfavorable position. But the counter flashes keep her alive that little bit longer. This is fantastic, but Toki somehow has managed to keep her wits about her for way too long. Unfortunately, Luxie will still be left in a 1 versus 3. She knows that there's one coming through here from this B side. She knows she can't turn her back. Spotted the cape. And there's the cage. It's a high-low. And she will lose that one. And finally, we'll see alternate attacks post up one more round.
Yeah, when you get trapped in a position like that, you're the last one alive. You've got one behind, two in front. There's, no matter how amazing you are requiring alternate attacks to make a fumble there for that to be winnable, and they're not going to. They stack up, they've got it ready, they've got it unlocked out, and really nicely done that they just don't go for the single prong attack. Having just one player behind to punish on B stops DVM Miss, who have been very quick to rotate, really quick to get on site, so you punish that apprehension, and yeah, serves them very well, puts another round on the board for them. Straight away in, and I love this, that double pincer from Garage with the Omen Neon wham bam combo. I'm hereby officially dubbing it.
I feel like we've had a lot of those wham bam combos, but I suppose it can chop and change. Doesn't have to be the same one every single time. We are flexible here in Valorante. Ooh, clean shot from Toki.
It's we're live as well.
Yeah, and with no damage taken either. Bit of a pots and pans buy, but getting themselves 2 opening frags here, that puts ATN in a very uncomfortable spot no matter how you look at it. Luxie tries to swing on her teammate's contact, not quite managing to connect. Annie okay, she commits the dimensional drift here, and off the back of that info, Rescue's able to shut down Bloxy. Now, oh, they've just lined up for Ginger. They've made it so easy, but it's down to a 1 versus 1, and Jade will slide into Toki's crosshairs, and Toki will get a defuse in a round that they had no business winning.
No, fish in a barrel there. They were penned in, trapped, and yeah, still come away victorious somehow. And I think that's what makes them so scary. We talked about this being a team of all-star players. You've got players from Odd One Out. You've got Falcons Vega players, Nasser Ignite. But you've got people who have been and seen the depths of this competition are playing together. And that means that in these clutch situations, regardless, you get a 3K, they're all lined up for you. That round's still on. And it means that alternate attacks, they don't get any opportunity to ease off the gas here. But I really like what I've been seeing from them coming out with these hyper-aggressive opening plays. They let the map control sort of be completely controlled in map number 1. This time, they're setting the pace. And in these opening rounds and these initial plays, they're finding so much more value.
ATN back to their more slow style once again. See if they can catch someone off guard. Part of me kind of wishes that they get a little bit more proactive. Oh, there we go. 2 spotted out there by the drone. That's fantastic information garnered. Now they know, I mean, they know that Rescue likes to play towards C, so they should know that there's quite a bit of backup available towards that site. How has this called a rotation? How have they done that?
Huh?
They sent a drone in. I mean, okay, it is a bit of conditioning. It's not the first time that we've seen Harmony do that, and the spike was moving towards A at the time. But this feels like a massive over-rotation, and it's given over the B side almost entirely for free. They will have to contend with that operator, but with the shot not connecting and the forced retreat, it gives them time to pop up that smoke. Spite's going to get planted for free. The Rolling Thunder to come through to make sure that they're able to get all of the control in towards Connector. And while there is 1 kill to come through for DVM, it's instantly traded out of the back of the space taken. And what they might not be aware of is that Cypher is waiting for this flank to come through. Perhaps ATN getting a little bit too eager, however, walking straight into Rescue. But here's Ginger, exactly as I called it. Okay, she only gets the second one. The first one gets stolen from Lil B, and she'll get punished for the kill steal. Down to 2 versus 2. Marty makes it a far more contestable affair. But Jade, she doesn't know. They're on the spike. They're busy defusing. She's going to have to spam. She runs out of bullets. She manages to connect with the right click. Another right click to get the last kill of the round. And somehow, she's clutched it. How has she gone and done that?
That had to be the last second, within the last second there. And as you
Free
said,
gun, by the way.
Exactly. But stray right click bullet hits at just the right time. And you've seen the stick, the whole stick. They did not come off. No halving, none of this. You have 1 person standing, trying to toy with the aim, trying to keep them off. And the ability to not be able to ping through smokes, I think, has done a world of wonders for being able to ninja defuse. But that's... Call it luck, call it skill, call it intuition. Something is smiling upon alternate attacks today. Oh.
That's for a free gun. Like, I can't. I am really struggling to not.
Yeah.
That's insane. Because, like, she runs out of bullets, and I'm like, there's no way. There's no way on earth without that rifle spamming through the smoke. And then she pulls out the classic, and because she hasn't needed to use the classic, so it's like full magazine. So you can kind of spam that right click a little bit, but I'll be honest, the RNG in my games, I don't get that. I don't clutch that round. So well done to her. A much needed round as well for ATN, because that's going to force DVM back down onto pistols. And finally, it's starting to look like ATN might be in with a chance of clawing their way back into this matchup.
Yeah, that is exactly the boost that you need. It stops you having this even greater round deficit. It puts a smile on your face, if nothing else, and keeping the mental at the right level to keep this game in contention. But DVM Miss, as you said, just on the pistols, going to be stacking over towards C, and unfortunately for them, don't particularly seem to be where alternate attacks are heading. They send out a smoke, maybe just as a bit of a folly for them, but it's going to be quite a quiet start to the round. I appreciate alternate attacks doing their due diligence, not to be a little bit too hasty. Lossie's teleport onto the top of site is going to clear it out. Call over the information. They can up the pace a little bit here.
Just a little bit, you know.
It's a treat.
If I can get planted. Once again, it's going to be 5v5 retake. Bit of a rough spot. There's so many potential scenarios here. We could have everyone just kind of die to Spike, but with being so close to the half, I don't think that that's viable. So instead, they're going to try to go for this retake, but without anything to bring up the rear, to have all 5 players trying to push through in the exact same spot, that could put you in a ton of danger. And of course, they only have pistols. So the little bit of damage here is truly the best that they can hope for. And damage they will do, but not quite enough. Annie so dangerously low on HP. She's going to try to go for this, but look at Harmony. She's playing for that post-spawn. She's playing for the Hunter's Fury. Not going to need to bring it out, though. But it just goes to show, even if Annie had gotten that kill, that round was a foregone conclusion.
Yeah. Solid attempt with what they had buy-wise. I think you sort of walk away from that with a little bit of a pat on the back. It's not quite the round win, but to get it down to that 2v1, I'm sure they will take with open arms. But yeah, this is the round that it's really going to start to matter. I am absolutely adoring the judge coming out here. On the deadlock is certainly a choice, but I'm here for it. It's going to be Sat. I was going to say it's going to be Satsumas, but it's not going to be Satsumas.
Satsumas? Pretty sure that's a food. All right, Hunter's Fury coming through, creating space, allowing Jade through. Oh my god, the shots! The shots are struggling to connect. Finally, Toki does. Stun's only slightly cosmetic as she does get traded out, but there you go, neural theft. Oh, it's big rescue. All right, she swings through a little bit prematurely, but still gets the kill, unfortunately. Ginger, Radiant waiting. Looks to the last one left alive. Perhaps panic starting to set in here for the DVM squad. That retake was very messy, and it could... I mean, I'm pretty sure it's cost them the round.
Yep. The drone comes out. There's no utility really to hold this off or cover it. You've used your net. They're just going to be spamming you away. Tap it. Try and bait them out, but you're not going to bait out all 3 and take them down. There it is. Omni's going to be the one to find the kill. And they tie up the scoreboard for the first time this series. And Money is going to be yet again in an uncomfortable place in alternate attacks. They have a chance here to start writing the narrative themselves.
This is really great, though. Like, the resurgence that they've managed to get going here. Giving them a bit of a, I suppose, a breath of fresh air. A moment of respite. They can get just a little bit more done here. Might stand themselves a good chance.
Close to a couple of ults, but when you've got opening picks like that, it's not going to matter.
The really devastating part is that A is one of their weak sides. So I don't know, they've like heavily reinforced B, which is interesting. But yeah, it's a choice. And now there's only one player that has to try to hold on to Sewers. Marty getting very aggressive with Marshall. Not gonna really pay off, unfortunately. And yeah, with this being that anti-eco and DVM already having lost 2 players, it is nigh on impossible that they'll actually be able to take out this round. So ATN will find themselves a lead for the first time in this series and finally finding themselves a little bit of comfort into this. But the question becomes, what can DVM do here? Because they were looking incredibly good and everything has just kind of slipped away from them.
Yeah, this round is certainly an anomaly. So I don't know there's much we could take from this. Generally speaking, they've been bolstering B a lot, which feels like an odd choice for them and how this map's been going so far. I'd love to see a little bit more reinforcement over towards A. And you've got to commit. Either try and go for those opening picks or fall back and just play on the site. None of this half in, half out. Rescue, flash. It's not quite going to be chasing her down on this one. You do have to worry because they have managed to let someone slip past both of them. So potential backstab and what little weaponry they came into this with may be taken away. But no, to the spot. That makes sense. Yeah.
Last round.
Just die to the spike.
Don't give them the points. Yeah.
Yeah, and now we head into our final round and a half here. DVM, they'd certainly like to pull this one under their belts. Got a couple of ultimates to make that happen as well. Fortunately for ATN, they're a little bit further away from their own. Closest, of course, being that Rolling Thunder, which can be very impactful, but 2 points away means that it's going to be tough to get that online unless Lil B goes absolutely nuclear. So for DVM here, two relatively impactful ults. I'll be honest, I'm not a huge fan of the Annihilation. In fact, I think both of these ults can be hit or miss, but when they do hit, they can make a massive difference. So determining the best possible way to use them could be the key.
Got to keep them alive and in range enough to use them is the other big one here. On that defense side, definitely a lot more situational, but this time alternate attacks heading towards A again. They know it's been weak. And DVM, they've got no information mid. All they've heard is a little bit over towards Garage. If Ginger can even find a pick here, that's huge. There's the ult invested. Nobody even remotely nearby, so that's the opening pick. And I'm not mad about it being used here, but on the flip side, everything is now focused on A.
Oh, that was so cheeky as well. A little bit of util to spot them out. Nicely done. Information garnered. Rescue brings that advantage even further up. What do ATN do? They're at a deficit. They'll be able to plant that spike at least. Annihilation's going to come through, but like I said, hit or miss. And I guess this time they do miss, huh? Now that Rolling Thunder was brought online, but 1 versus 5. You've got the entire enemy team up on their feet, but unfortunately, you're not going to get too much more done. The defuse to come through, and we go into the half at a evened out scoreline.
Yeah, it was looking dicey for a second, but I'm glad to see it. I'm certainly worried given what we saw on the attack side for DVM Miss, but alternate attacks, they've definitely been looking a lot cleaner in this map as well. We talked about how DVM Miss, they have a 100% win rate on this map of a sample size of 1, as opposed to alternate attacks with 40% win rates across 10 maps instead, if I'm not mistaken. So I think maybe even though the results aren't great, we're definitely getting to see the fact that they've put the reps in coming to a little bit more fruition here. So I'm excited. This pistol round is going to be definitely the pace setter for this half. DVM Miss, I think they need to. We saw it there. If you put the gas down a bit more, you're able to catch them off guard and work with that a bit. I'd love to see that on that attacking side, but no, the deadlock isn't necessarily the agent I'd be wanting to take into the heat of battle first.
Yeah, honestly, I've never become a fan of deadlock. Even with the changes that came through, like I still really feel like there are some agents that do similar things a little bit better. But to be fair, a lot of teams have made it work exceptionally well, so we can't really take that away. What a shot. Okay, doesn't confirm the kill, however. No, Marty, she thinks she's cleared it all out. Oh, that's so rough. The salvos come to naught as she loses her life, but Annie is on site and ready to shut down any points of ingress. Lil B will get traded out, lose her life for her cheeky push into the smoke there, and now the spike should get planted. They've denied a lot of movement in towards the site here, giving themselves space to work with Toki's right click. Finally connect onto Jade. A little bit of happy feet there. Brings it down to a very tough position for ATN. DVM now have that numbers advantage. They're going to look to press it, jumping straight through the window. Caught out the net will snatch Ginger in that snare, and the hunters will encircle their prey.
Yeah, you can see absolutely the right idea in the right place with the information that alternate attacks had. You know, you smoke off towards long. That means that nobody can play for the post plant there because you kind of know that it's a possibility. You try and isolate those fights as best as possible, but unfortunately they didn't have anybody to work with info-wise to push back onto that. Very scrappy on site, I will say, especially in that initial fight for site control. Was a lot of, you know, reloads in front of each other, right-click spam, flashes all over the show. And the team that can come out the top on those scrappier moments is going to be the team that has definitely got the advantage if they keep hitting this A site. But actually, DVM Miss, ease up a little bit. They're not really going to feed them anything here. Marty's gone for a lot of information towards B, and that's so much they can now play off the back of and change up the plan a bit, maybe.
Oh, I love this read from ATN. This is fantastic. Despite all of that noise being made over towards B, they pull these rotations across instantly. They have an inkling Luxie has already made her way in onto the site. Oh, the ping is beautiful. Catches out Blossy. The swing is fantastic. The flash is good. Allows a little bit of a trade to come through, but it looks like that could be everything they're going to be able to get in this round, as unfortunately now left to only one to try to clutch this one out. Ginger has had a great series so far, but not going to be able to get too much more done, unfortunately. A 2-round lead once again for DVM. They're back in the driving seat.
Yep, and we saw it on Pearl. This seems to be the team's sort of niche here, is they push and pull with the map control a little bit. They like to go, they show a bit of presence mid. We saw that Marty's drone go in, so much information that there were, 3-4 on B up front. And then they peel away, they wait around a little bit. They hit a site, they clear it out. They go into every single plant situation with at least a 2-player advantage. And that makes it very difficult, even if you do everything right, to come back into that. So, alternate attacks. I want to see them take those fights a little bit earlier as well. Meet the pace, fire for fire.
I feel like for both teams, proactivity hasn't really been the name of the game here on their defensive sides. Ooh, Harmony, all right. Spots out one and can back away relatively safely. Info garnered here. Jade not respecting this whatsoever. The concussed come through, but not following up on it. Perhaps the right call to make. The flash very well timed there. They'll be able to shut that down, but they get perhaps a little too aggressive. Jade will stabilize, though. 3 versus 2 here, and yes, they have lost that spike. And this is the danger. This is why we needed that proactivity, because now what on earth do you do if you're DVM? You're already at a massive disadvantage. Okay, I suppose you just shoot them in the head. That generally works. Blossy now caught. Oh, shot's not quite connecting. She's lost a lot of HP. She's going to have to back away. That gives over quite a bit of space here. No, the smoke misses. There's a slight gap. Actually, there's a fairly large gap, to be fair. Shot through it left. And a free rotation. Not only a free rotation, but also the numbers advantage.
Might be able to get ahead of it here quickly if you're speedy, Ginger, but there's one wire broken. Might just be able to. I don't think there's a smoke available, but goes through the box for one. Now whittles it down. They have to either get this kill or the plant, but Annie rounds the corner, max speed, and it's close, and you've got to commend Ginger for it. But yeah, just a little bit at the end, more needed.
That's a crazy way for DVM to win that round as well. Like, they lost the spike. ATN certainly dropped the ball in that round, unfortunately. Should have been their round.
There's a little bit that worried me, is because we saw Jade and Blossy. Blossy had gone all the way around the world to try cover this, right? But Jade's having to look back and forth between sewers and the spike. And that little bit of a worry gives them the opening to try push that space, take that spike. It's a small thing, and at the end of the day, I don't even think it was too, crucial in the outcome of this. But now, ooh, opening shot from Toki.
The proactivity that I so desperately wanted gets punished. You're not really expecting an outlaw to just be waiting for you at the bottom of C-Long. Rough. And, to put it in the hands of the Omen as well with those global smokes, like, if there's anyone that you don't really need to be in the thick of it, it's going to be your Omen. Unfortunately, they can't benefit off of the paranoia, but that's okay. Ooh, ships in the night. No, not ships in the night. Toki, that is so cheeky. That is so unfair on every single level. The fact that she catches them out and opens up the site, and the rotation can come in, and the spike will get planted, and there's only 3 players left alive here for ATN on this retake. And sure, there's a massive gun disadvantage, but that is just so cheeky.
Yeah, and just Harmony left. What do you even do here? There's no entry into this, but I think you're right. It's, heard the Omen ult come through, spots it, but the issue is you're trapped in that cubby. You go and peek that, it gives them the perfect opportunity to swing and punish that. So you end up trapped in the middle of this either way. You are just, unfortunately, sandwiched. You are the marshmallow in the DVM small, essentially. So, difficult one. I love the play, and even if it wasn't the intention, using that teleport onto site as the bait for your team to swing out long, huge brain. I love it. But 10 rounds now, double digits, and they've got the map advantage as well. So every round is going to start to get a little bit more desperate.
a nice little set play there, but it goes a little bit too deep. Ginger dodges it entirely, but that's okay. Looks will trade her out. And again, it looks like they're going to start heading in towards the C site. Smoke lands very well there and denies any sort of sight line. And with the mesh as well. And then there's just so many things happening all across the map here. The lurk that gets shut down, but the spike will get planted. And that, of course, is a crucial thing to keep track of. They've spotted one now in garage. It seems like they might be aware of the potential flank around here. Headlock ulti comes to naught. Ooh, a little bit too late there to shoot out that recon, but only manages to ping up one. They'll swing straight through. The crossfires are beautiful, but ATN's is that much better. They play off of one another, and they will finally get a defuse here and bring themselves to 7.
I think something you pointed out, there was so much going on across the map in that round. Everywhere you look, there's a different fight. There's different little micro elements coming together. And they who are able to keep track of all of the chaos across the map, those who were able to communicate it a little bit better and stay on top of it, even though the spike had gone down, they knew they had the time. They had that in the back of their mind. The fact that they were able to, on every single one of those micro moments, come out on top, it just sort of culminates beautifully in a round win. Definitely messy, definitely a little bit closer than they would like to have it called, but 7 rounds, it's getting closer, and this time, looks like Dimension Dress straight away into B, and they are not willing to give any information across there. Annie's completely missed out everybody.
Oh, geez, it is just a firing range now. ATN certainly have hit their stride here. Round 5. Generally a momentum shifter, but seems they managed to get their skates on a little bit earlier this time around. DVM, okay, I was about to say this was looking like it was going to be a bit of a blowout round, but they do manage to get a little bit of damage done in here. Trying to get a bit more done. Toki, quite cheeky, but doesn't have the spike and is very much corralled. It's all about that damage now. Somehow manages to get one more. Dodges a lot of those bullets. She's taken a lot of damage. They know where she is. He could recover the spike here. With 40-odd seconds left, depending on how quickly she does this, there's a world. And I have to wonder, do ATN know that the spike... I mean, surely they must know. They would have heard it. They would have seen it. So they've opted to move away with the understanding that, like, you know what? It's fine. We'll be able to push back regardless. And now with that neural theft coming through... Toki really is running out of options. 20 seconds left. She's tried to fake it off or play it off that she is going to head for that A site by letting that second ping hit, and instead she'll head over towards B. TP's across to deny shots from connecting. Spike's going to get planted, but oh man, the ult investment is perhaps an overinvestment, but they are at a little bit of a deficit here, so let's keep it as clean as possible, I suppose.
I think the fact that that round goes on for as long as it does is they managed to get Toki up kind of onto site there. But then you've got somebody else has covered it. You don't see anybody cross over into the sewer. So you're assuming no one's there. That means that Toki has the ability to pop out, get those kills on site. The difficulty is fighting your way back off of site, especially when all of your teammates are dropped. I think maybe leaving the spike, tiny bit of a faux pas there, but they had the neural theft to keep that on lockdown. I think, as you said, a little bit of flair with the Neon Ultimate at the end, but you just want that assuredness that you can get this round on the board. You don't want to let them get that 11. You don't want your economy to sort of be in that unstable position. And it gives you just that little bit of a second with the without the worry of using the Vandal running and gunning, even though, as Neon, maybe not the biggest concern. But it's a little bit dramatic, and you know what? I cannot fault someone for a dramatic flair.
You know what? We are show people, so we do have an appreciation for dramatic flair. That is, it's certainly within our wheelhouse. Folks, please do bear with us. We do have a little bit of a tech pause coming through here. Would it be Valorant without some sort of a tech pause? So we'll try and get you through that, as seamlessly as possible. In the meantime, we've just had word. Luna has won their second map. They've taken that series 2-0, and they will be moving forward in the lower bracket. And I'll be honest, I was actually expecting that Luna was going to win in the upper bracket and that we were actually going to see them playing off here. But seeing how DVM are playing, it's kind of, yeah, okay, fair enough. I completely understand how it is that, that's happening. And if you will direct your attention to the PIP, or picture in picture, for those of you not in the know.
Technical here.
Yeah,
Ooh.
yeah, I know things. We have a little bit of a sneak preview as to what's happening over in the Twisted Minds Blackhand game. And a reminder, Blackhand won the first map. That was, that was theirs. And now Twisted Minds looking like they could be taking the second one.
It could be. It's getting a little bit exciting there. Go on, Lean.
I love this. We can always cast Valorant. Even if we can't cast Valorant, we can cast Valorant.
I had this really crazy, really stupid idea that no one will ever go for, but in my mind, I think it'd be really fun. It's like speed dating, but speed casting, where you get like 4 sets of casters, and they do like 4 rounds, and you rotate them, and you've just got to hop onto a game having no idea what has gone on.
Actually, that does sound kind of amazing.
I think it would be scuffed. I think it would be so fun.
You know what? For someone who has casted Spike Rush, you know what? Chaos is my home.
That's your jam.
So
that's your jam.
I could do that.
I think I've got to set this up now. This is going to happen.
I'd be so ready. Let's do it. I mean, you've just planned an event. You could just plan another one. It'll be totally fine. But let's jump back into our map because it is only a 2-round deficit and things are kicking off. Hunter's Fury to start things out here, to get that early info, to deny that space. Harmony will somehow get a kill off the back of that. Ginger getting up close and personal, but those 2 kills instantly traded back allows the neural theft to come through as well. So information will be garnered. They know now, well, they know for now where the ATN ladies are. That can change at a moment's notice. No information gathered towards that attacking spawn, which means they know that, all right, something has made a commitment. No, Lil B gets caught out, and Rescue will find her 3rd in the round. There's a world here where she does get that ace. She's playing that tip of the spear once again, but Blossy will trade her out. Is that going to be enough? We've brought it to a 2 versus 2, and this is certainly manageable.
Uncomfortable position to have had to plant in. You have got one angle to approach this from. Tommy jumped out a little bit, but teammates now able to sort of get involved with this. Can you pincer them? Fish in a barrel, we've talked about it. They're both there. There goes the information, but Blossy just cannot get herself into this fight.
Oh, the swing. Oh, it's beautifully done there. And that allows them to get yet one more. And Harmony, in that final moment, not able to make a connect. You know what? I said I wanted proactivity on the defensive side. Yeah, okay. That was a crazy way to kick things off. And sure, it did result in instant trades. But, I mean, we've spoken about how DVM are so good at stabilizing, even when they've lost a few players. So they're, whatever. Despite that aggression coming through, despite losing a couple of players, Rescue still alive, it's still winnable. And they'll bring themselves up to 11. Now ATN in a very tight spot. They've bought into an operator, so money could quickly become a problem.
It's also been quite a problem, the alternate attacks. They've got so much information so quickly, but DVM, they've got to get onto this site with a little bit of pace because all the info in the world for alternate attacks that they are going to BC. Fight's lost, and Ginger's got no way to really fight back into this, so that's going to be a free plant, but this paranoia could be everything.
Okay, spots out a million players and sticks around to take that fight. Unfortunately, Ginger's not going to let that happen. It's giving time for Toki to get into position, but is Toki going to get the chance? The shots aren't connecting. They know that she's there. Oh, my heavens. She's now put herself in such a tough position. It's now a 1 versus 3, a bit too slow there to react, and she does get taken out. ATN, how have you gone and done that?
It's such a difficult one because I think it's sort of 2 factors. If Toki had been able to get either of those 2 shots, because the positioning, the timing of that flank was immaculate, but the shots didn't connect. The shots connect, completely different round on our hands, right? I think there was still a teammate alive at that point. Maybe they still would have gone down, but you would have had the opportunity amidst that chaos to push a little bit further. But you missed both of them, and now suddenly you're in a 1v3. and everything's sort of a bit it's not looking great after that. Timeout being called, and I think very nicely played here for DVM because something went amiss, something's gone wrong. Take a second to breathe. You only need 2 more here, and that gap is very rapidly diminishing. The alternate attack, the fact that we talked about this in their first series where they took it, but it was a reverse sweep, their ability to have, a rough start, rough first map, rough first half, and then come back in still with the mindset, this is winnable, we can do this, to go the distance. This is what it takes to be playing at this level and to have this really cohesive team. And I think if this keeps dragging out, we're going to see alternate attacks. That ability to have played with each other for so long, that's going to carry them just a little bit further on that momentum and stamina. But they do just have to, even if it's just these rounds, they're running out of contingency. So this has to be a conversion here. You let this go. Yeah. Do not one, then they haven't been back to back to back to back going between the two of them. It's always been either a round streak for alternate attacks or it's been 1 and then lose 2 or 3.
Well, I mean, bearing in mind that again, losing this round puts them on an eco, and that puts us on map and series points, so this has to be perfect, and it's a great way to kick it off. DVM on a half buy, a pots and pans buy that they were unlikely to win. They go quite aggressive towards that B site and just get systematically pulled apart. Only 3 players left. Nope, make that 2 as Rescue gets a little bit cheeky with the Sheriff there, trying to a little bit of damage done.
What site, though?
I mean, they've got Spike, but look at where Neon is.
Yeah.
the pincer encirclement potential here is absolutely outrageous. And DVM have split up. And they've opted to try and create a bit of a crossfire kind of sort of... Nope, because barrier mesh has gone up, so crossfires can't be set up. There's a bit of information garnered that they know that there's at least one there. Looks, he's somehow still managing to collect one of those kills. There's that ultimate coming through as well. Not able to connect onto anything. Marty getting a lot of damage done through that wall as well. But unfortunately, they can't get too much more. Jade's flank comes to fruition. And ATN will hit double digits.
Lovely stuff to hang on there. DVM, all that they were doing was trying to chip away and stalling. Stall masters if ever I've seen them. And that's the best way to play in that situation. But alternate attacks, yep, hang on, they've got it. They've got the ults online, and actually a couple of them looking pretty good. We said that they needed this round to direly avoid serious point on an eco, and actually they've gifted themselves this as well. And it's DVM's money that's in a little bit of trouble here. They win this round, it equalizes. Their money's not in a great place, and suddenly, ooh, the flip has been scripted.
The flip has been scripted? Crazy.
It's like the turntable's taped.
Yeah. I love that. Oh no, I'm gonna steal that one. Do you know that somebody called me out once for saying how the turn's table? I couldn't believe it. So
I said on purpose.
Exactly. So, all right. Trying to play off of the enemy flash there. Unfortunately, backfires pretty badly. Gives some information over. Oh, Ginger runs into 2 players and loses her life. ATN. Why have you gone and done that? We've brought it down to a 3 versus 4 here. Jade's on the flank and she'll be able to get 1, but loses a lot of health in that moment. Made it a somewhat doable affair. Particularly if they can keep those lines close. Make sure that they play off of one another. A lot of information has been given over here. So they're managing to spot out where these players are with all that fire coming through to try to deny the barrier, but we'll find that there is one in garage. A few shots to come through, not connecting. The fast lane doesn't bloom fast enough. Looksy, they know where she is, but they don't expect her to have pushed up so far. Lil B will get 1, but still 2 more to collect. And with Spike ticking away, time is not on her side, and she has to back away. DVM, map and series point here. ATN, caught lacking.
That is such a tricky one. You've got to highlight when you see it, and it doesn't quite drag them over the line here. Jade's flanks have been beyond useful for them, have just been a little bit, because a lot of these rounds without them would have been more one-sided than we've seen them be, quite dramatically. So Jade cannot sing the praises enough there. Difficulty is, you put an op in her hand, suddenly that's a lot more difficult to do. And as a key piece of so many of your successful, or at least attempts and towards successful adjacent rounds, I've had Jade being dynamic. You put her on that op, suddenly you don't quite have that same capacity. DVM, lovely stuff. You change up the pace, and that's really where they've been thriving, is keeping their opponents on their toes, keeping them guessing, and then just abusing the chaos and confusion that comes with that.
I mean, this timeout is so necessary. ATN, something's got to give here. Economy not nearly as busted as I thought it may have been. So at least they still have something to work with. They have the operator online as well. Jade has been putting in so much work on this map so far. It's going to take so much more. 2 rounds is what's needed to get us into overtime. For those of you that struggle with maths, I'm usually one of those people. So
That's me.
Yeah. I mean, I break my own rule often. Never do maths on stream, and yet here I am doing maths. But I'm fairly confident in my assertion this time around. Which team comes out on top of this round? This is such a pivotal one. Fueling neural thefts available to utilize. Jade taking a lot of space here. But that trap wire could slow things down. However, being a neon, that's okay. Oh my god! The shot doesn't connect, and Luxie will put Blossy down. It's not a great way for this round to start. Already at a player disadvantage, and now with the neural theft coming through, they have all the information they could possibly want for these next few moments, and they'll opt to push it. Ginger, a shot through the smoke somehow does connect, and that will bring things back into a far more doable scenario, especially because she'll get off a neural theft of her own, and that's going to force DVM to have to reposition. Looks like they're going to circumvent Jade here, but the footsteps will be heard, so she can communicate that across to the rest of the team. They're not over-rotating. However, in this particular instance, it wouldn't really be an over-rotation. DVM have already made their way all the way up along here. They have control of the site, and the spike will get planted. ATN have held a lot of their utility for these last few moments. The crossfire potentially set up, but instantly Jade gets shut down. There's no time for that crossfire to come to fruition. 3 versus 3. Anyone's game. DVM looking to make it theirs. The double swing is perfect. It gives the numbers advantage, but it's taken straight back. Marty can't get any more done, and we're down to 1 versus 1, and it's Harmony that somehow gets the final kill. The 3rd on the round, the defuse to come through, and they have a stay of execution.
By the skin of their teeth at the end there. I think there's so many decisions in there that I thought maybe questionable. You know, the neural theft, finding 4 of the 5 players on site, and then, you know what, we're going to push it anyway. The fact that they actually don't walk away from that a lot more wounded than they realistically should be, it speaks a lot to how the rest of the round pans out, but just a matter of 1v1s to keep this going. And actually, alternate attacks, final round here, potentially. And it's a messy buy. They're up against the Bucky for Toki. On the attack side, they're going to have to be quick. It's going to have to be spicy. Jade's already pushing up, taking that space, and isn't going to find anything. But that, in and of itself, so much info to work with here. They are so far removed from C. They are playing this very passively.
Who's next?
Definitely playing a far more retakey setup. See if they can make that happen here. This dimensional drift could be quite impactful. Bit of information given over. Oh my god, Rescue just walked straight into 2 players. Was not expecting them to be that deep, but now that gives info to Toki. Toki, oh no, how are you going to play this, Toki? Oh, are you just going to end your life here? No. Okay, Blossy didn't push that, so doesn't know that she's there, doesn't spot that out, but that recon dart will spot Annie. She will lose her life. And ATN going for the sober play. It looks like it has worked out in their favor. Now ultimates come through. So many of them trying to make that space, trying to deny space wherever they can. But it's ATN hit after hit, and they just keep coming. Luxie, the last one standing, cannot secure. And we're going to overtime.
We said we wanted it, and we have been delivered. And it's a flawless round to secure it, to book their ticket to 2 more rounds.
Overtime.
And now money isn't an issue for them, so both of these teams have the opportunity to take all of the handles off. I think you're right there, that the sitting in the smoke with the shotgun, it's a stark choice. Looking definitely not quite the right direction, backing away, but every player that they lost there would have made that even harder for that Bucky to have found a way back into sight when they weren't pushing it. So
I'm out. Thanks.
getting tricky. We've got the ult back out on Jade for this one. That final bit of firepower needed just to try crawl across the finish line.
All right, this is a bit of a reset. We're back at 0. But it's 2 rounds needed. Consecutively, of course, not total. Which one of our teams can make the unthinkable happen here? I mean, this comeback would be phenomenal for ATN to be able to snag this map and take us to map 3. DVM, they've had such dominance. That first map, 13-2. Not looking to let go of that. Ooh, Paranoia just connecting there, not spotting out anything. The drone, that is, obviously. But there is an inkling here. Marty is getting in right behind them. But Ginger, oh, she's just better. Unfortunately, there is someone there to trade. Aftershock will create so much space. Rescue. An absolute demon. How has she gotten 4, bro? She just sat in the back of sight and sprayed down. Okay, buddy. Okay.
We talked about it. Rescue being moved over to the Sentinel role, how that was going to impact their performance and their play style, and how playing a Sentinel as somebody who's so good at shooting things, how that's going to sort of impact the team. But it's moments like that. It's clean, it's calm, it's collected, and it's a 13th round. Unlucky for some, specifically alternate attacks here, but it looks like they're wanting something a little bit punchier, potentially final round, but Jade wants to get ahead of this. Has the shot lined up, and there's number 1.
Is that proactivity?
Yep.
Love to see it. And of course, the untradeability, just hightail it out of there as quickly as humanly possible. Now the smoke clears. There's a setup here. There's potential. She's going to get spotted out. She's going to have to back away. So the potential for another shot absolutely denied. The shot does not connect when she finally takes it. Annie puts her in the grave. Rescue pushes straight through onto site. And now somehow only 2 players left alive. They're so far removed from one another. They can't deny that spike from getting planted. One player's position is 100% known. And there is a rotation here back to the teammate. Realizing that trying to push as 2 individuals never gonna work out in the way that you would like. It's all down to this map and series point. Once again, DVM at a massive player advantage. A win here would secure them a spot at stage 1. And they've got so much utility to just keep that time ticking, to stall it out as long as possible. Blossy gets 1, Ginger to follow it up. Now Ginger has to 1v2 and she can't make it happen. Annie with the final kill of the round, the final kill of the series. And that will be DVM taking it 2-0, finally enacting their revenge and securing their spot at Game Changers Stage 2. I said Stage 1. I meant Stage 2.
Exactly. Now, honestly, looking so clean. And Toki taking that MVP on this map as well, 25 and 17. A sort of sleeper agent at times, so many highlight moments, so many step-up moments as well, but a lot of the time just in the background, just this consistent force for the team. And yeah, I'm really liking this team. There's a lot of argument. If you take a lot of really great players from a lot of random teams, you throw them together, whether that's going to work. Sometimes egos clash, sometimes roles clash, but this is looking incredible. And let's take a little bit more of a breakdown. Post plants, we talked about it before, 7 and 13, but I've just seen you sighing there. Nuri, tell me, I'm guessing it's to do with the first kills.
It's absolutely the first bloods, bro. Like, what is that stat? I mean, we spoke about it in the first map as well. The fact that DVM have been so good at recovering, but that's outrageous. Only getting 8 first kills and still managing to take a 14-12 win. Yeah, all right, fair enough.
I think some of it is also to do with the fact that those opening picks, whilst going ATN's way, a lot of them were instant trades. That's not excusing it in any shape, size, or form, but it's certainly something to consider going forward. But DVM, Booked a slot in stage 2 already, and in such style, mind you. This is a team I'm going to be watching with great interest, I think. And I think maybe other teams are probably going to be looking back at this with maybe some fear, just general concern, an unsettling feeling that this is a super team, not even in the making necessarily, a super team that is already coming for you.
Well, you know what? The last few months in Game Changers have been a series of shakeups. You know, G2 didn't win the last stage. It was Carmine Core, which I must admit, the poetry of Glance's new team beating her old team and, you know, snagging that top spot. Very cool. But we always talk about how Contenders is where the stars of tomorrow are found. How often haven't we seen it where teams that come through from Contenders make it to the main stage and perform incredibly well. So perhaps this will be the next team to do so. We mentioned about how they've got some really strong players that have played in the scene for quite some time. They should be familiar to most of us by now, particularly if you've been in the scene for, you know, a hot minute like I have. Then these names will be very familiar. So looking forward to seeing what they do going forward. And of course, it's not the end of the road for ATN. They will drop down into the lower bracket where they still have a chance to walk away with a qualification a little bit further down the line. But that's going to be us getting near as dawn to the end of our series. Finity, any closing words on the series from you?
All I could say is that it's been an absolute blast. It was a pleasure to watch. There wasn't a moment that was boring there. And it's honestly an honor to be back. It's great to see, as you said, the stars of tomorrow already shining. And also that the fun does not stop here. Oh, no. Dinner time entertainment. Because I don't know about you guys, I can't eat my food without a show. And mind you, we have got an incredible match lined up for you guys next. So I've had a great time. You guys are going to continue to have a great time. Sam, it's always been a pleasure.
Absolutely, and I'm sure that we are all very much looking forward to it. This will be the end for Affinity and I today, but don't despair. Another two phenomenal casters will be taking you through the next matchup. That's going to be Zach and Ilum, and a little bit of a sneak preview for those of you that want to know what that next matchup is going to be. It's going to be ATN taking on Al-Kadzia, so you will in fact get to find out today if ATN will qualify or if their hopes and dreams are dashed on the rocks. It's a long day for them, but it's for our viewing pleasure. We will take a bit of a break here, folks. Unsure entirely how long it's going to be, so don't go too far away. If you're going to go get a drink, just turn up the volume on your PC or keep your headset on so that you know when we're heading back in. We're looking at roughly 15 minutes, and when we return, an absolute banger of a matchup. You don't want to miss it. See you after the break.
Spike planted.
I'm out of here. There.
Cage triggered. Shadows traveling.
One enemy remaining.
Deploying drone.
Thirty seconds left.
Spike planted.
One enemy
Let's
remaining.
try. Trevor! Clearing out!
Back to work.
Guys,
30 seconds left.
spike planted. My ult's ready.
Gone.
Found the spot. Stop it. We're good. Get lost.
Cage triggered. Scatter. Camera taken out. Off your feet!
I'm out of here.
Blinding!
One enemy remaining.
Go, go. Skedaddle. You're done. Gotta go. Gotta go. I'm out of here. I'm out of here. Gotta go.
Cover going out. Start removing. I know exactly where you are.
30 seconds left. Last player standing.
Spike planted.
area. Shock dart.
Coming through! Take this! Go, go, go! One enemy remaining. Trick shots.
Hello everyone, welcome to the last game for today. We're going to be seeing which team is going to be heading to Contenders. I am Zach and I will be your host for the day. However, I will be joined by my co-caster Saren very soon, hopefully. Until then, you're just going to be stuck with me. So I believe you just saw Sam as well as Affinity wrap up what was a very exciting game in that upper bracket. You know, DVM going up against alternate attacks Ruby, and DVM, they, came out on top. They came through both maps smashing, and they knocked alternate attacks down to this lower bracket. But that's the nice thing, right? You still have another chance to be able to qualify for that stage 2 directly without going through those open qualifiers. And that's what we're here for. The second game will decide that. And now I do think we have my co-caster here. So hello, Saren. How are you feeling today?
Hello, I am a bit late, sorry for that, but yeah, I'm really excited to cast this match, and it's been so long since we've casted Game Changers with you as well, so it's an exciting day, it's an exciting matchup, and we've just seen alternate attacks like previous matchup, and that was like nice as well, so I'm waiting to see what they will do on this one. What about you?
Yeah, same. I mean, it's got to be rough for them coming back from, that map loss there. I think, it was a very, even though it was a 2-0, especially on that map number 2, they did put up a rough fight. So hopefully, they've been able to go back, get refreshed a little bit, and come back into this with a cleaner mental. And remember, their opponents here, QAD, they were the ones who are coming through that lower bracket. They've also already played a game today, but they are the ones who were able to come out on top. Let's take a look at the bracket to see the journey for these teams so far. There we go.
Yeah, so it's interesting because, ATN last match, it's like they were performing really, really good, but then they couldn't really manage to come out on top, and now they're going to be facing against J.
Oh. Yeah, I think she lucked out a little bit, but yeah, like Saren was saying there, we do have this bracket coming through. They started off in that lower bracket, and it's been a bit of a rough ride, but they were able to find that 2-0 against Nasser to be able to qualify for this lower bracket run. All they got to do is win one more best of 3 to be able to qualify and make it to that stage 2 here very comfortably. That said, QAD coming off a win. In contrast, alternate attacks, they had a bit of a rough loss there, so they're going to have to refresh and come back into this with a stronger mind. But I mean, alternate attacks, they've had a very good run so far, bit of a dominant season. I think they won a tournament as well between stage 1 and now, so things looking good in that direction, I would say, for them. All they got to do is be able to, reset that mental there and get ready for this best of 3. I think a lot of it will also come down to the map veto, and to see how things shape up in that direction. In that regard, though, I think we do have the map reader ready to go. So let's take a look at what maps we're going to be playing on for today. I think that while we wait for it, I think that in the previous series, we did get to see both Pearl and Haven coming in. So it's going to be interesting to see whether alternate attacks are going to be continuing to go in for those particular maps, or if they're going to be picking something that's a bit of a more of a surprise pick. First pick, though, it is going to be going through their opponents here, and they're going to be choosing Icebox, a map that they have played a decent amount, I would say, so far in their time during Contenders. So I think that it's going to be a strong pick for them. Alternate attacks, of course, going to be happy to lean into more of a comfort pick for them. That Lotus, a map that they've been tried and tested on, especially with the kind of aggression they like to show between Jade and Ellie. I think this is a map that could be very strong for them as well. Decider though, Haven, that is where Alternate Attacks just went down after a close fought battle against DVM. So it's going to be interesting to see if they're going to be able to recover or not by the time we head into that map 3, if it does get that far. Though, I mean, looking at Icebox, I do think this is a map that Alternate Attacks, if they have been able to go back to the drawing board, you know, prepare a little bit, maybe it could be a strong pick for them as well. Ooh, I think Saren is back. I have a whisper from my producer saying that. Yes, welcome back. Thank you.
Hello. Sorry for the disconnect, guys. It's just been on and off these days, so we'll manage. We'll get through this. And while I was gone, I saw that we're going through the map vetoes. So we have Icebox as the first pick, Lotus and Haven. I'm sure you've gone through it while I was gone, but I think it's, you know, such a very wide start to such a high stakes match. You know, this is a lower bracket match, and we have huge maps to start off with, Icebox and Lotus, and I'm gonna be, you know, really interested to see how these agent picks will complement these map picks as well, which I believe we'll be seeing in a bit. But yeah, so to start off with Icebox, QAD's pick, and ATN picking attack. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying Icebox especially, you know, was kind of out of the map pool for a little bit out there, so it jumping back in right now, people are going to be picking it more. And I like that QAD weren't afraid to lean into that particular pick. I mean, it's a map that neither team has played in the last few months, so it's going to be interesting to see if teams have evolved. Of course, you know, Icebox is one of those maps that had what you would call like its meta comp, so as to speak, you know, the Killjoy, the Viper, the Sova. But now, you know, with Tejo coming into play, and, you know, there was also a chamber meta, which certain players enjoyed. We're going to see Anva to be the one leaning into it. All right.
Yeah, just like you said, we have a chamber pick coming, and I did not really expect to see Viper on this map, especially like usually we see.
Oh, I think we lost her again. Oh, well, either way, I will be happy to take over. Yeah, Alternate Attacks going in for that bit of a more comfortable pick, I would say, in terms of agents. Schnelle especially, you know, we don't really need to introduce this particular player. One of the more storied veterans, I would say, of the EMEA scene. So happy to see her picking up that ISO, especially, you know, when you consider the amount of utility on the opposite team. I'm just worried about how long that ISO shield is actually going to last, but nevertheless, it's always good to have an extra edge in battle, and especially if, you know, if you combine it with that KO, you're able to shut down that Killjoy, shut down the Viper or the Sova, you know, cause a little bit more problems there for their opponents. I think that Alternate Attacks could definitely pull off a very strong attacking side, because this is a very heavily attacking favored comp. You got a lot of info, you have a decent amount of post plant, not as much as, you know, the Sova and the Killjoy have together, but you still got the Sova, the KO Molly, Viper Molly if you have it at that point in the round there. So I think that this iteration could definitely be extremely strong. That said, I do think that this is the meta comp. You know, what Alternate Attacks are running here, this is kind of the meta comp here for this team. And I think that especially with how much practice they have on these particular agents, like Lil Bob, for example, extremely talented at playing Killjoy. I think that could definitely be that soul anchor you're waiting for. Right now, though, QAD on defense, spam shot already from Philippa doing a lot of damage there, and Jade now going for those aggressive peeks that she likes to. Gotta be trying to take that contact, but faded perfectly for Schnell, tucked in the corner, caught by the flash, still ready for the kills though. 2 already, doesn't even have the shields up there. And there we go, 3v2, and Schnell pinched between 2 players, but it's still her who seems to be the threat until, of course, Harmony shuts that down.
An aggressive play to start off with, but they're not undecided. ATN, okay, it's getting the kill, and the last one, Chamber, suffered quite a bit in heaven. He left, can he get the kill? No, and ATN scored 4 kills to start off with. Harmony.
Harmony with the 4K coming in as a hero. You know, Schnell being tucked away into the corner. Perfect bait there coming out of QAD. Able to completely set Schnell up for success, but no way out for her. Forced pincered between 2 players. Had no time to really activate that double tap. I feel like that could have been the difference maker there, but aside from that, I mean, 0-1, good pistol start here for alternate attacks. Starting off good.
Revealing area.
Either way, though, QAD now ready for the aggressive peek. They invest the orb. Dink actually coming in from Jada. Again, this QAD team, such veterans of the GC scene that they have, able to just try to make these sheriffs work. But look at this. There's a player tucked away in spawn. Ooh, the sheriff timing. Anva not able to find it, left with just one bullet in the chamber. I don't know if anyone saw what I did there, but chamber goes away, falls back to 5v5 still though. Half the time on the clock having been burned through. Now though, it does seem like alternate attacks, they want to go towards this A side and the read. I mean, there's no information, no sound cue that's been given quite yet, but 3 players already stacked up. Sova having rotated over this recon and the shock dart. This combination could be what could slow down the push. They gotta isolate these fights somehow. Here comes the double tap though, ready to go in for the swing here. The suppress there, the recon as well. They're able to stay contact, but Harmony immediately there with Great.
Oh, sweet peeks coming through with Jade and oh my god! Kills and Enma just classic.
10 seconds left.
He defend the side, got 1 kill, 2
Oh my
kills
god.
Enemy remaining.
but it doesn't continue. Will be guess the last word in that fight, and it's 2 points for alternate attacks Ruby.
Ooh, Assassin's Creed style jump coming in there. Almost gets the success, but Lil Bob towards the backside just swings in and saves the round there. That is going to be the round barely converted for alternate attacks. Not going to leave them much of a bonus, and they're opting to, thanks to them getting the plant and also them having a couple players on just sheriffs in the previous round, they are going to be able to invest in a couple of hero rifles here. Still have a buy as well for that next round, so nothing that's too heavily invested financially. Beautiful shot though from Philippa. The spam perfect. Anva as well punishing a quick swing through. Gets this information as well. Spots 2 more players before TPing out of there.
Here.
Yeah, a good start, and it's just like the typical fight that we saw 2 rounds before on B, and they're looking for some contact right now. ATN taking their time, and Flossy going over to yellow. She should be careful. Okay, and we're gonna spot a player up there. Still knows there's pressure, and on A it should be silent. So I think they should be calling over the rotation anytime soon.
Taking space though. Yellow not really contested. Philippa, I don't know if she's gonna have the information. Has to be a contact play, and Ginger wins out the fight. Viper versus Viper comes out on top. Jada now though has the information. This fight could decide this round's pinnacle. Jada though spots out both players right now, and here comes the recon dart. Anva's made her way around, but Flossy catches the timing. 1-for-1 trade though. Spike not able to go down, and Ginger now trapped in the corner. Jada has to be able to catch the peak, but now a 1v2. Not going to be able to come out. A team ace for QAD, and they're able to find their first round win here. 2 players left alive, so going to put a bit of a pinch in the pockets. And in the meantime, ATN, they're finally going to have enough money to buy rifles across the board here.
Yeah, and I might add, that was like such a good retake, because I thought the late rotation would have costed them the round eventually, but it was really well managed, and to get those kills from mid as well was, task to do, and they do it. Let's see if they can keep up the momentum.
First round on the board. Gotta be able to keep it up like you said. Now though, it's a multiplayer push here. 1 player tagged by the recon. The peak comes through. There's Schnell again without the double tap. Happy to just take the fight head to head, but look at this. There's such a deep lurk up mid. 2 players having taken up all the space. Philippa and Schnell between them. It's gonna be taken down. Philippa now though has to re-clear all of the space. Still there's a player lurking in tube, now falling back 4v4.
Oh, the timing. Ginger just back down. I wonder if Philippa knows. Knows that something's fishy, but I feel like ATM will be rotating over from mid. I wonder if it's gonna be noted here. Okay, Philippa gets the first kill and the spike is down. But they know that ATN is gonna be trying to go be here.
Look at this.
Do you see the lurk from QAD as well? Like deep into their attacker spawn.
Yeah, it's just a question of who's going to take contact first. I mean, Anva as well has cleared out all of B main, so even with the spike, they're going to have to plant onto this B backside. All of this is surrounded, though.
30 seconds
Little Bob's
left.
lure could be the difference maker here, and Felipa going to be caught out in the open. That is a huge kill. Sandra now alone on A side. They're going to have B to themselves for the plants, and Anva the only one who can make a difference here. In the meantime, Little Bob still lurking in towards that CT. Contact could be taken right now, but all the players have converged here, so it's gonna come down to QAD. How much space can they take? Thanks to his dark cover, Anma actually clears out so much right now.
It's a 3v3 situation. And the smoke is covered, and they have all the time in the world to get this, and the spike is towards them. Lassie gets the first kill on Salma. Bob, the late lurk coming through. It's so good.
Enemy remaining.
He has a clear angle into the enemy, and will get kills needed to secure the round, and ATN come out on top once again.
That was such good IGLing coming out of alternate attacks there. You know, the awareness to go mid, even when they're a player down, knows that Felipa has only spotted one or two of them. Not going to expect that wraparound, especially with that late lurk coming in from Lil Bob there. Huge impact throughout the round, the first kill and the second as they come onto site. Going to break the economy here for QAD, which means that it's going to look a little bit more rough for alternate attacks in terms of what they can really do against them. You do have the Outlaw and Jade as well, knowing this lesser buy is going to be an opportunity to try and capitalize off of, but neither side able to find the kill. Chamberlain comes through though instead, so that could be a huge holding pattern for these defenders. Now that they know though that the Chamber ult is A, I don't know if they're still going to contest this. It seems like they want to though.
Yeah, they're just inching closer, and Nobia's gonna be peeking long. I think so. Okay, they spotted out the ult at this point. But there's still remaining a good presence over here. Meanwhile, two players are stacked up, just waiting for someone to lurk from B. It's not gonna come though, so I think the call is made to just gather up. And you can see QAD made the wrong call to rotate over to B side here.
They do have the information though. They caught the Omen out, so you know that just could be the lurk. That's the problem when you're running this double controller composition. Now though, the Sova drone, that's the game given away. I like how alternate attacks, they waited for all of their utility to cycle back, including that Sova recon. A second layer gonna be available if they need it for the site. However, the Chamber ult is still active. Not going to be able to deny the cross, though. Just waiting for someone to possibly come through, but they are aware of it. And alternate attacks, they're not giving them any leeway. No free peeks, no free opening kills. It's just going to have to be contact plays. And, I mean, Jade already looking to play on site. Switched up the gun. Outlaw goes down, but that recon, that is so much info.
That was so good, and they'll be pushing on the side. They have Viper Snakes here. Schnell getting a good first kill, but it's followed by the others.
Last player standing.
Oh no. Almost gets another, but like you said, not going to be able to take it all the way. And the clock, always a factor when you have this kind of utility barrage waiting. And of course, Ginger just happy to play out the round. Now, one away from the Viper's pit. QAD now going to be taking the timeout. Remember, this is their map pick. They picked this, and all of a sudden, despite their comp that favors taking all of these duels, they're not able to just take any advantages. They have been forced to play very passive, to be fair, a lot of these rounds. So I think that could be the difference maker. A little bit more initiative. Sandra goes for a flash. Anva, an early peek coming out of her. Chanel has the ult as well. That could be a major factor. They have a buy in this round, so they got to take a little bit more risk, I think.
Yeah, just like you said. I mean, they have to be more active, and Anma's ult, I think, was the setup for that, but then they got confused and thought it was like a B push instead. So I think that confused them a little bit. And the fact that ATN just really took their time to secure the side, and they gave KD like no picks at all as they were trying to retake the site. So that was a really good call from them, and now it just leaves KD in a little bit tougher position. But I feel like with this buy, they should be able to, force their hand and maybe establish more of a presence in mid and A.
100%. Now, like you said, especially with the buy, they have an operator online, so that could be the tool they need to kind of take that initiative and get that aggressive peak. Looking at the split up, no one really towards mid. Everyone looking to kind of hunker down and anchor on the site, and it does seem like it's a quick A push that we're going to be looking to see. Peak there from Jade. Just completely catches Sandra off guard. Schnell looking to go in for the trade here. Does get the kill as well. So, you know, with that free double tap, should have the shield again. That said, though, still the 3-4 numbers in favor of alternate attacks, and with that Viper spit going down, the retake looks much more hard.
Its spike will be down in the hands of Harmony. Now, 3-player retake is hard, not impossible. We feel like they're gonna be forcing it, and an up in hand as well. Oh no, Harmony got the upper angle in there, and with this Viper spit, it's just so difficult to be contesting. Schnell is true, and Felipe got a kill as well to back it up, but oh my god. All players are really secure and giving no peeks at all. Schnell though found Ginger, so it's going to be really easier to manage, but the time is ticking, time is running out, and Felipa, she knows the time is out, so gets 1 kill and has to say the up.
Yeah, at least a little bit of damage done, but I mean, with the economy being what it is for alternate attacks, with 5 rounds out of 6, gotta be thriving right now. They're at least able to save the op, right? Like you said, salvaging a little bit of hope out of disaster. But I mean, at this point, economy looking very rough, I would say, for QAD. That said, they can't really afford to go in for an eco here. Gonna be seeing a force, and of course, the Bulldog and the operator saved. It's just gotta be a question of they're in the right place at the right time, and it does seem like this time around, you have that in place.
Yeah, and their buy is gonna be more like in shambles right now, but they still have the op from last round, and they're gonna be still choosing to use it in A. Let's see if it makes this worth. Yeah, and I guess the kill onto Jade, and it's a really good start because they have their duelist down.
They do indeed. Killjoy now put down for a little bit more space taking. Anva still though playing aggressive. Has the TP in play, forced to walk out now though, and perhaps hold a bit of an elevated angle. Gotta be a question of if she's gonna choose to go back into this, but no space, and the spam actually catches her off guard. Oh, that's a heartbreaker right there.
Danger, amazing pick right there, and Jada, just with a sheriff in hand, will send the Alderon in, and Schnell is gonna be attempting a way late lurk, but I feel like Lil Bob heard some steps here, so she's gonna be waiting for her. Let's see now. Okay, she got the kills, and Jada will trying to be contesting the side here.
Last player standing.
Oh, she's sticking it. Just able to try to hold on. Not much time. And Lil Bob in the end with a shorty charges in to deny the defuse from coming through. Got a little bit too close for comfort there. QAD trying to stick it under the cover of the Viper's pit, but not going to work out. That said, I mean, sure, it was a bit of a half-buy round there. A decent amount invested, but now still going to have enough money. 1-6, though. They're going to have to start getting these rounds on board. Anva once again able to go in for a hero operator. No armor, nothing else on this chamber. They do have a trip, though, at least for B. The problem is, for A, sorry, this time around, it seems like alternate attacks, they want to go towards B.
Yeah, and they have succeeded to go A most of the time, and it seems like they're going to be... KD is going to be trying to establish a mid-pressure here, and Ginger hears all of his commotion, of course, and is going to be telling her team to push B fast. And Jada is here, oh, cannot manage to get the kill. Onto Duelist here, and Schnell in mid. The Hunter's Ray is used, and Felipa gets the kill. Start things off. Okay, the Lil Bob. And Blossy as well. 2 kills onto another, and Sandra's late lurk just paying off. And Spike was gonna be planted, but the Hunter's Sphere is surely delaying it. And a little bit off kill as well. It's just looking a little bit dicey here for ATN.
The null command as well. Ooh, that's such a huge reveal there. Tempting, though, kind of for Jada to take out the space. 1v2 left here for Little Bob. Has been incredibly impactful before, but now, even with the spike, and now 2 players waiting for the peak, and Anva with the operator will not fail this time. A triple for her on the round here, and finally a second round on the board for QAD. They're going to be able to carry that operator forward as well. So I think the moral of the story here is get Anva in the right place at the right time, and she's going to be the person you need to make that impact.
Yeah, I feel like Anma's up has been a silver lining in all of this. I mean, ATN keeps, looking really solid in most of these rounds, but, when you have this up, like in the opposite side and with the chamber pick as well, it just becomes hard to deal with, and it's going to be switched over to B side this time, which, the spike seems to be over towards A, so we'll see how that plays out. And Ginger is going to be trying to contest his pressure in mid, gets one kill onto Chanel. Knows there's another player. Felipa, do you bite the bullet? Okay, she does. And Ginger makes her pay the price. Sandra Meow. Okay, do you see the double stack here? They're just waiting for this push here by Sandra, but she's going to be patient.
One and done corner, though, gonna force her back. Paranoia hits both players on the backside, and now it's up to whoever's here. Sandra, though, only able to get one before being shut down, and it is just gonna be the chamber versus the world. Anva knows that she has to flee. The question is, will she be allowed to operate her in hand? Just trying to get away from the site. Running for dear life here. Might actually be able to make it through mid. I think she made the sound, though, now just forced to run away. It's a question of whether Anva will be able to save, because 7th is guaranteed here for alternate attacks.
I don't know. The chase seems to be on, and it's gonna be... Who's it gonna be? That's Heinzer is the question. Just keeping a tight angle here. And I think they all guessed that she might have went B, but she's lingering in tube still.
I like how Ginger stays behind, just hoping that no one's gonna get the
Just being cautious, you never know.
You never know. Yeah, you gotta be careful. It does seem like Anva might be allowed to save the operator here. Not much time left. However, they are pushing forward. Has to hold the angle at this juncture. 1, 2, 3, and no.
Oh, the setup. I mean, that was... I really expected her to survive right there, but it didn't happen. So QAD is just having to leave the op behind. And I don't think they have the economy to buy another one as well.
100%. Just gonna have to hunker down and go out with the gunplay. I mean, Anva, of course, there's only one off of the ultimate, so we'll be having that for the next round, most likely. That said, though, Hero Rifle, Bulldog, and Vandal on board. Nothing else that this team really has to work with. Ultimates, so they're cycling up here, but not fast enough for their favor. Oh no, for a second I thought Chanel had a good peek, but again, not having that shield, just making her go down easily. Sheriff in hand, how much damage can you really find? Sandra gets the first, has the molly to try and buy a little bit more time on the site, keep them from coming in, and it's actually gonna work. It's gonna be allowing her to fall back with the rest of her team right now.
Yeah, okay, Jada. Just still here and getting these kills. Sandra really up close and personal with the Sheriff. Cannot manage to get a kill so far, but her presence is noted for sure. And this Vipers is going to be utilized. Harmony choosing to stay out of it to get some kills. Will catch Sandra on the act, and Ginger still here inside the Viper's pit. Oh, Felipa tries to get it there and pick with the classic, but it's not enough. And Anma with the Vandals are gonna be enough. Oh, damage to half, gets one kill, cannot manage to get the other. Ginger managed to secure the round for ATN once again.
ATN to their benefits, at least, I think QAD were able to get the Viper's Pit out. That's something that ATN would rather not have spent, I think. But that said, they get the round, and what a huge round it is. 8-2 right now, an overwhelming lead, I would say, for the ATN squad on their opponent's map pick. Now, though, you've got that chamber ult in play. You're going to be able to have that ISO ult to take a player out of the equation if necessary. On the opposite side, though, nothing really super valuable. I do think you're seeing that Killjoy ult come into play soon, though. So that could be a factor in this round.
Yeah, they'll probably try to get her the orb to kickstart things. Yeah, Jet is noted in heaven. That's good. So, and they're smart. They know that they don't want to push yellow here. Yeah, Jada, we're gonna be orbing, and they know that ATN is inside, and Jade is up and close and personal, but she cannot manage to get so many kills here, and Philippa's still up close, but yeah, Harmony manages to get the kill. Losi okay, TP up, but isn't expected by Sandra. Now 3v3. We're on, and Anna, will she get the kill? Yes, she can. and will be joining her teammates in this retake. Oh, but she's gonna go for the lurk here, or is she?
And she's just clearing out mid there. 3v2 situation. Schnell now forced to push forward. Both players towards main, but now that information has been garnered, they're gonna have to peek. Sandra looking to get half the stick through here. The Sova is gonna deny the full thing. Just gonna be up to Schnell and not gonna be left alive. Post plant impeccable there from alternate attacks. And despite the numerical advantage, QAD still go down 9-2. That was a round where QAD, they sank everything they had into it. The chamber ults, whatever little of the money they had. And this time around, not gonna be the greatest buy. 4 players on light armor. 3 Guardians to boot, so gonna be a much more difficult round. On the opposite side, though, especially, you know, with them having Lil Bobs out there for that A push or, you know, wherever they want to go, it's just gonna give them a free sight.
Yeah, surely, and it seems to be B here, but you can see that QAD also wants to have a close fight, so I wonder who is gonna become the winner here. Felipa gets tagged, so they know. Some people are pushed up close here. Oh, the spam through the wall. Ginger still managed to get the kill on Chanel. Now KD has to play this more carefully. Felipa is still close, but cannot secure the kill, and Jade still in yellow, still a menace. Felipa, oh no. Oh, it's not looking so good for KD. Left with only 2 players and alternate attacks Ruby. They're just secured yellow, and seems that the spike plant is imminent here.
I like the way that alternate attacks have been playing, you know, just letting QAD burn themselves out, burn their util out, knowing that, all right, they like to go in for these fights here, and safety numbers has been the pattern that alternate attacks have excelled by. The only rounds that they've really lost have been off the back of time, but the trade-off has been incredible. A flawless round to end the half at here, and 10-2, it's going to be the score here, Saren. An almost impossible scoreline to look at. I mean, QAD, they better have something special on attack.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, 2-10, it's not impossible. We've seen huge comebacks. I mean, we're probably worse than this, but it's gonna be really hard to get through for sure. And you know, ATN has just come from the match against DVM, so it's gonna be really hard to beat such a warmed up team here. And I feel like they really want to get a revenge and just win this map once and for all. Which was KD's pick, might I remind you, yeah.
You're right about that. Revenge is the watchword here. We know how much we love those good old stories coming into this particular one. And I think for alternate attacks especially, there's a lot that they have at stake here to be able to want to make it. You know, we've talked about consistency, and they're one of those teams that has leveled up consistently over the past 2 years. Heading into this pistol, Ginger actually going to be suppressed, not going to be able to, you know, have that Viper to swing off of, but still the contact plays work out fine, and this is more the QAD players that we're used to seeing. Number advantage garnered, a beautiful shock dart though, does a decent amount of chip damage. Harmony forced to fall back, waiting for the rest of the squad here. Spike not going to be allowed to go down though, and Jada brought down to less than half of her HP thanks to this. A beautiful peek though from Jet, and it is just going to be a 1-for-1 trade once again, 3v2.
Felipa, excuse me, and Anma there to follow it up with Harmony left alone, and it's gonna be a 1v1, but Sandra just shuts it down, and it's a really explosive start from QAD.
Feels really weird to not see Sandra on a Cypher. Like, I think for most of the last year and a half, she was putting up numbers there on the Cypher, but now, you know, a bit more the flex role. I think this team, a lot of players have to adapt to different roles as well. I think, though, QAD has the potential definitely to be a very strong contender, so as to speak, in Stage 2, because they've got quite a strong pool of talent that they've dug into. Felipa, veteran of the scene, Sandra, so much experience, Schnell as well, and Jada. All 4 of these players have been in the scene for a long time, and I mean, Anva at this point, it seems like she'll need no introduction soon. The numbers that she's been putting up to boot. So I think that this is definitely a very strong roster. It's just that I think this map, they might have overmatched themselves. It seems like they've been trying to cook with the comp. It's just a little bit overcooked perhaps. And now this time though.
Yeah, it gets the opening kills. 2 kills is so good to start with. And it just gives them this opening. Blossy is going to be waiting here close with Classic to maybe get a right click. Peek, but nobody's daring to peek her yet. Schnell gonna be looking for another peek here. Will they wait for the Viper wall? They know they won't, and they get the kill. An explosive, flawless round by QAD. What is happening? It seems like we're seeing a different team from the defender's side.
I think we were talking about this before we headed into this map as well, right? How this comp, it tends to be, I mean, it looks like a very attacker-sided comp. You know, you got the ISO as a duelist, you got the Chamber, who's basically a duelist, you've got the KO, who, I mean, if you play him in the right way, could be a duelist. So I think this is a team that has a lot of firepower, not just in terms of the players, but also in terms of the kind of utility they have. And I mean, Chamber, he does the job as a flank watcher as well. Sure, you're not going to have as much util for the post plants or in terms of damage as the Killjoy, but when all of your util are basically extra guns aside from that one flank trip that you have, I think when, especially with a player like Anva, who has shown that she's not afraid to take those first duels and fights, I think that it's been a very strong attacking side, especially when alternate attacks have been giving them those duels to boot. Now, though, a little bit of a pause here. I think, I'm not sure if it's a tech issue or a timeout, but while we figure it out here, yeah, I think there's a bit of a net issue for one of the players, but while we wait and figure it out here, it's an interesting buy that we've got here, Saren. I mean, of course, the full buy coming in for alternate attacks, but 2 players on light armor, and look what Anva has. Anva has an outlaw.
Yeah, and it's gonna be, you know, interesting to see what they do with it on attack as well. And I just wanted to say, like, add to what you said about the comp here. You know, on attack, it just seems like a really unconventional comp. You know, just bringing the explosive potential of Chamber and ISO in one place. I mean, it's not gonna be so like run and gun like a Jet maybe, but we're seeing a really, you know, good agent picks here, and it's going to be, you know, paying out more hopefully since they're now on attack. And I feel like they have the advantage of surprise here. Meanwhile, ATN has a more conventional pick here, a really comp that we're more used to seeing on VCT. So they have the advantage of being the unknown here and coming up with, you know, really interesting plays. But I'm really curious to see which side they'll be picking once the tech pass is over. Do you think they have a better takeover on A or B here?
I think personally I'm gonna have to go with whichever side the Killjoy is not on, because the Killjoy immediately just causes a lot of annoyance, you know, to the agents that they're playing, whether it's especially to Schnell. So I feel like you kind of want to be sure you're able to take care of that util. But again, that's kind of where Sandra comes into play, right? You've got that knife to kind of shut things down. I also think you need to look at the attacking ults here, because you do see a lot of these ults are very close to coming into, or at least getting closer to coming into fruition. In particular, you know, I think if not this round, next round, Schnell is probably going to have that ISO ult come into play. So, you know, being able to grab someone in that kill contract, especially, you know, if you're able to grab that Killjoy or the Jet that might be holding the angle, or the Viper, for example, with the smokes, even if you can't take them out immediately, if you can just take them out of play so your team can take control of the site, that's going to be a really pivotal tool. So I think that with how annoying Killjoy can be as an anchor on this site, especially, you know, with how Lil Bob has been very effective today, I think that being able to break that apart, it's going to be really important for the composition that QAD is running. I see. I think we once again had tech issues on this side of the desk as well. So I will... Yeah, I'll take over here until we get back. So until we get back into the game itself, we're going to be treated on this lovely tour of the Icebox map. Let us join our friends, Mr. Worm, and I think that's the penguin there, while we enjoy the view. While we enjoy the view from up here, looking at this. I mean, what do we see here? We see a site. Just noticing that it does have like a really weird rooftop. From the inside, it does. Oh, all right. Well, for a second, we were like, okay, let's take a nice vacation to a bit of a warmer land there, you know.
No.
Instead of back in the tundra.
No chance. I mean, if you're gonna be seeing Lotus as the upcoming map here, but currently we still have Icebox in our hands and a tick balls to get through, but. Yeah, we were talking about like which side either team is more strong on, and I feel like ever since the round change happened, we didn't quite see a lot of mid pushes by the attacker side. We saw that ATN was really strong and really wanted to contest his pressure onto mid and didn't want to give QAD this like mid control a lot. So what do you think, how do you think QAD will be adapting to this? Do you think they'll be pushing mid more, or will they stick to side since that seems to be working?
I think they might choose to play a little bit more calmly because it's working. And I think at the end of the day, they want to take the duels that they're given first. You know, we saw how alternate attacks really were skilled at playing. Even though they were burning time, they were getting a lot of value for that time with the amounts of peaks that they were being given and the fights that they were taking. So I feel like alternate attacks, also the previous 2 rounds that we saw, it was a bit of an equal situation. They lost the pistol and then they didn't really have the best buy for that upcoming round. Sure, it was a flawless, so it's going to be a very substantial bonus that we're seeing here. You know, I think I saw a couple of bulldogs, a couple of rifles as well, full armor to boot. So yeah, and an outlaw as well. So a decent amount of guns that this team has to be able to do the damage with. I'm just going to be interested, like you said, you know, that mid is a clear angle of contention that you can look into. But also, I think in terms of just the utility that this team has, they want to be sure that they take out a couple of players before they get that spike down at all, because of the fact that they don't have the post-plant util compared to what their opponents have. You know, they don't have those killjoy mollies in particular. Sure, they can Sova shock dart or use the fragment, but we also seen them using that a lot to clear out space. So I don't know if they're going to be having that when that spike does go down inevitably. Back on the A sites, well, at this point, I just want to, you know, kind of ride that conveyor belt up, chill in this office. I feel like the fridges here would have donuts or something. I don't know. I feel like this is a place that would have really, really good donuts. What do you think?
Oh, icebox.
What's the weather for you like, Saren, today?
Well, it was nice, but I feel like in Turkey it's just like currently in April, it's more like, you know, it's different, you know. I feel like 10 years ago I would have said, oh, it's like lovely weather, but then you choose to, for example, go out with a t-shirt and you freeze to death. Seriously, it's just so unpredictable, the weather here, especially in these months. And I feel like summer only begins only after May ends, and it's just like super unpredictable, and I feel like it's still like quite chilly. But what about your place?
Oh, it's just a heat wave. It was 42 degrees today. Don't ask me. I feel like every day my face is melting off. I feel like I'm living inside a brimmold. That's how it feels. Not very nice. It's gonna get worse. It's only May. It get worse. It gets even worse in June and July. But yeah, aside from that, I'm doing okay. Heat wave and all. God bless, we live in an era of air conditioning. First world problems are different. But back to Icebox. You know, I really wish at this point I could just sit in Icebox. Like, yeah, I don't care. Just put me up, like, you know, with the casting desk and a computer inside like a spawn or something. I could really use the tundra weather. Because, you know, when it's cold, like, all you got, you know, you can just put on jackets and stuff. You can always like put another layer on if it gets really cold. But what do you do when it's hot, dude? You just melt. All right, I have a question from production. Would you prefer Icebox weather or Lotus weather? I'm like very close to the place where Lotus actually is IRL, so I know the kind of weather that they have. Yeah, Lotus is in the Western Ghats, I think, of India. So I live in that peninsula, kind of. So I think, does it look close? That's production. Parts of it, yes. The rest of it, not so much. I think parts of it, though, definitely. There are some ancient temples that look cool, and they have like that kind of. I think they're a little bit more. I don't think they have as much as well-defined plants and stuff. This looks very pretty. I think it's a bit more chaotic in the actual temples, if we're being real, you know. But aside from that, yeah. So, you know, Icebox weather or Lotus weather. Honestly, it depends on where I'm living. You know, if I have to survive in the wild, then definitely like Lotus weather. But you know, if I'm not like. If I have like, you know, a comfortable setup and like hot chocolate and like a working internet connection, definitely Icebox weather. You know, you can just go watch the aurora at night. You make some snowmans.
You know, in the lore, it's like people actually like work in Icebox. So there's like a whole facility that's like, you know, made to
get out the artifacts from like the ice, and it's just actual people like used to live and work there. But in Lotus, on the contrary, it's like a really more like hidden ancient site. So like the protocol has been there like once or twice, but it's not really like habitable, which is like the strange thing. I would like take Lotus Weather over Icebox Weather any day, if you ask me. It's just like warm weather any day.
So Lotus Weather, but Icebox facilities. Yeah, you know what? I dig that. You know, let's get the
Yeah.
Icebox
Yeah.
industrial internet so we can play Valorant and watch Rainbow at our computers all day. Either way, though, you know,
Yeah,
while we pontificate more. Oh, sorry, sir, you were saying?
Oh yeah, meanwhile the tech pause will be going on a little bit more, so we have to send in a little bit of a break, but we'll be back with the match, so don't go anywhere.
Yeah, tell us in chat what you would rather have, Lotus Weather or Icebox Weather, and then be honest, okay? We'll be right back. I knew it as soon as
We're back once again with the ATN and QAD match. We left off at 10-4. A really peculiar spot here, and QAD is
Ooh,
going to
nice
be
joke.
going straight on B, actually. A really fast initiation of the sites we're seeing here.
Ooh, and the duels don't go in the favor of alternate attacks here. 2 players down already, and they have control of the site to boot. Harmony suppressed. Like you said, we were talking about this barrage of Veto, and there's just no way for them to really break through. Harmony, unfortunately, shocks herself. Kind of be a bit of a distraction, so Blossy able to get that kill. Now, though, with that spike going down, it's just a question of whether the spam can actually find anything. Sovajone gonna actually be able to tag a player out, and the Paranoia strikes all 3, so this could be an excellent push coming through. Blossy able to, along with Jade, get so much kill, and Harmony finds that final one. Beautiful retake, a 3v5, and alternate attacks make it look easy as they get to 11. Wow, what a retake.
Wow. An amazing retake by ATN, and they're 1 point closer to victory here. We thought, QAD just had this locked and loaded to go for it, but, it just seemed to be a little bit dicey. And ATN managed to make the best out of the situation. Now 2 points closer to get the map pick of QAD after this little tech pause we had here. And it seems like QAD will still be trying to go B, still will be trying to contest this pressure that they failed to, accomplish last round. Let's see, they're not really trying to make noise as well. They're using all utilities to clear close and YOLO. This player will be tagged as Sandra up in heaven. Let's see if she can get any picks right here.
It's you
Nice
and
little
me.
adaptation as well to be able to put the Omen there. Has a TP to get out, but first has to get out of this particular fight. It is going to be Chanel to come out on top. Will replenish the double tap as well. So still multiple players left across here. These one-ways though making it difficult for them to take up the space that they need. And now 2 players, in fact, almost all of alternate attacks have rotated over here towards this B side. You have the push from A as well, all the way towards main. So they have that early information. Chanel and Jada that take contact, and they're able to win out the fights here, giving them once again a numerical advantage. Gotta be able to catch the Sova as well towards that backside. Schnell looking to take that duel, going a little bit forward here. All a question of timing, and Schnell has it in spades. Jade now in a 1v3.
Let's see what she does here. Oh, so many corners to clear.
Oh my god.
And the dart almost cleared her actually. Oh, so close. Noted 1 player just waiting for it. Will get the kill, gets a second here. And the smoke off to commit to the defuse here, but Sandra will be getting the best of her, and QAD comes on top once again.
Ooh, that was a scary round there for a second, but QAD come out on top, making it work round by round here as they get to 5. 2 rounds to all that stand between alternate attacks and victory on their opponent's map pick. So now going to be calling a timeout. Sure, not the greatest economy or money left in the tank here, but they have a lot to work with, if they can get the Jet ult online here with the Blade Storm coming into play, 7 out of 8, or if they can use the Sova ult to be able to try and confirm this particular round, it's going to get them to match point, and they don't even have to financially invest in this particular one. Talking about investments, though, on the opposite side, again, you have a lot of these ults that are coming up to their charging point. Chanel used her last round and already has more than half of it back. Anva also only 3 off of her Chamber ult, and both the Null Command is only 1 step away from coming into play, so that could be the impetus for them to try and push onto site. We've seen how these quick aggressive pushes are being stalled out by utility, but at the end of the day, once the utility stalls out, QAD are able to go forth and win those fights.
Yeah, definitely. And this timeout should be, just giving them a little bit of clear mind to, do what they have been doing actually on attacker side so well. I think ATN is really good on just setting the pace for the round as well. So I feel like these past few rounds they lost because they couldn't control the pace as well as they would like to. But let's see if they can just manage to do that this time. And QAD, meanwhile, they liked going B, and they can really take B main really well. So we'll be seeing another initiation onto here. Ginger up close and personal. Oh, ISO. Wall gonna be just blocking off all of this view, and it's gonna be getting the first kill. And all of these players are just up close and personal on A main, just taking this control, but JD are already deep into B, so I'm not sure if they would want to rotate from here. Okay, a clean knife kill from Jade here. But let's see if another pick can be had here by ATN.
Ooh. Sandra's position known, but they're not able to isolate the fight. That said, though, once they get out of position, every single kill comes through for alternate attacks. And we're talking about this Blade Storm here. Jade, manages to get it onto play, gets that first kill, catches the lurk onto the A side, and then just comes swinging over. Like we were talking about this QAD, once that util goes down, they got to be able to win out those fights. And I mean, at that point, despite them getting that first kill, they just weren't ready for that 3-stack that was lying in wait on site. Perfect crossfires and match point here for alternate attacks. 1 round away from pushing this to their map pick with their opponent's map in their back pocket. Schnell, though, once again has the ult here. Only player on this team with a functional gun as well. So it's going to be up to her and Anva to do the heavy lifting at this juncture. And I mean, Jade, look at this. She has such an aggressive angle already ready to go. They might not expect her. Oh, never mind.
Oops. Could not manage to escape. Oh no, ISO ult just got her in the last second. Let's see who will come out on top here. ISO managed to get the ult kill. Ginger trying to establish some dominance in mid here, but there's a player waiting for her. Let's see. Can get the kill. Oh, she's noted actually. Let's see. She managed to escape at the last second.
Oh.
Khalifa was quite a bit of damage, but still cannot get the kill. 6 HP. Ginger, that's really rough to deal with, and in the end, Khalifa gets the kill, and that will be the start of the exchange onto A. Oh, the ult straight ahead coming through. This player shutting it down in the end. And only 1 player left on ATN's side. Will be coming in way later from Stillman. See. What can you do here?
Ooh, the corner tuck. I don't think that little Bob managed to see it. Has to be the 1v3 fight stick and contact found. Gets the headshot on the first player, gets the kill as well, knows where this KO is. Able to get the second too. Suddenly this 1v3 is a 1v1 and it's just Felipa now. Sheriff in hand has to be able to find this kill here. Little Bob clearing out a lot of the close space, but now with the clock ticking, has to be able to go in for the defuse. And I mean, close angles cleared. It has to be up top. Timing perfect for Felipa. The patience paying off, and it's going to be another round found for QAD as they stay alive on this map. Look at this though, the money's still a little bit on the back foot here for both teams. Still though, both scraping together what they can, but for alternate attacks, which were on an eco in the round before the last one, they're not only going to have 4 ults, they're going to have the operator. So a lot in their arsenal to try and close things out here.
Yeah, it seems like I mean, they're really doing good on both sides, but it seems like QAD still wants to go for a B hit here. Will Bob will be facing the heat. We'll relay the information. Our third teammates. See Sandra looking to play close contact here. We'll send the knife into yellow once again. Oh, it's denied by Lil Bob this time.
Nice little rotation.
Yeah.
I like that they played ahead of it. That KO knife being suppressed was what was letting Schnell just walk in and find those kills. So them being able to break that means Ginger gets to keep her util up a little bit longer. Once again, they're gonna have Schnell just walking in here. Goes for the peek with the flash, able to find that first contact kill. Now they'll possibly have a second kill. Looking to get that kill. Actually gonna connect with on the player, but not able to find that kill to boot. So decent amount of damage being done on Schnell now, looking for more. Double tap gonna fade away at this point. Just gonna be her peeking into Harmony, and Harmony finds that kill. Still, it does seem like alternate attacks, they're ready for the peaks here. Now it's just gonna be Sandra to try and find the kill. 2v3 situation. They're still not able to shut down Harmony.
Oh yeah, and the Viper Spit is gonna be committed here to get the plant down. Oh, but do you see this late lurk coming in as well? And Jade with the shorty as well. Oh, it's gonna be really rough, but maybe she can get a kill or two here. The Viper in the
Oh,
pit
no.
alone, but not for long. Jade getting that shorty kill for the last, and the map is ATN's.
Indeed, we were talking about this, about how this map was a bit of a question mark for both those teams, but Alternate Attacks back when this was in Veto, sure they've had a little bit of a player changes since then, but they still look to be incredibly strong on this particular map. And Jade in particular, along with Little Bob, able to put up those numbers consistently. The real surprise, or not even a surprise, I think, the real standout player was Harmony. Of course, so many of these times, you know, we saw her being able to win out these outrageous 1v1s, especially like in that final round. That said, a very close. I mean, yes, you do have a little bit of the reversal of the team names, but looking at the scoreboard here, you can see that despite Schnell being able to find 7 first bloods, opening up the site so many times, the rest of QAD weren't able to, you know, kind of find those trades and stuff. So either way, though, close game. At least in that second half, too much of a lead to really come back from, I think, and Alternate Attacks are gonna be happy to take this particular map through.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like QAD really got a really good start onto the map, and it seemed like, you know, they were falling behind when they were in the defenders, but once they got the attack, I feel like they started to gain their footing and started to realize the opportunities that they could do. And once they were in the attack, as you said, they had a really strong attack comp with their agent picks. So once they were on attack, we saw their potential and how it could be utilized. But in the end, it just didn't really it was enough to get them to victory. But we still have Lotus in our hands, and that is ATN's map pick as well. So before we send it to the break, what do you expect? I mean, we talked about Iceparks versus Lotus here, but what do you expect? What do you expect to come out on top on this map?
You know, after what we saw, I generally think Alternate Attacks, they have what it needs, but I'm gonna go ahead and vote for QAD here because I want to stir up some controversy. I can already hear Akamas being like, how dare you, the betrayal, but I don't know, man. I feel like QAD, that map was a bit of a warm-up. This one, they're gonna be able to lock in, hopefully. And I mean, looking at the stats as well, it's not the worst map by any means, although I mean, more than that, I think individually, like, you know, Philippa, like of all players, for example, or Schnell, there's a lot of really X tier 1 talent on this team that has shown before. So I think that if they can use that first map to get their ideas together, figure out how they want to play this Lotus, they might be able to come out on top. Though I mean, statistically, Alternate Attacks, they definitely have it going. I gotta give them that.
Okay, let's see who comes out on top then after this short little break. And we are back with the matchup against QAD versus ATN. We're on the second map now after a miraculous icebox spin by ATN. Now we're going on to Lotus, and we talked about this map quite a bit, but what do you think about the agents like that's going to be coming up to our screen in a minute?
I'm actually really curious to see how agents are going to evolve here, because I think that, you know, the previous matchup as well, both Sam and Affinity were kind of talking about it, about Tejo and how he's kind of changed how teams play, not just this map, but in this entire game, in fact, I would say. You know, but with him going to be nerfed very badly, I'm curious to see if teams are still going to be leaning into him. And it seems like Sandra's saying, all right, while Tejo is still going to be broken, let me lean into him a little bit more, especially, you know, when you have Tejo and Breach together in a composition, there's just so much space that you can cover while you're executing onto site. So QAD once again setting themselves up, you know, getting themselves ready to set Schnell up for success like we saw in that previous series. And this time around, Anma actually going to be switching over to the Killjoy, so a little bit more of a standard comp here coming in from QAD. That said, though, on the opposite side, Ultra Attacks, they've got the more meta comp, I would say, running the Fade that Fnatic likes to run, for example. They've got the Breach Fade combination, Neon as well. A lot more rotational capability, I think, in comparison, especially when you have a hard anchor like Cypher kind of able to just sit down and hunker down on sites. So I think that in terms of map control, Ultra Attacks, they've got a little bit more flexibility, but utility-wise, QAD definitely got to be the ones coming out on top.
Yeah, it seems like they'll have a good initiation onto the side, like the attacker's side here. With the Breach and the Fate, it's like just like a really explosive comp to start off with, and with the Jade's Neon pick as well, I really love seeing that. And on QAD's side, I feel like we have a comp that's like gonna be really explosive once again on the attacker side, but I don't know if it's like gonna be really useful for the defense as well. So I feel like they're gonna be leaning more towards just getting the first kills, getting the first bloods, and just trying to establish, you know, some control over the sites here, because they only have one sentinel to work with here. I mean, they have ominous smokes, but the rest of it is just like a really explosive 2 initiators, 1 duelist. So I feel like they're gonna be playing more explosively to start things off with. But I really wonder, you know, since we have 2 initiators and 1 duelist on both sides, which duelist do you think is going to be coming on top here, Schnell or Jade?
I think it just depends on the setup, to be honest. I think that in terms of Raze itself, you have a little bit more of the utility coming into play, and bit more of that movement as well, especially with the verticality on this map. I think there are a couple of like nasty angles you can get yourself in, or a couple of really nice satchel plays you can do. You know, you try to Tejo stun on one side, Breach stun on the other, put an aftershock in the mix, and then just satchel into the fray. You know, when you know that your opponents are going to be either stunned, blind, or off the site, you can just take a lot of space very aggressively. I think that in contrast, though, you do have the quick timings that we've talked about with the Neon. So I think it's a question of who can get themselves in a better position here. And talking about that, Ultra attacks this time around, once again starting on the attacking side. Looks like they want to at least cause the impression of an A push, bait out some Yuto.
Look at, it's already going down, and Tejo and Breach having an explosive start onto A, and Anwa just noted this immediate rotation over towards C. It's going to be a really fast match, it seems, and Jada will be getting the first kill, but the classic as well will be marked by this Fade utility here, but it's not enough to kill her just yet. And Sandra really close in B as well. There's 2 agents here and more coming in by the second. Oh, it's really run and gun this game, especially for a pistol round. It's like so like fast from both of these teams.
Yeah, they tried to fake A, going for the quick push, but that paranoia, I think that piece of Yuto completely changing the destiny of this round for QAD. I would say Jada able to peek off the back of that and get not one but both kills. 2 players left on island, especially with that dark cover persisting. Now with the clock ticking, looks like they want to re-hit C, able to spot out the peak though. Stun actually gonna get dodged here, so Jada with the Sheriff now in hand, actually able to get a 3K already right now. Backup coming in with the Killjoy, and it is just gonna be Harmony left alive. Was incredible that previous game, but this time around a flawless to start things off, and QAD already looking like they want to make up for that depressing first half of last map.
Yeah, and the 4K by Jada to start things off as well. Really good start from this team. And yeah, I feel like we had a really good start from like both of these teams with the, you know, really fast call out by ATN to just rotate immediately over towards C and then B to try and do something. But QAD were really, really ready to defend this huge map. But let's see if ATN catches on to their strategy.
See what they're gonna do. I mean, you have the Neon with the shorty, so always a welcoming start. It looks like they want to funnel in towards this B site. You do have the Phantom, or is that a Guardian waiting into play? They're gonna use this dark cover to actually push themselves out here, but the stun along with the crunch from Schnell is gonna be perfect. 4K for the Raze. Jada only gets 1, but that's actually good because now Schnell is gonna be able to get on track with charging that showstopper up to 4K for her, and flawless bonus, or for rather a flawless anti-eco again coming in for QAD.
Yeah, that round was really, really fast, and it seems like a really good start for QAD. I wonder if ATN will be trying to push A this time, because normally with teams you see a lot of A pressure to kick things off, especially when you're on the attacker side. So, and I haven't seen them attempt that yet. So I'm wondering if that's something on their mind. They do have to get through the breach and the Tejo comp they saw in the pistol round to kick things off. So I really wonder what their strategy is going to be going forward, because, you know, they tried to go B, it didn't work. C, I mean, they didn't manage to get any kills actually. So, but their initiation was good, but it didn't really quite pay off the way they would have wanted it to be. So what do you think? How do you think they're going to be evolving after this?
I think I kind of like that Ultra Attacks, they continue to put the pressure down on that A site. I think that if they can continue to kind of keep that lane closed, they have a few more options to work around with. I think the biggest obstacle that they have is kind of dealing with the sheer amount of utility that's available, right? Like you saw it on the pistol, you know, they try to go into C, Paranoia and Dark Cover stops them, then they go into B, they're stopped by the stun as well as the pain shells. You know, whatever part of the map they're contesting, QAD seems to have utility to kind of like put a stop to that. So hopefully, you know, they're able to kind of bait this util out and then try to take contact. Looking at this buy, however, pretty interesting. I don't know if we're going to be seeing Felipa and Sandra buy into this particular one while we wait for this tech pause to resolve. That said, though, on the other side, you still do have Anva with the Outlaw. Could be dangerous against these players, because you notice that you have 3 of them with light armor, for example, maybe a 4th one as well if they choose to buy into that. So that Outlaw could definitely find a lot of value here, especially when you combine it with the Judge in Sandra's hands. Especially, I don't know, man, I feel like a Judge in this map can just be so dangerous if it's in the right place. You know, for example, that A cave, or even just on that C site or tucked into a corner. There's just so much that you can do with it.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see if it pays off. Harmony gonna be sending the eye in. Oh, and you see Jada CPing up close and personal, and ATN, I feel like they might have, you know, wanted to go for an A push here, but a really height pressure is established by QAD, so I thought that's gonna be a possibility here. As of the moment, Jada waiting ready with the paranoia as well. So it's been quiet so far. I feel like they're gonna be trying to lure the killjoy out or just going for the A push. Oh, Jada's blinded here, and in the end, it's gonna be getting the kill. Schnell still close, unaffected.
Again, Jada with the paranoia.
Wait, actually, Ginger's lurk here could pay off, but oh,
Oh,
my
no.
god, Enma is so aware of this. With a cool pick from her. Meanwhile, Sandra is just waiting with this judge, but are they gonna be going C? It seems like B is clear, so Lil Bob has carried the spike over towards here. Let's see. Okay, one more kill by Blossy to be found. Oh, and Lil Bob gets quite a bit of damage, but still it manages to get the kill. And Blossy close here manages to get the kill in the end with the Jada and the spike. Oh goodness, and 10 seconds left. It's gonna be all for naught at this point. I feel like it was a good start to the round, but it was really, really late. This attack and playing for picks that they did once KD let their guard down, it's still not enough, and they only managed to get over one weapon for the next round.
Yeah, that full buy not really working out the way alternate attacks would have wanted at all. And again, Jada with the paranoia, with the hero plays, able to hold on to that crucial position towards Rubble, despite that door being broken. That said, though, I mean, alternate attacks, they were in a 2v5 and they still managed to bring it down to only one player left standing. So I think all things like one player advantage. So all things considered, it was a nice round from them. Looking to go fast this time around, and Jade with that rifle actually able to capitalize and find an open pick. Sandra playing aggressive, though, able to find the punish. 1-for-1 trade. They are going to be going forward, but a little bit ahead. And the Sheriff from Lil Bob actually able to connect right now. The rest of the team forced to fall back here. QAD with the numbers disadvantage. It is going to be the perfect peak, though. And a 1-for-1 trade, 2v3. Still numbers in favor. Philippe on the site has to be the hero here. Might be able to find the timing in the dark cover. Has to expect this player.
Goodness.
Oh, it's gonna fade.
Oh no. Ginger managed to catch her unguarded. Philippe on Enva now left alone. 3 players on site to deal with. Let's see what she can make of it. I wonder. Yeah, Ginger has spotted her and tagged by this utility as well. Let's see what she can make out of. And look at this side pick here. It's a thrifty round won by ATN and in really good fashion as well. I didn't expect this round to go like this at all.
I mean, I think they, the last 3 rounds, heavy A control coming in from QAD. Really nice adaptation coming in from alternate attacks to kind of go in for the punish. They're expecting, Jado or Schnell to be forward. And with the stun and the flash peek, they were able to catch Schnell off guard, get that first pick, and then go in from there. Just once they broke apart the Ironclad defense that the team has been putting together, just not having the numbers, they were able to consistently keep that advantage throughout that round. Once again, they're looking to go forward. Tejo Miss coming in now, separating Jade from the rest of the team. There comes a stun. I don't know if they're going to peek off the back of it, though. So Jade actually able to bait all this utility and still take the space.
Yeah, and she's still not damaged. Let's see if she can find center here. She seems to have backed into favor corner. Meanwhile, Ginger's still waiting to maybe push Lurk from B like last time, and Prowler doesn't tag Sandra. So no information gathered on there, and ATN seems to be having the call to ready door towards the seaside. And the Jiggle Peak is going to be spotting out some players. Is not damaged, but the info is going to be relayed, and Schnell is Contenders covering me still. Let's see what happens. Oh, Schnell. Oh, really good ult used by her, but still more coming through. Oh, yes, she still gets the kill.
Ooh. Sandra able to make the trap play happen, and now 2v4 situation. Ultra attacks, they have the C side available, but numbers still in favor of QAD. Timing has to be everything here, and Sandra has it in spades as she shakes down Ginger. All up to Little Ball. Tom is going to be enough to shut her down here as the fourth round comes into play for QAD. I mean, I think that with that first surprise attack, though, adaptation was there from QAD. They fell a little bit further back. They were waiting for alternate attacks to like kind of reveal their hand, and I think in particular, the fact that they're able to get all this information and then make the plays off of them within the span of like 5 seconds or less. I think it's really setting them up for success. Like you saw even in that previous round, Sandra takes that initial fight with Blossy, not able to get that first kill, but then, immediate backup coming in there from Felipa with the stun, catches her off guard and is able to go for the repeat with all the confidence in the world. So very strong start here for QAD.
Yeah, definitely. And it seems like they're really playing their comp well. And just like we said in the beginning, I feel like they're going to be leaning more towards the attack and just establishing pressure onto the main places in the side especially. And you can see that Schnell, especially on B, like she was so explosive and she did not let the side go. People were just rushing C, and normally, as a duelist, you have the kind of tendency to just like rush to wherever the people are. But she was really calm and waited and got the ult kill and 2 kills more to go with it as well. So I feel like she was, really the hero in that round to gain one more round for QAD, and they seem to be doing all right so far.
100%. I think they're able to really start building up that huge lead here. And we saw the difference the momentum made in that first game, especially this time around. Alternate attacks, they're the ones on the back foot. Once again, though, they're going to have a bye for this particular round. And let's see how this A push that seems to be going through. Early missiles coming in. Again, though, Jade able to just dodge it through and gets caught by the stun, but still no damage done at all to these players. A very good trade, I would say, overall.
Yeah, much of Sandra's abilities are used just at the very beginning of the round. The information is gathered, and it seems like ATN will be committing to the A push this time. To spam through the tree to make sure no players are there, and Enva will be backing off, but her steps are heard, and let's see if she's gonna be able to catch her. We just noticed in heaven as well, and Harmony gets a kill, but Enva is still at the contested side until the breach hold comes through. Blossy gets a kill, and it's gonna be 3-person retake for QAD.
Looking at the ults that they have, it's going to be difficult. Sandra having to find a surprise kill. Has to expect this Ginger as well hanging around here. I don't know if that's going to be the case. Nope, not going to be there. Sandra gets taken down. All going to come up to Schnell, who gets a huge double kill. Gets shut down, though. And now it's just the Omen versus the world. 1v2 situation. Nero Theft comes through. Has to be able to win out the 1v1, but it's Breach who comes out on top in the first case. And alternate attacks, they find the second round. I think they've realized that if you play too slow with QAD, it doesn't work out. So what worked for them the last time, it was the 5-person full run it down towards A side. And once again, they managed to make it work a second time to boot.
Yeah, and I feel like they didn't let it stop them this time. Last round it was more like, what are the stakes? Do we go in, or like, does more trouble wait for us here? I feel like those were the thoughts were just like going through ATN's mind. But this time they really committed to it, and despite all of the HLTBs from the other side, they were just like stagnant on just like pushing through. But let's see if Schnell's gonna be contesting this pressure here. Okay, she just goes in and gets 1 kill only, unfortunately. Will be in Harmony. There to backed up, and the Perennial coming in fast as well. I feel like they're gonna be predicting Sandra here. She's still able to get 1 kill. Received quite a bit of damage though. Ginger. Oh, this flank is gonna be denied immediately. It's gonna be leaving QAD in a peculiar spot. J-Dog gets the kill. And the Tejo ult deny the plant, denied the pressure here. Oh, but Sandra, can she predict this through? People push coming through. There's one player, but Lil Bob is unspotted here. J-Dog predicts the push, but cannot score the kill. Lil Bob, the 3 kills, scores another round for ATN.
Another round that was too close for comfort, with Little Bob on top. They're able to not only find that fight out kill, but also just managed to bait out that Tejo ult there. I mean, kudos to QAD. They managed to make it look a bit close at least, but alternate attacks with that, they have found confidence in themselves and they're pushed onto this A site. Sure, it was a 1-4 start, but now they're starting to narrow down the lead here, and especially with QAD having a bit of an economic deficit in this particular round, a judge and a Vandal, the only guns they have, they're going to be forced to play fast here. Neon also starts to stop Jade, the one to take that first pick. Breach actually going to be caught out, forced to flash to save their life. But the Omen flash doesn't connect, so it is just going to be 2 kills for Jade, who is running it down right now.
Incredible running gun by Jade. Still has the ult as well. Sandra close with the judge, but cannot get her Jade on for the ace. Will she be able to get it? The only side unchecked, Zay and Chanel just waiting at a tight angle. See, I feel like they're gonna be wanting to give the ace to her. Now HM closer here. Okay, gets the first gun to Ginger. His ult is forward, but not gonna bite the bullet. Judge in hand. Chanel just waiting for the push by this team. Will they be able to catch her is the question. Jade, can you get the ace? Can you score once and for all for Judge? Oh my god, she could not. Unfortunately, but Harmony still manages to get the kill. And yeah, ATN has catched up.
I mean, credit, where it's due. Ace gets denied there for Jade, but oh my god, that Neon ult's just absolutely demolished the defense there for QAD. I mean, sure, it was against Sheriffs for the most part, but demolition was the word there. 1, 2, 3 quick kills on the B side, opens it up completely, pushes forward, gets the 4th as well. Sandra with the stun, just not ready for that peak coming in, and it is just the Jade show in that round, really showcasing why the Neon can be so effective, especially, when you're going up against these lesser weapons. Timeout going to be called from QAD this time around. The first one they've called all map. Had a 1-4 start. Now, with the numbers having been tied up, QAD going to have to figure out what's going to be working for them next, because this A side has just looked so defenseless in front of alternate attacks.
Yeah, definitely. And none of it seems to be working. I thought, for sure Tejo and Breach would be able to, get the site locked and deny a potential push there, but ATN seems to be really comfortable because they're letting all of that utility just be used, and they still go for the push, which is like really, courageous to do, and it still is working.
100%. I think the fact that it's working that you highlighted is the key thing, right? They've adapted. They've tried like switching players around. They've started using those Tejo missiles along with the stun, but Jade is able to outpace it with their utility. And now that they've put so much of attention on that A side, they managed to rotate 4 players over towards there. It is going to be a B push coming in instead. Of course, Anma does have that KJ ult available. Still though, it looks like she wants to play a little bit aggressive towards this site. The utility doing a bit of chip damage, but Anma still forced to fall back, and seat control has been taken here by the side of alternate attacks. Lurk kicking in from Omen as well. Might be coming in a bit late, but instead C-side is just completely under control, and the showstopper has to be able to open this out. Not gonna find that kill. That is unlucky.
Yeah, unlucky, and still yet to get into side here. Oh, and the defender getting lockdown online as well. It's gonna be brutal here. Okay, Felipe with the 2 kills. Really good. Start things off, and Buildup is caught up in this ult. Will Ginger be able to defend it? No, cannot. Really tight angle, can only get 1 kill for the defeater's hand by Sandra. Wow, what a round by ATN and QAD as well. I really thought ATN had it there.
I thought it as well, but I like that from Anma had the discipline there, played for information, got a little bit of delay thanks to her util, knew that she had the lockdown, and there was no real way that they could break it. I mean, it was a bit of a last-ditch play by alternate attacks to try and push the lockdown. It was a 50-50 fight, but, the fact that QAD were ready for that play, denied the ult being broken there, kind of was the saving grace for the round. And I mean, they almost got them plenty of space. They got them the kills they needed. And overall, yeah, alternate attacks, once again, a round behind here, looking to cause pandemonium on the C side. Once again, this time around, the Anva actually going to be able to force to run back, and they're going in for the quick push once again.
Yeah, the alarm bot is broken immediately, and the nades right as well. So once again, ATN is on side immediately, quickly. now.
planted.
He's gonna be trying to clear up now this time, and they seem to be stuck on C side for the most part. Let's see if Chanel can get the pinch in. Oh, Ginger, meanwhile, will try to get a pick and force their hand here. Lil Bob gets the first kill of the round. Chanel, okay, they're not there to follow it up. Falls down. Jade and Lil Bob really going strong, and time is ticking. And now, Felipe alone with 5 HP. Oh goodness, and almost went to the Cypher utility as well. Will be wanting to save this weapon. Jade wants to chase her down, but let's see. No, I don't think she'll be found. The weapon is safe in Felipe's hands.
Diametrically opposite side of the map. Philippa knows that she has to be able to get there to stay alive and is able to carry the gun forward. But I mean, to be honest, I thought alternate attacks were like kind of messed up that round because every single player was on site, right? Especially with the flank kicking in. It seemed like they were gonna get pinched hard, but just a little bit of a lack of coordination, I would say, from QAD and Util as well. I feel like if they had those stuns or the Tejo missiles, then they could have pretty easily just messed them up on site, but them not having that kind of made things very difficult. Still, they're looking to go in for that aggressive A push once again. It is gonna be Schnell caught out and out of guard there. Still though, it's gonna be Jada looking to play aggressive and keep her team alive. Beautiful paranoia, actually gonna enable her to get one more kill. And now we're trying to TP out, but Blossy has the angle, has the kill. That's gonna be the site taken here. All up to Sandra, gets the first kill and makes it a 2v2.
Goodness, what an explosive start to a round there. And Lil Bob down to 13 HP. Blossy location is also known on the site. And both of these defenders are stuck in B for the time being. The plans we had, but I feel like they're now skeptical because they don't know where the Killjoy is.
Yeah, no information on that. Two players though, just waiting towards CT for this push. They did it once, they might do it again. Oh, there's the KJ.
Yeah. What a way to make your presence known there. So kills to end things on that round, and a really good round once again onto A, and I feel like it's going to be happening again because most of the players are still set up A, and let's see if ATN will be wanting to end this half 6-6.
I mean, looking at the ultimates, they have the neural depth available. 2 off of the ult here for Jade, so we could be seeing a Neon ult coming in very, very quickly. Talking about quickly now, though, it is going to be the push forward. Jada still able to get that first initial kill. Tries to TP forward and is actually able to get away as that door closes. So Jada finding damage in the most interesting of places. The trade is still there. The Little Bob managing to once again take down Schnell, who is not having a very good time, I would say. Jada, though, has taken the forward space, is able to find a crucial entry kill, and that might be enough to open up that A side for possible business. Ginger now, though, with the timing, shuts down Sandra, and the B crunch is very much on board here. 2 players left alive. No ultimates either available for both of them. The neural theft, though, for Ginger actually going to come through, and now, with that being the case, all in the hands of just Anva. All the utility in the world being thrown at Anva right now, and just nothing that she can really do. Oh no. There you go.
Yeah, all the heat being taken as well. It was a really fast round by ATN. Then they managed to get the half 6-6. So it seems like both of these teams are equal now, and I feel like this is where things get interesting because, I mean, as we talked from the start, this explosive comp. I wonder what QAD will be able to manage to do with it, because they started this map so well and so dominantly that we thought, Icebox was just a warm up for them, and they really started to gain their footing. But it seems like they have started to fall back a little bit. But I wonder if that will change on attack. But what do you think, Zach?
I think it's going to depend on how good an anchor Ginger is and how aggressive Schnell and the rest of the team can really be, because we saw in defense they were consistently making those kind of plays. On this attacking side, though, I mean, you already have a little bit of an interesting play. Ooh, they actually don't catch out this player. They don't check her either.
Oh, the spam through the box, though. Yeah, we'll be getting the kill in the end, but Jade is there to contest it. And Ginger as well. Oh, an immediate rotation over to C, then steps will be heard. They will be attempting to go for a pinch here, the double peek to shut her down, and in the end, Ginger's taken down Jada. 2 kills. Just head things off, and QAD gets the pistol rounds, just like last time.
They don't get the spike plant though, so not gonna have as much money in the bank here. But yeah, like you said, gotta be able to get the pistol in their pocket. A good start for them, and I think that's 3 out of 4 pistols that they've taken in the series so far. So definitely a W start coming in for QAD. Gonna be investing fully as well. Only one player, Anva, still holding on to her ghost here. Everybody else with some kind of weapon in hand. So gotta be a very difficult round for alternate attacks, unless of course they're given these opportunities. Again, a bit of a more patient default, I would say, starting for QAD. Jade with the aggressive peek tries to go in for the altar, but the one-way actually works against her, and that is going to be first blood taken by QAD.
Yeah, I feel like she sensed it, but still wanted to go for it, but it didn't work out in the end. Nilab is spotted, pull behind Mon as well, and all of the security shots cut her down. She'll have to go for a peek, but and fails in the end. 2 players down already. What a good start for QAD.
Oh my god, the peek as well. Philippa ready to swing off the contact with her turret, knows her timings excellently. And yeah, it is just gonna be piecemeal made out of alternate attacks here. Just the Cypher left alive right now. A 1v5. Has the camp for information, sure, but the moment, Ginger peeks, it's gonna be very difficult for her to find anything, and that's indeed the case here as a flawless comes through. 8-6 for QAD, and that means that this next round, probably gonna be seeing a rifle coming in from Anva as well, so I'll be surprised. Yeah, there we go. Vandal coming in. You got 2 Bulldogs. You got 2 Guardians. A pretty substantial buy coming in here. And you also start seeing these ultimates charge up as well. In particular, Philippa has only 3 off of the Rolling Thunder. So that could definitely be a factor in this, if not the next.
Yeah, definitely. Just immediately setting the pace for the second half here. And they seem to be doing alright so far. And the bonus carrying over as well, these weapons, are going to be really good to continue this heavy pace. Okay, they weren't ready to take that peek, but let's see if they will be able to catch her. I think they still know that she's mount, and it's going to be really hard to keep track of because Tejo's utilities will be spotting her in short notice, and she's headed where she go. Oh, still wants to take the speak onto Chanel, and she's really down to 20 HP. Okay, managed to get the kill. Really on Chanel. 1, 2, 3. Run it down,
What?
Jade. And the last player is Anwa. Last time she didn't manage to get the ace, but this time, let's see if it works out for her. Anwa, okay, just rushes down
Oh
and
my.
she gets the ace. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, sometimes you got all the util in the world, and sometimes you just have a Vandal and 4 or 5 headshots in a round to get yourself an ace. I feel like, especially for Jada, we were talking about Jade and about how, she got a 4K, missed the ace the last time, but you said it, sir, and she gets it this time around. Not gonna be missing out, and what an ace to get as well. Sure, that was a bit of a bonus round with an investment coming in from QAD, but now you're gonna be able to narrow down that gap once again, get yourself to 7 rounds, and more importantly, you have that overdrive available on your Neon again, which is going to be invested quite early on here, because look at this, they're pushing through already into spawn.
Jade maybe wants to go for another ace here with the ult, but it just runs out really, really quickly. Chanel just ready, and they know that, C main control is completely lost here, so they're trying to quickly ease their way onto A. No pressure to be found here so far. Cypher's still on site, so it'll be difficult to get through, and Harmony just getting the information that there's nobody mount. So yes, these rotations will be coming through from ATN, and QAD will be wanting to go into A sides.
3 players stacked up here. It's all going to be a question of timing, and with that South Q being given away, that's the information. Jade rotated over with the Bucky as well. Could be a crucial kill fighter here. Chanel and Sandra, though, between them are able to find so many openings right now. 2v4 situation as the numbers swing firmly in favor of QAD here. That said, though, Sandra is quite low, so this is still a difficult but doable round, assuming they can find a couple of picks first. QAD, though, they're not risking it. Look at this post plants. They're also spread far apart here. just so much space that Ultra attacks need to clear. And the moment that they peek into this area, it's just gonna be such a difficult one to look at. Sandra Harmony though finds both. The lineup is perfect, and now 1v2 still has a decent amount of time on the clock. Haunts for information as well. Not gonna really catch anybody out, and with the paranoia coming in, has to stick it to half, tries to get it a little bit further, but yeah, just not gonna have much time left on the clock. It has to be an insane clutch to come out this time around. 6 HP, no room for mistakes, and just not gonna be there as QAD gets a 9.
Yeah, I feel like if she had more time, she would have been able to stick it. And her getting it to half alone, I feel like is a miracle against those 2 players on main. But yeah, that's for that round. And QAD is gonna be carrying one more round. I feel like ATN was really, really close to making it even once more. But QAD says, not now, not yet. So I wonder if they're going to be keeping up the momentum here, despite it seems to be over towards the seaside. So let's see what comes out of it.
Early drone to come out, missiles to come out, pushing the player off the angle there. No one really gonna be allowed to push up towards Mound this time. So again, though, the conditioning that's been created here by Ultra Attacks, forcing that early expulsion of utility here for the players. Jada, though, on the lurk, has to be able to find the time here. Might be able to catch the Cypher out, but might expect the second player to boot. I don't know if they saw the gun barrel there. The free peek, though, actually gonna make Schnell pay with their life here. The Aftershock trying to separate off the site. Knows that Jade is tucked into that corner, but it's just these free peeks coming through one by one, and QAD are being picked apart. 3v5 situation, they gotta regroup right now.
Yeah, that pick was really unfortunate. Let's see, ATN still has the people's advantage. With 5 players, the player has carried the spike over to B, but let's see, a lot of pressure to be weighted here, and they are able to catch Ginger to king things up, but Blossy is still a close-on personal. Okay, we'll be able to predict the player, but cannot catch Anma here. Anma now left alone, 1v3, a lot of utilities being shoved down her face. Oh, what can you do here, Anma? Maybe trying to look for an angle. The flash, I wonder, okay, this double peek gets to get 1 kill only with it.
Nice round there coming in. I mean, just when you have so much utility, the dry peek, it's a very big gamble, and Ultra Attack's able to punish QAD perfectly for that. Now QAD gotta be in a bit of a tight pickle here, 9-8, but economy not in the greatest spot, so very well running the likelihood of letting Ultra Attacks get themselves to that equalizer scoreline there. That said, huge ultimates available. They've got their Showstopper. They've got the Armageddon from Tejo. They've also got the Rolling Thunder from the Breach. So much deny utility available right now in the hands of these players. And alternate attacks, I mean, yes, they've got the firepower, but you got to be careful about how you want to play it. As you already see the judge coming forward here. This could be very bad, but Anva, what a shot.
To do that against the judge, I mean, it takes courage. And she managed to get the kill. First spot of the round. Blossy is still on B. Like it's known, and you see this lurk coming in from Lil Bob. I wonder if she'll be able to catch these players. Okay, one noted, and Alma not that, but quite just yet. But her positioning will be known. Okay, Alma will instrument. Catch Jade as well. 3 kills online, and Schnell with the ults to continue. And Blossy now left alone. Will be guessing that there's a player gonna peeking long here, but the timing is of the essence. He has to push through, gets 1 kill. Well, where's Chanel is the question. Lions and okay, gets Chanel as well. Oh, will he be able to stick it? Anma. Okay, the spam through doesn't work and gets out and gets the kill. Blossy, what an insane clutch.
That was that looked like such a close round, especially when you were talking about it, considering the resources available for QAD. The fact that they managed to bring it down to a numbers advantage was huge by itself, but Blossy in the end, ice cold in the clutch, will be able to not just find that final kill, but also get the defuse here. QAD now calling their second timeout. Colbat's going to be the one coaching this. So, for a fun fact, if you guys remember, there was this very dominant team in SEA Game Changers a while ago called SMG. So, I think Colbat used to coach them. It's nice to see he's made the jump over to EMEA now, coaching QAD. So it's I feel like this could definitely be a very interesting team heading into stage 2. But at this point, at least, they have to be able to kind of buckle things together on this attacking side. You would think that they would have a bit more of an advantage, but alternate attacks have been able to rotate over. And then we were talking about this in the beginning, right? About the rotational capabilities of this Neon. I think that both Jade as well as Blossy have been great around getting themselves around the map.
Yeah, definitely. And they're not letting these route disadvantages discourage them at all. They're able to, play these rounds so well that, 2-round difference doesn't seem to matter at all to them. And to see, where they came from, from the last matchup as well against DVM, it's just, they're really warmed up right now. And I feel like they'll be wanting to carry the score more since now they're even. So it's a matter of who will reach the double digits first.
100%. Really, really crucial round here. And I mean, alternate attacks, they only managed to bait out that Raze out. They still have to contend with the Tejo as well as this breach out here. And knowing that they have these factors, yeah, Ginger, in fact, having a trip all the way towards CT, more of a kill trip, ready to catch anybody out who overextends here. I don't think they're really going to be looking to do that, though. Just looking to get themselves onto Snipe. Schnell already tucked away into the corner. Nightmare, though, the Fatal to try and push for an early retake, but they hold there as the counter.
Wow.
Huge kills coming through off the back of it. And now this lure coming in. Blossy actually able to catch out this player. 2v2 situation, and they know that Harmony is isolated onto site. Harmony in the corner. I don't know if they'll expect her in this position, and it's actually a wallbang headshot that comes through from the breach there. 3 HP and a dream. Harmony is fighting for her life at this juncture. The spam, though, is good, and now 44 seconds. It's gonna be the Haunt to come through. Not gonna let them get the plant quite yet.
Spike planted.
Yeah, they're gonna be getting the plants soon, and 3 HP is really hard to deal with, but see what they make out of it. Blossy can clutch this one as well. Okay, the spam through does it in the end. Jada is 3 kills to secure the round. I mean, just when we think our team is coming out on top, the other went to surprise us. I feel like that's just really unpredictable because both of these teams are so good and they're so ready to take these fights. So we don't really know what's gonna happen. I feel like we might be seeing an overtime with this match as well.
I think we could definitely end up looking at that the way this is going. But for now, at least, alternate attacks, they're going to be on the economic back foot here. They do have a couple of ults to work with. And in fact, if they can get themselves an ult, they'll have the Neon ult as well. So it seems like the call is to kind of stack A and try to get themselves that ult orb. I don't know if they managed to get control of it yet, but they're looking to just push into the C side. Poor Cypher caught between a missile and a stun. Nothing really to work with there. And now they're able to get themselves onto the site. Sandra with the spam takes care of Little Bob, but Jade able to find a trade and actually carry this gun forward. Could drop it to a teammate and, come in with her ult with that overdrive being active. Despite this numbers advantage, alternate attacks, they could still, try to make this comeback, forcing this attacker ult, though. It's in the corner, and it's just a run and gun to find the kill. Philippov shuts it down, and now they know both players are flanked.
Yeah, and both of them with unfavorable weapons. The Haunt will be destroyed. And I feel like they want to push this because they don't really have a lot of explosive guns to lose. But these smokes are making it really hard to do so. They'll be maybe looking for exit crabs at the second. Oh, they know they're both in the corner there. Harmony, what can you do? Did not get the kill, unfortunately. And QAD managed to score their 11th point of this map.
7-9, getting closer and closer to pushing us to that map 3, and alternate attacks going to be calling their second timeout right now, trying to be sure that they can shut this down as a 2-0. They have their buy coming in. They've got 4 ultimates available here. In particular, I'm looking at that breach ult, which could be incredibly useful in a retake situation. They managed to bait out that lockdown in the previous round, as well as that Rolling Thunder from Philippa and the one before that. So no ultimates really available for this QAD side. It's all going to have to be gunplay. And I mean, gunplay is what they've been kind of excelling at, especially Jada. So many fights that she's been putting herself in, and so many fights that she's been able to win through. I also like the IGL lane coming out of QAD, right? Even in that previous round, when it got down to a 2v2, you know, I think the call was there from Felipa that they made one of the players low. So after that, they just get that spike down and go around holding hands, knowing that, all right, we can just get the spray through trade. And it works out perfectly for Jada.
Yeah, definitely. Just like you said, I mean, this team has been so good at getting these pushes in, and it's just, I wonder if ATN is going to be able to regain their footing here. As you said, they have a lot of ults to play with here, the neural theft and the breach ult as well, the fault line, just to, you know, do something and like get the score equal, because after QAD reaches their 12th scoreline, that seems to be it, because they don't have any more economy to work with here.
100%. I think the eco is the biggest problem right now. Is Schnell looking to take advantage of this and go forward. Not going to be able to find too much space. In fact, despite the stun, Schnell actually finds the kill along with Jada, gets a second as well. Ginger, though, finally strikes back. That's a spike. Garnet in control. The Tejo stun, though, there to shut down her util. And they're going to be able to retrieve the spike and go back towards the seaside. Sure, the neural theft gives them the info, but what can they really do with it is the question. The door is still open, and oh my god, Sandra barely getting away alive there as they look to push forward. Ginger, though, might be low, still able to find one more kill before being shut down, and now it is a 3v2 situation. They've taken CT control. Blossy gonna have to win out this close fight. Actually able to do it, but there's a second player there, and Anva there for the trade. 1v2 Harmony, now they know where she is, know that she's coming in from CT, and yeah, they've got the mollies, they've got the high-low setup, they've got both players for CT. Unless Harmony pulls off a miracle, this should be a 2-0.
Oh, definitely. And they got the third setup as well. Oh, it's gonna be really hard. It's gonna be really hard this, you know, get this round once and for all. The mollies are used. Harmony will try to stick it. Oh, but this stun as well coming through, and Anwa will be scoring it down, and QAD reached the 12th round.
Match point here for QAD and alternate attacks. I mean, what can they do? 3 rounds standing between them and OT, and they definitely have what it takes in the tank. They've still got the breach out. They've still got Jade's ult here, the overdrive. I mean, it's an interesting choice. It seems like she wants to buy a Vandal and no armor when she does have the ult here. I think choosing to depend more in the weaponry than anything else. And I think these ultimates, they're going to have to be enough to try and push them over the finish line here, because the second set of ultimates is already charging up here for QAD. Sure, they might only have the Omen ult right now, but they have a lot more available in play. And now with that A site, the noise having been cut, the jumping from Blossy, though, does catch out a couple of players. Now with the, oh my god, the util.
Oh yeah, just quite a close call, which she managed to escape, even though a little bit less in health. And Harmony spotted out in A as well. This push seems to be really stagnant in A, and a flank push is in order. Oh, and Ginger, did you spot out Enwa there? Gonna be packing off. Enwa managed to catch Ginger. And now I feel like ATN will be wanting to regroup here. There's still a lot of players on A, and Harmony stuck on one side. This box, will they be able to predict her?
Oh,
yes,
no.
Schnell checks her corners. Oh, and this breach ult to go with as well. Sandra, it's the kill with her utility only. Schnell, yeah, again, Sandra with the outlaw gets the kill, and Jade, you'll have to pull another EA for this one. And with 30 HP as well. See what can you accomplish. Jada in heaven. Oh, managed to pull out the ult, but it is shut down immediately by Jada. It's a flawless end to a flawless map by QAD.
Ooh, that's painful there. But QAD, I mean, you asked me what my prediction was, and I'm glad to be proven right. QAD, they come out on top. Sure, it was very, very back and forth, but from 9-9, you know, once they managed to figure out the gaps in the defense, they managed to pull through here in 13-9, pushing us to that decider map number 3. Alternate attacks, despite being able to take that icebox very convincingly, looked a little bit like they're having more trouble on this particular map. And I mean, in particular, if you want to point out a hero, this map could have very very easily gotten alternate attacks way if not for Jada, man. So many of those rounds, the TPs, the paranoias, the sheer impact in terms of kills. Like I'm pretty willing to bet a lot of these first kills were just her.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, she used to be the IGL, if I'm not mistaken, of her team. So she really has really good callouts to lead her team as well. And it didn't really end up in a good way here, but still, ATN won one map, QAD won another, and I feel like this has been like a revenge play of some sorts because they each got each other's map picks here. So we're gonna be seeing Haven next, but before we go into that, what are you expecting to see here, Zach?
I honestly don't know. I mean, it's Haven. We just saw alternate attacks play it. They went down to DVM, so I'm not sure if QAD were watching it or if they were doing a last-minute scrim, but there is some very recent information for QAD to go off of here at the very least. That said, I mean, both teams looked really warmed up on the previous map, so I'm going to do what you did to me, Sarah, and ask you what's your prediction. Who takes this series? Who makes it to stage 2? What's your bet? Map number 3, who wins it?
Oh, goodness. Okay, I didn't realize how hard this was actually, but if I put my 2 cents in it, I feel like QAD is like warmed up enough now, so I feel like they'll be wanting to keep up the momentum. And I feel like, you know, if you play 2 best of 3s one after the other, you get quite lethargic. We see this in teams; they tend to lose their momentums over time. So for now, I'm guessing QAD, but I'm hoping that ATN surprises me. But yeah, that's my predictions for Haven.
All right, you heard it from Saren, and we will be right back with Haven, but after this short break. So if you want to know who's coming out on top, whether it's going to be QAD or ATN, don't go anywhere, because we got the answers for you around this break.
Planted.
Go away.
Shadows traveling.
Last player standing.
Careful there. Careful there. Careful there.
One enemy remaining.
No one to interrogate.
Weapon here.
Go, go, go!
Ah, this is a nice spot.
I'm out of here! Go, go, go! Last player standing. Spike planted.
Reply destroyed.
Gotta go! Go, go, go!
Cover going out. Nice try.
30 seconds left.
Reply destroyed.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Spike planted.
A fine death.
My ult is ready. Flash out!
No more charges left.
Spike down. Attacker spawn.
Off your feet! Out of target.
One enemy remaining.
Welcome back, everyone, to Contenders finals here. We're in that lower bracket to decide which team will be the last one to make it to Game Changer Stage 2. I'm still Zach, and with me here is still Saren, and we are here for Map 3 between alternate attacks and their opponents, QAD. We saw 2 banger maps so far, and, you know, Saren, going into Haven, what are your expectations for this?
I feel like we saw at first Icebox, Lotus, then Haven, and Icebox was a 2-sided map, but again, it's like a really huge map, and to Lotus to go with it as well is, I feel like since QAD won in a 3-sided map, I'm more like favoring them in this side to like come out on top because they really manage both their attacker side and their defender side so well. But I mean, it entirely depends on the composition of their agents select as well, which will be coming up shortly. But what are you expecting for this map, Zach?
Honestly, I mean, Haven, I think we're going to be seeing pretty standard. Yeah, Breach, Cypher, and Sova, kind of that core you expect to see. Omen as well. I mean, sure, sometimes you see a bit of an Astra coming in, but most of the time you're going to be seeing that Omen. So the real difference is here is just going to be that duelist. It's going to be, once again, a Neon versus another one, Jet here in this case. So I think it's more of a comfort thing. Stell, of course, opting to lean more into the Jet instead of the Raze here, while you see Jade continuing to go off with the Neon. I mean, in the last map, if it was any indication, it was a blistering agent for her, 1 ace, 1 4K. So I'm pretty excited about what we're seeing, but seeing that we are starting off on the attack here for alternate attacks, I think that Neon is definitely going to have some leverage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. I mean, Jade, I feel like, is really warmed up from last round as well, just getting 4K after 4K, ace after ace. We'll see if she manages to carry over her expensive potential here, but okay, look at the double setup here, the paranoia, and this double fire setup here just paying off really well, and Enma getting 2 kills to kick things off. Jada, okay, will be waiting in for the steps, still able to get the kill. Oh, still alive, Enma manages to do quite a bit of damage on Harmony, and she is marked as well with 2 HP. Nowhere to run. Sandra gets the first round for QAD.
Explosiveness indeed, and alternate attacks, they are just stopped in their tracks here thanks to the util available there, as well as the full stop that would happen. Now there's going to be alternate attacks who aren't really having the economy to work around with in terms of guns here. It's just going to have to be the play, them overcoming advantages in terms of numbers there, in terms of like the way they can try to stack up and stuff. So going to be a little bit of a rough ask, I think.
Yeah, definitely. And I feel like they'll still be wanting to go for a garage push here or B. Let's see. They have classics in hand. We're not okay, Philippa.
Oh no, that's bad.
Yeah, get the first kill, and Jada is there to follow it up. 2 kills on the garage. I mean, it is uncontested here. Jada has a really strong chokehold on garage, and it is protected, and Jade will be getting the plant down but cannot secure the round. Needy once again. They managed to keep up the momentum they gained from the pistol round so well.
100%. They keep all of their players alive, which means that this is going to shape up to be a substantial bonus. But like you mentioned, I mean, for alternate attacks, the best thing they could hope for, if not a win, was to do a little bit of damage. And if not that, well, at least they can get that spike down. So gonna have a little bit of extra money to work with. That should be like 2 full buys if they leverage their resources properly. That said, though, I mean, I think that for alternate attacks, this is their buy round here. Full armor on all the players. So this outlaw not going to be as useful as you'd expect.
And Jade, I feel like will be leading one here. Sandra, let's see if she can face the heat on A long. It will be reconning. It will be broken by Jade. Oh, and look at Chanel. She's gonna want to get this first pick here, and a lot of utility used to, protect her, and it works as well.
Oh no. They still managed to find both those kills as well. So all the utility for naught. Now they look like they want to go into the safe side here. You do have the re-clear of short coming in, but in the meantime, you have long control completely taken. I don't know if the breach is going to be ready for it, but at least you have 2 players in the right place at the right time right now for QAD. Philippa with the ghost, however, not the best gun to have in that position. And now Sandra caught between a rock and a hard place, just going to be spammed down by Ginger. QAD, 1 player left. I don't think there's much they can really do here.
Yeah, with the flow in hand, let's see what you can do. Okay, managed to tag Lossy, but Jade will be chasing after her. Okay, it's gonna be getting that kill as well. Harmony, will you be contesting this? I feel like they won't want to risk too much here, and will be picking up that Vandal here over to the next round. And yeah, she will not be chased anymore. They won't risk another player. And yeah, that marks the first round for ATN.
Get themselves on the board, and I mean, at least you got 1 player going down. You get the gun saved by Anva, but yeah, very successful round for ATN. They're going to be able to really start buffing up their economy off the back of that. And I think at this point, I think the most important thing is that for QAD, they're able to convert this, because you really can't let a team like ATN get their momentum going. I think we've seen that before in the past as well, how quickly you can kind of snowball in the hands of these players, and you really don't want to give the Neon space as well.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see if this double stack works here with Chanel and Sandra. Okay, Chanel walking up close with the AWP actually. Yes, really dangerous. And all these 5 players stacked here, it immediately falls down. Oh, the AWP. It's gonna be crucial one to have lost. Sandra is risking so many utilities to protect herself, now covered by the smoke. Still alive, but that could change any moment here. Kill is initiated. Sandra's still alive. Not so much for longer though, and Dilwa will be getting that plant down.
Spike planted.
Yeah, they get picked apart here despite them trying to play on site and kind of hunker down, not able to do the damage at all. So that's a little bit of a heartbreaker there. Now, once again, a numerical disadvantage. I think the better call might be here to just try to save, I think.
Yeah, Jada up in heaven. Try to look for long and short, but nobody is daring to peek quite just yet. It's only Anma that has spotted their player, but Breach is just ready with his flash in hand. if they dare to push. Okay, it's
Oh,
gonna be a
perfect
stun
timing.
instead. Definitely gets the kill, and Jada will be again in a similar situation. Forced to say the Vandal. On to the next round, and ATN managed to match up the score.
Yeah, 2-2. At least you're gonna be able to save the gun there, like you said. But now, I mean, not much of a buy left in the pocket here for QAD. They might be able to scrape one together because Sandra can buy a gun, and you also have the Blaze Storm available for Schnell. So with the hero rifle, you might be seeing that come into play. But no, instead, it's just gonna be an eco round here, an attempt at saving to come in for QAD, while alternate attacks, they're not only gonna have the money, but they're also getting close to a lot of these swing ults charging up. And I like how they're prioritizing getting Bob's Rolling Thunder online. 7 out of 9 already available, so that could very well be a ult available for that next round, you know, once that buy comes in. But Schnell now with the hero rifle looking
Schnell.
to go fishing. Oh no.
Oh my god, it fails once again. Schnell's aggressive push here, and Felipa, it managed to just dodge that recon dart, but she has a lot to deal with in her hands and a sheriff in hands. Okay, and the recon bolt has
Spike planted.
quad turret as well. Jade just really quick to get the kill.
Flash out.
Let's see what these remaining two players can do. It's just way too many rounds left at this point, and Ginger, okay, he manages to risk it, but
Player standing.
in the end, the last player's positioning is noted. The consequence, Sandra, Guardian in hand, will be forced to give it up. Jade, okay, the
Oh,
swing
no.
through. It's a wonderful round once again for ATN. And
Please stay alive.
I mean, wow. I mean, what a good start for ATN for this match. I feel like, you know, these past two maps, we saw that QAD, once they got the pistol round, they are managing to get like 2-3 rounds unlocked. But it seems like this time ATN got the upper hand on this fight. Let's see if they can keep up the momentum.
Yeah, it's after that pistol, like you said, it's just been a TN show. But this time around, finally, Schnell gonna be able to buy up that operator here. Kind of the advantage of having the jet. Gonna be positioned towards mid. Well, it does seem like this ATN squad looks to go into that angle. You, however, kind of have Schnell out on an island, especially with that rotation of the breach. So alternate attacks just kind of biding their time, looking for some information. Jada spots out the Cypher, but now this mid lurk could actually be caught out if you're not careful, but the op shot misses wide, and now C is open.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, it's a fast initiation onto the C side as well. Jade really good with the ults. Just get one kill, still have it on 9. Felipa still close up for Gabzo. Oh my goodness, Enva. So many kills here to protect the site, but she's stuck in the corner. Someone has to help her. See if she's spotted out. Yeah. The spike is picked up. You must have heard it. Oh, Ginger pushing in from the CT as well. Okay, we'll catch them unprepared in the end. Harmony, you're the last one left alive, and with Schnell and open hand. Oh goodness, this is the pick that we have been waiting for by Schnell. So many rounds she has decided to push, and it just went all for naught. But I feel like once she protected her position and the side, she can get so many valuable kills like that.
That was a very lucky round, yeah. QAD managed to win it out thanks to Schnell's positioning, like you said, but I don't know, man. That op shop, especially with an op in a 1v1, it can be so awkward, especially if the spike had just decided to go down, or if they had information about where she was. But yeah, the lack of information leveraged perfectly. Now they have the operator in the right position towards A main. Gonna be interesting if they want to look forward or not, but instead it's just gonna be the Sova ult to try and catch Schnell out, forced to use the dash already, and instead it's gonna be the slide onto side. Jay taking advantage of the chaos caused by the Sova ult to find 2 opening picks. Insane.
Yeah, that's a really good initiation to the sites. They have already gained so much space as well, but then with the new rule tap down, they've gained a lot of information, and they know that nobody's gonna be coming in lurk. Oh, but that could change. Hold on. They have other ideas. 2 players now going in for the lurk push, I feel, or maybe to try and get some exit frags, I feel, is going to be the more viable option, because they forced their hand this round, and it's still going to be a lose because they're going to be really playing it slow. Let's see if ATN is going to be able to predict it. And we're just waiting. Oh, with the stock in hand as well. Okay, manages to get 1 kill. Oh, they're not pushing for another.
No, they're happy to hold on to their guns, especially after that round win. And I mean, QAD, they don't have the greatest economy, so the fact that they were able to save 2 of those rifles still got to put them in a decent shape for this round. Although, I mean, it could be a little bit better. Jada going down there was a bit of a rough blow in that regard. That said, I mean, 4-3, still anybody's game at this point, and QAD, they could figure out some better defensive synergies, because I think so far Jade with this Neon has been able to just consistently find the timings and the space to take over. Once again, it's going to be the case here. Counter stun though available this time around, so Jade not going to be able to go completely unpunished and take up that space, instead having to expend a little bit more to try and keep these lanes closed. Ginger though in the meantime on the lurk. Anva has the early angle. Cam actually gonna spot her out here, and Anva can win this fight. It's gonna give them a Neuro Theft.
A really good first kill marked around, and Jade, her positioning marked. This Neural Theft as well. Okay, Jada, okay, really up close and personal against the Sheriff. Kill and Primaya to get through as well. CP away from Chaos. Oh goodness. Stuck in a really awkward position here, and Jade down as well. Stuck in one corner, the Sheriff goes gonna do it in the end. Jada, what a good kill. A flawless round to mark. Do I say it? No, I won't say it. I won't say the magical word. No
magical words. We're not thinking of any words at all. No, nothing at all here. But I mean, it was a pretty insane round from QAD. Magical round, if you want to call it that one, the case here. But yeah, some insane Sheriff shots from Jada, a really good repositioning as well. And of course, Anma with the push-up, the Neural Theft coming in, the real hero of the round there with that information, you know, just able to make sure that QAD are in the right place at the right time. This time around, once again, Jade looking to go very aggressive here. The dark cover comes down though, so nice little adaptation. It just took one loss for ATN to figure out how they want to play this A side. The problem here though is they kind of expect the fake to come in at this juncture, and Jade is still able to find the punish and quickly rotate over towards the C side. They expect the C push to be coming now, and you know, with Anva able to tuck herself in the corner, once again, it's going to be very difficult for them to get onto this site without trouble. Either way though, Anva on the backside still looking to be a menace. Jada with another kill. 3v5 situation for ATN.
Blocking in the backside as well. A lot of players here. Okay, Jade though, still a menace on the side. They'll be looking for contested pressure. Okay, Sandra getting one more kill to mark it. And wow, all of a sudden it seems like KD has the upper hand. And I feel like it's because they don't really push as much as they did at the beginning of the rounds. You know, I feel like Chanel used to take a lot of like peeks onto A main, and the peek on C as well, where it didn't quite work out. So they were like, hold on a minute, you know, let's just like wait for these pushes and just let's play slow. And I feel like it's just working out for them. Which is why it's gonna be forcing ATN to a timeout here. But Zach, what do you think is wrong here with ATN's strategy, and what do you think they can do to make it up?
I mean, I think so far ATN have been really excellent at capitalizing on the gaps left in the map by QAD. You know, multiple times you saw Jade being able to just slip past the defenses and find one or two opening kills multiple times, both on A and that C side. Yeah, but like you said, QAD, they've realized that they're adapting a little bit, able to play much slower, you know, with the dark covers, with the recons and the drones, just kind of slowing down the pace of the game, making sure that alternate attacks, they're going to have to fight, take that contact fight instead of just trying to let Jade do the massacres while people are caught with util in the hand. Things have slowed down a little bit in that aspect, and I think at this point, the goal here is going to be to try and get Jade that ult early on. 6 out of 8. Oh, never mind. They actually just drop a gun. So I think the overdrive will be coming into play for next round. But for this, at least, full buy still available for both teams. But QAD, they're the ones who are one away from that Rolling Thunder.
Revealing area.
Yeah, let's see what they make of this half and this timeout. Seems like ATN will be taking their time going into A. Once information gathered by the Omen TP as well. And Breach also commits to it as well. Sandra is caught up in the action by Ginger, but Jada is there for the trade.
No way.
Flash as well is denied, actually. Really good hit coming through, and both of these teams are being really aggressive, and a counter ult is gonna be used.
It doesn't hit.
It's not gonna attack Frosty. Incredible mistake there, and ATN will be getting their first round after the timeout. They will not be able to get the plant down, but still, it's a round well won, I'd say.
Too close for comfort that round to boot. So, yeah, very well won. They also managed to beat the ruling down out of QAD. So that's going to be out that neither team is likely to have for the rest of this half. 2 more rounds left in it. It's going to be interesting to see if we're going to be having another 6-6 or if one of these teams is going to be able to pull ahead. Once again, though, this A pressure has been working out great for alternate attacks. It's going to be a question of how they're going to exactly adapt to it. The quick stun, though, actually going to stop Jada in her tracks for now. The late recon bolt as well, slightly delayed. We'll get the information that there's at least a couple of players coming. And it does seem like they want to opt to play more towards a retake setup.
Yeah. It seems like because all of these utilities are used, and usually it doesn't end well, but Philippe can get one kill at least. It really does smoke to set the pace here. A lot of kills are being had by QAD, and Sandra cannot manage to get one, but Ginger is now left alone in a 1v3 situation, and Spike out of reach as well. Trying to with a peek, but oh my god, gets caught in the act, and the flank just pays off
Round before the switch.
for this team. And let's see, it's a 6-5 situation, and it's a really similar one to that we saw in Lotus, I feel.
Yes, this should do.
Yeah, Lotus, though, QAD, once they got on the attacking side, they were able to kind of just power through. So question is, are they going to be able to do it again after the side swap? It'll be really interesting if they can end this at a 7-5, a little bit of an advantage, but they do have the keys for it, if nothing else. They've got the double operator, they've got the Blade Storm for Schnell, no ultimates, not full weaponry available either for the side of alternate attack, so a little bit of a tougher round for them to try and execute through. That said, I mean, when you have lesser weaponry, the answer on Haven always seems to be to head towards B, and after a long time, a lot of A and C pushes, we're finally going to be seeing a direct B hit coming in, and you only have Felipa to kind of, guard the B side.
Yeah, Philippa gets the information, but is immediately smoked off, and Jade just slowly making her way towards the back sides, and it seems to be in control for now. He will be waiting for the retake. Oh, okay. He knows this player's location, but so many utilities in there. Oh, it's immediately gonna run out, actually. Wow. Khalifa, how did you just survive that?
Oh, they hear the Omen ult as well, so alternate attacks now don't feel comfortable going to B anymore. Shell with the op in hand, able to get that first kill. Perfect contact swing from the back of Anva to be able to get a second kill to boot. They know exactly where the Sova is, but not able to connect the shot towards backside. You're going to be having the Sova locked away, and Schnell with the operator to try and keep them inside this particular angle. Spots out the shoulder. Anva knows you're close, and yeah, no way for them to even get that spike down. Just QAD from every single angle, and they're able to end the half with a slight lead.
I mean, what a way to end it. In Lotus, I feel like we ended on a more fair half, but QAD, after struggling at the beginning, they seem to adapt to ATN's strategy, but I feel like it's a matter of when they do it and if they're able to keep it up in the end, because I mean both of these teams are so warmed up now from all of these matches they've had together, and we'll see what they do in the second half with QAD on attack. Do you feel like it's going to be more like a fast push with QAD on attack, Zach?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I think there's a lot of utility you have to get through regardless, so might not be as fast as you'd like, but I think that it's something that definitely worked out for them, especially with how Schnell likes to play. So we could very well see that be coming in this pistol. At least, though, it's just gonna be a bit of a slower default. They start things out on A, they test the waters, they get stopped a little bit by this dark cover, so they wait for it to go out, check the corner, and then look to get onto the site. The problem is that you already have 3 players just kind of lying in wait, though. So They're gonna have to be careful about the short angle, but in first kill, this still comes through, and the recon especially, both players sword short, having a field there right now. Anva finally clears it out, but Jada now 7 HP and a dream, just running around for dear life, needs help from her team at this juncture, and I mean, 1v5, nothing much that you can really do. Pistol round goes in favor of alternate attacks here, and we should be able to see them even things up.
Yeah, I was scared that, you know, jumping from buildup was going to be a knife kill, but we're safe. We had no knife kills so far in the series, but yeah, let's see. Now ATN, having won that round, will be doing an anti-eco. All shields as well, just not really risking it, wanting to equal the score against QAD. And QAD in return will be trying to push A again, but let's see how fast they adapt.
Let's see, indeed. I mean, starting off the shock dart with a little bit of space found there, but that said, you still have the long angle being watched here by the Guardian, not doing too much damage though. So alternate attacks able to creep into short. They have the awareness though. Harmony playing up aggressive. I mean, you really don't want to lose this gun. And all right, they just back away. They're like, all right, you know what? They probably rotated over. We got what we wanted. But this immediate reclear, it's such good work coming in from Harmony. It spotted at least 2 players going away. Knows that there's probably only gonna be 1 left on the lurk. So you're gonna be seeing the rotation over for C. Yeah, look at this Neon already zooming over towards C.
Yeah, it's going to be coming really slow, but it's a fake rotate, actually. Harmony, perhaps aware of it, still is lingering in A. But they're going to be hearing still the reload in the presence. Chanel, what can you do with the classic? Leading in the breach stun here. Yes, okay, they got the kill. The initiation is done, but they still have a lot to do here. While stuck in the corner, gets 3 kills to secure the site. And it's a
30
1v2.
seconds left.
And oh my god, 30 HP. And the spike once again out of reach. Oh, and the sheriff in hand against these heavy weaponry. Do you even guess that Blossy is in the corner there? No, she does not.
Oh my god, the position from Little Bob, dude, just tucks herself in the corner, gets 3 kills with the help of the dark covers. And I mean, you know, shout out to both Omens here. Jada as well in the previous half, we saw it with the dark covers on site, just letting players play around the smokes. And this time as well, Blossy providing the same kind of W support. So really just the kind of annoying plays you can pull off when you have a smoke on site. That's like testament to it. Now though, full buy finally coming in here for QAD. They only have 2 players with a bit of a light armor buy here. And on the opposite side, bonus here looking quite substantial here for attack. ATN, they do have a couple of rifles. Beautiful shock dart though, already Shell brought down to half HP.
Yeah, definitely no shields to work with immediately. And it seems like they're going to be playing more for picks here. We see a lot of commotion everywhere. And Jade pushed up is going to be really difficult to deal with if they do choose to go B. Let's see. I wonder if Jade heard the spike there being dropped. A lot of footsteps on towards A. It's a quiet map so far, but it's the change.
Oh, what a shot.
And they guess that Jade has woken up here. The incredible pick to start things off, and Enma is going to be leading her way into garage and maybe go towards C.
Oh, it's an A push. They faked all of this, but they decided to go away, and that's the spike dropped right now. Harmony having to hold on for dear life, but there's the dash, there's the kill, and that opens up the site for the attackers to get themselves a plant here. 4v3, though, still numbers in favor of QAD, but this bonus round for ATN already looking a little bit closer than you'd like as a QAD fan. Either way, perfect flash. Snell looking to play that first contact. Utility barrage just coming up perfectly, but the flash, it's a little bit off sync. The kills come through. Blossy with 2 somehow, and suddenly numbers switch apart. It's all up to the Cypher and the Sova. No utility available either. Spike gets tapped, but the timing perfect for Sandra as the first kill to come through. And now it's just gonna be Blossy.
Lurk coming through is wonderful, and Blossy, 30 HP, is all of a sudden just stuck in the corner. What once seemed like a really winnable round just falls apart, and KD stepped up once again. I mean, what a lurk by Enma, really to set it up, and the timing was perfect.
Yeah, it looks. That said, though, I mean, I don't know how Blossy managed to get that double kill there towards CT. And I think at the end of the day, that was a bonus round there, right, for the side of Alternate Attack. So the fact that they were able to take out all of these rifles, like QAD, gonna be really having to dig into their pockets to buy up. Sure, they're gonna have the money barely to be able to scrape together, but I mean, it's still, you know, you want to win your buy round a little bit more comfortably than that, especially against a bit of a half buy coming in from ATN, bit of a cam adaptation towards mid, making sure that, you know, in case the Neon takes any pesky positions, they'll know early. And it already seems like they want to push out a garage. 2 players lying in wait there.
Yeah, I feel like they just missed the garage peak there. But okay, it is now online and going down. Chanel already on the side. And looking to get some picks here. Ginger, meanwhile, still stuck in garage. Let's see, okay, Chanel gets the first pick actually. One stuck in reload, but all of a sudden ATN just down
Spike planted.
Jade and still so far away from the site.
ATN forced to kind of save this. I mean, Jade could try to play for some exits, but with these pesky trips all around, I mean, yeah, there's only so many places you can be. And I don't know if they're going to expect her to be tucked away into this attacker spawn. You do have Sandra perhaps looking to go check it out here, but with this trip, watching this part of the way, I think, yeah, they might not expect Jade to be up this close and personal. They're just opting to play it safe here. QAD know that if they can keep all of their guns, it's going to be a huge economic boon for them. And yeah, they should be able to hold on to it and take 5 rifles into the next round. Jade also will be allowed to keep hers, but 9-7 now, then the economy a bit of a weaker position for Alternate Attacks. It's going to be interesting what they do with it.
Yeah, definitely. That end was just so compassionate to me. That was just like the two of them in the smoke. So it's like, so I got a bit like, oh, that's really cute. But yeah, again, ATN really started out really strong with this map, but I feel like in the second half here they're struggling a bit to gain momentum. What do you think could be improved from that, Zach?
I think honestly, it's just a question of QAD being able to win out all the fights. Like literally the previous round, for example, when they ran on to C, every single player got a kill in that first opening. Like 3 fights were taken, and all 3 of them were won by QAD. I mean, sure, in that case, they did have a bit of a weapons advantage, but even in the rounds before that, right? You see 3 players of ATN take on 3 or 4 of QAD, and QAD just come out on top, and they come out with more than 1 player in that numerical disadvantage. I mean, despite that alternate attacks, they're able to come back into these rounds, but I think the problem is that when you have the breach Soba comp, it's really, really hard to just try and play retake, because unless you have those crucial ults like a Rolling Thunder available, you're just not going to be able to have anything with which you can take the space with.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like they'll have to pay more attention to how they use their utility in win to be able to save more towards the side retakes. They're losing a lot of players when they're trying to contest the sites, so that could be improved for sure. And Chanel immediately marked in A, but the spike is not picked up so far, so I feel like they're gonna be looking for where they have the most benefitable push, and Ginger is gonna be waiting for the C push with a sheriff in hand, but no picks found quite just yet.
I mean, I think the strategy of waiting for a pick has worked out great for QAD. Once again, succeeds. You know, Jada gives the impression of the lurking omen, cashes out the peak here, knows that the Cypher is there, and now with Cypher going down, they're going to have to rotate over towards C. 2 players now looking to kind of pin down the fort, and they've completely given up B here. Just a deep tuck in on both A as well as C. And at this point, it's a bit of a gamble. All of these solo players need to get at least a couple of kills, but with this crossfire setup might be very useful. That said, the util might be a bit too much to try and contend with here already. You have the breach being ducked away into the corner. Gets shut down to boot. Jade at least able to get 1 kill in trade, but yeah, it might be a little bit too much, especially with Harmony tucked away into the corner. No way for her to really be able to get out, and yeah, that should just be around for QAD.
Yeah, Blossy. Having to peek through this trap as well. It's gonna be tricky,
no.
And Anma just guesses it. I mean, the 6th sense of a Cypher player is not to be underestimated.
Double digits for QAD, and yeah, they're starting to really build up that momentum. You were talking about 3 rounds in a row at this juncture, and look at this. They've got their neural theft for info, they've got the solo ult for post plant, 2 away from the rolling thunder. So really just stacking up that ult economy. And I think the saving grace here would be like perhaps a combo retake. You know, you get Jade's ult online, you have the rolling thunder for Little Bob, so try to go in off the back of that.
Yeah, definitely. And once again, Chanel's gonna be close A and not really minding the dart even, just wanting to establish the pressure onto A main. And Harmony once again is gonna be tucked in shorts. Let's see what she can do. Another player comes to support her. Oh, and this Aldron is time is of the essence here, and Chanel just gets the pick and the blind as well.
What a flash.
Yeah, it works impeccably good. And immediately the spike will be down, and he hands to Philippa.
I was so unlucky as well that the breach was on site there. Little Bob going down means there's no rolling thunder available for this retake, which suddenly makes this 4v3 so much more difficult. Losty tries to TP into the smoke, gets caught out in heaven, so they know that she didn't TP into on top of that box there. Now it's just a question of how well this team can hold their crossfires. They have the stun available, and Philippa actually able to dodge that paranoia to swing out and find both of these kills. It is just going to be Anva to find that final blow. And yeah, 11-7 right now. Alternate attacks, they completely get shut down. And Schnell with 2 huge openings. That was such good setup coming in from Philippa there on the breach.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the combo of these utilities, and once they have such an explosive player, a duelist like Chanel, it's just so easy to get into sight for this team. So I feel like ATN has to adapt to whatever they have in store, and it seems like it's going to be C site, which is going to be taking the heat now. Ginger, let's see if she's ready for this. She's going to be playing it safe, actually. Meanwhile, Jade and Harmony just push up a long to contest this pressure that they've been establishing for so many rounds. We now see only a cam spot out these players. It's going to be heard as Chanel inches closer. Yeah, and Chanel is marked, but it's too late. They're already on site. Oh, and Jade. Oh, it's spotted out by Anna's really late lurk, and their ult tap is online as well, but you get another player. She does. Oh, and amazing kills coming through by the squad, and this retake only with 2 players is looking really shabby here. Chanel dodges wonderfully. That's flash.
Perfect
and we just get 1 kill, and Yanma is there to finish it off. 3 kills. What an explosive start to the end. What could be the end?
I really like that play by QAD. After creating, like you said, so much of A pressure, they just decided to walk up C, no questions asked. And yeah, they're Cypher again, this time not on site, not going to be able to do anything. And despite that rolling thunder being invested there, not going to find any value off the back of it, just a trade for Philippa's, which I mean, in an optimal circumstance would be okay. But when you're 5 rounds behind, yeah, 5 chances to close it out for QAD. Jade now looking to play aggressive. That dark cover going to let her possibly try to scale up, but now forced to go back here. And it just seemed like A is the order of business here. Schnell decides to push forward with the rest of the team.
But yeah, they're gonna be playing close here. Jade still pushing her team. Okay, the peak was amazing, and all of the utility to shut it down as well. Okay, the ult is online. We'll be able to get Chanel's position here, tucked away in this corner. Okay, yeah, she is able to, but Chanel can get the speaker.
No way.
Oh my god, it's going so fast. What's happening?
Lossie just walks up from short, gets the pinch complete, and gets them both. Now as controller Spike to boot, will be able to grab a wetter weapon and fall away. Still though, a minute left on the clock, and I mean, Anva's position is not known. Sure, they know they have the spike in a lobby, but they're not really holding on to it actively. So could very well be a clutch coming in from Anva, especially now that she has control of the spike. 40 seconds left, though. Has to decide where she wants to go. And with this Cypher utility on C, or never mind, there's no Cypher util on C, but with 30 seconds left, they have to play together. And Anva, having taken A control again, should at least be able to get the spike down. But if she does decide to go aggressive, well, you got the high-low setup.
Yeah, and especially it's like,
Cage trigger.
yeah, she's gonna be smoking off CT.
Spike planted.
and we'll have to get the spike down. Both of these players coming from both of these sides. Oh goodness, that was so close of a round. And Blossy 3 kills to set it up, and we're 12-8. It's still not game over for ATN.
Yeah, really good rotations towards A side there from ATN to kind of go down towards long. I mean, they made it the trap perfectly for Blossy to just walk out towards short. Nobody expected a fourth player to also be there at the same time, so deep, waiting to activate. And yeah, Blossy finds the perfect timing to get that double kill and get control of the spike here. 12-8, 4 more chances for QAD to close it out here, but ATN, they are holding on for dear life now, have that weaponry in their hand to work with. Last round was a little bit more of a tough one, I would say. This time, at least, multiple players have guns in hand, and with this deep cam and information from C, they know for a fact that C has been, it's not C that they're coming to.
Yeah, and with the A push as well, they know that probably it's going to be either a garage or a B push, and they have all of this cipher utility in the B sides to be ready for it. They know exactly where they are currently. It's so amazing the setup that they did to secure this round, but let's see if it works at Harmony. That you go peek. Okay, now this is one player going in, and Blossy will be spotted out with no kills. Harmony gets 1 kill but has to back off. And Neural Theft online as well. The real QAD's positioning, and it's going to be really obvious that it's going to be an A push. Harmony gets the second kill down. The spike is still in hand, so time's on their side to work with, but Jade is there to set.
ATN, they hold on for another round and are slowly but surely turning the economic tides their way. You can see them wearing away at the cushion available for QAD, who should still have another round available to buy in, but still, ultimate attacks, they're getting themselves in a better condition. They're starting to cycle their ults back around as well. They used the Neural Theft draft last round, but only 3 away from a new Rolling Thunder and 2 away from a Sova ult, so 2 huge ults could definitely come onto play. Safety numbers, I mean, I think this early establishment of C or A control has worked out well for them, so they're going to continue to go down on that trend. Again, early camp to kind of take control of C here, and Chanel this time around actually manages to stuck herself in the corner. Either way, though, you still have the paranoia available for Blossy. Kind of this contact setup available. You know, Harmony sees somebody, Blossy swings, they get a kill, but they do not spot out Chanel in the corner, so she could still possibly find some damage, especially if they expect Blossy to still be there. So far, though, ATN, they are not peeking. They are not like really taking the bait here. Talking about bait, though, it is going to be the garage push coming in thanks to the Sova recon. Ginger doesn't get spotted, though, so they might not expect this garage player to be there. And in the meantime, talking about getting spotted, Chanel does get pushed off the angle, does a little bit of chip damage to Harmony, but now with the recon available, the stun, everything in the kitchen sink, yeah, ATN are just going to fall back. All right, I think my co-caster is having a bit of a breach stun issue. So yeah, talking about breach stun, C forced to fall back, Jade having to anchor down on site by herself. There's gonna be that Omen ult to TP into back site, and the Sova ult as well to catch Jade out of place, and she goes down, but not before getting a couple of kills. Trades are perfect though, and now still gonna be a 3v3. 20 seconds left on the clock. They have to get the spike down here, but look at this, the rotation is already there from ATN. Oh, just gonna be a 1v3 right now. Philippa, we've seen her in incredible positions before, but not this time, as ATN, the patience pays off big, and they are able to get themselves yet another round. 12-10 right now here, and you know, we said they had 5 chances to close it out. So far though, now they only have 2.
That goes there.
Either way, timeout gonna be called here right now. So you're gonna be having, yeah. So while we wait for my co-caster to reconnect, I do think she should be back soon. Yes, there we go. Welcome back, Saren.
Yes.
Yeah, you know, when you left, we were just saying there were 5 chances available for QAD to close it out. And now we only have 2 chances. And, you know, there was a poll going on in the production. I want to hear what your vote is. Do you think we're going to get an OT or no?
I mean, I feel like it's overdue at this point. I mean, it's just a part matchup. I feel like we saw, like, when it's the two of us casting together, we saw a long overtime, last season. So I feel like it's like cursed to just drag out these matches. So I am expecting an overtime, but what is your pick?
All right, I think she's had a bit of an issue again, but while we wait for her to reconnect, 12 to 10, looking at this, ATN, they have started to get themselves an advantage in terms of economy, in terms of ultimates, everything seems to be staggering up for them here. And I think what has been working for them great has been the C-long control. I think, though, having established that or gathered that info, QAD are going to be looking to go a little bit quicker towards this A site. Information garnered as well that C-long has been taken by the Cypher, so A does seem to be the best point of contact and call to push through, but the problem is that's a lot of time for the rotations to come through here. Just gonna be waiting through. Oh, the spam and the shock dart actually doing so much damage there to the breach. Philippa left with just a sliver of HP right now, and yeah, Sova Jordan actually gonna tag Glossy out, so might be forcing her off the site. Still looks like she wants to try and hold on though, so yeah, at this point it's just gonna be QAD wondering where they want to go. Look at this Jade already tucked up near the tripwire. Gonna make things very difficult if they choose to continue to go towards that C side, but instead B seems to be the call, and hey, when in doubt, B is always a good side to hit on Haven.
Oh, Ginger immediately smoked off here.
Oh, the counter
getting
spam.
the kill through the smoke. Chanel already on the site. And they're all tapped to reveal the positions. From the side, they know that there's gonna be Jade's lurk as well. And well, let's see. Okay, here's the footsteps of Blossy. Acted a little bit too fast for comfort, and they're gonna be ulting actually, using the ult to just like secure the round once and for all. Oh, Jada, there's 2 kills. Start things off, and Jade is still alive and kicking though. We'll be able to get 1 kill. Now, Blossy left alone. 3 players to face against, and Schleld's knives cannot manage to get the kill, but the time is of the essence of Anwa. Okay, both
the knife.
cutting her out in the end.
Attackers
And we
win.
have this
Back to
kill.
my workshop. Still much.
Too close for comfort, but 13 to 10, QAD pull it off in the end. The reverse sweep, sure, they lost their mapping, but they make map 2 and map 3, if close, look at least like they were dominating in these last couple of rounds. And yeah, MVP gotta be Anva, of course. We saw her on the chamber in that first map. Really, like, whatever role you seem to put her on, the fragging continues to happen unabated, and the rest of the team as well. I mean, Schnell, I'm pretty sure, had a lot of those impactful first kills. You had the util W support coming in from both Sandra and Philippa. And Philippa in particular, man, there were so many flashes, stuns, everything just hitting perfectly to enable Jada and the rest of the team to just get those particular picks. And I mean, ATN, it was such a close, nice try from them, almost making it through. But, you know, we were talking about this during the break, and ATN, this is their 3rd best of 3 for the day. They're coming off of 2 more games, so it's been a very long day for them, and they still managed to go the distance here. Map number 3, 10-13 is what they're going to be losing on, so kudos to them. I hope that we get to see them again in stage 2 or stage 3 later, but at least for today, like, 3 best of 3s is no joke at all. So shout out to ATN, show them some love in the chat if you're still watching. And yeah, it's a little bit sad to say goodbye to them, but for QAD today, you know, they managed to make it to stage 2. It's got to be such a sigh of relief for this team.
Yeah, definitely. And it's well deserved as well. I mean, just after losing the first map against ATN, I thought it was going to be like a really discouraging start for them, but they managed to lock and Lotus and then Haven in a really good fashion as well. Their comms and their players were just incredible to set the pace for all of these rounds, and it's a well won game in the end, 10-13. I mean, it was no easy feat. You gotta give ATN the credit for that, but JD managed to qualify for stage 2 in the end.
Yeah, I think that's gonna be a very happy moment for QAD, especially for the veterans on this team. I also see Inami very happy in the chat. Yeah, that's 2 MENA teams that have qualified for stage 2, and if you include Twisted Minds that qualified off stream, if I'm not mistaken, they were able to pull it through. Let's take a look at the bracket to see who are the teams that have made it through to stage 2 from Contenders. You know, we have DVM pulling off the 2-0, Twisted Minds as well in that upper bracket, and in the lower bracket here we have QAD coming out on top along with Black Hand. So yeah, we have the 4 teams that have made it to stage 2 from playoff contenders, contender playoffs here in GC confirmed right now. And I mean, again, like, it has to be heartbreaking for ATN missing out so narrowly on this third series, especially after a long day. But this is a team that has really demonstrated resilience over the last few years, I think, at this point, because ATN has definitely been grinding around a lot. Either way, though, we have 4 new teams heading into stage 2. So what are your thoughts, Saren, on them?
I feel like it's gonna be a really new series with new teams coming in. It's just a fresh blood, and they're really, I feel like, excited to go over to stage 2 as well. So, and I mean, just before we go off the screen, QAD, what a lower bracket run that is. I mean, 4 matches without loss. I mean, after losing to Twist in the upper bracket, they finally, managed to secure their spots in stage 2. So kudos to them. And I'm really excited to see all of the rest of the teams in stage 2 as well.
100%. I mean, we have some familiar faces with the teams that are already locked into stage 2 playoffs, but we also have new teams coming in from Contenders who are going to be running the gauntlet, trying to make it through. So it's going to be exciting to see if they are going to be the ones to lift the trophy, because we've already crowned a new champion for EMEA, the split. It's going to be exciting to see if KC can hold on to it, or if G2 are going to be the ones fighting to take back the crown, or if we're going to be having a new Contenders team kind of sweeping through the bracket. You know, if you think about it, it's kind of cool, because I still remember, like, 2 years ago, KC was that team in Contenders battling it out. They were consistently down there in the Contenders finals, and from there to be able to win out a trophy, it kind of shows the importance of having tournaments like Contenders here. So congratulations to the 4 teams that have fought it out over this weekend. In fact, over the course of the last couple weeks, I would say, but especially over this weekend to qualify. Just a reminder there that stage 2 is going to be starting soon, and there are going to be a lot of co-streams happening for this group stage of stage 2. So yeah, you can just go check out. I'm sure they're going to be linked. We'll do our best to also update them on Twitter. So yeah, do follow DivE, because I think that we're going to be bringing you the broadcast here for that stage. So yeah, follow DivE socials to understand that to figure out like where these games are going to be streamed, because a lot of different, since it's EMEA and we have a lot of different languages and co-streams happening, we're going to make it easy for you and put all the co-streamers together. So all you have to do is really look at DivE and follow us. So yeah, it's your best space for all information GC. Either way though, Saren, I think I've been yapping long enough. Any parting thoughts, or I like how she's just, that's okay.
I feel like we saw amazing 2 best of 3s, and thanks to our previous co-casters as well. And it's just been an amazing day of casting, I feel, and it's been, again, so long since I've casted with you as well, so I've definitely enjoyed this match. I went to cast with you again.
Yeah, we are so back. We had the full 3 maps in the best of 3, and of course, we only had 2 check pauses. I'm gonna call that a win. By EMEA standards, that's they were short as well. They were less than like 5 minutes, or 10 minutes. So I'm definitely gonna call it a win for today. But yeah, Contenders, we're finally done with it for the weekend. What a fantastic weekend it was! Shout out to everybody who made it possible. Our previous casters as well, Sam and Affinity. You guys absolutely killed it for today, and of course, our wonderful production at DivE. All the observers. Of course, our production as well, who has been guiding us through all the lovely pauses and tech events and rounds that have been happening, and of course making the occasional sarcastic comment that causes me to lose my thread of thought there. But yeah, shout out to everyone who was involved, and yeah, I think that's about it for the weekend. Any final thoughts, Sarah? Anything you want to share? Any weather reports or something?
No, you put it perfectly.
Well, I think that's about it. Yeah, so yeah, follow DivE, everyone, because stage 2 of Game Changers EMEA is starting very, very soon. So yes, that is gonna be it from us. And yeah, have a nice evening, everyone.